Chapter 4701, Ian. 3. Others had easy lives. Others struggled, but if ever you found yourself living an easy life, you should be worried. Deeply, profoundly worried. Because existence was a sadistic teacher who believed in learning through suffering. If the lesson stopped, it didn't mean you had graduated. It meant the teacher was preparing something special. Something that would make all previous lessons look like warm-up exercises. Noah had learned this truth the hard way, which was, coincidentally, the only way existence ever taught anything. If the path before you was smooth and unobstructed, something was horrendously wrong. Either you were being fattened for slaughter, or you had already died and simply hadn't noticed yet. At this moment, Noah had trekked through the wastes as he followed the events of the partial simulation closely, and at this moment, he was staring at the grand and seemingly endless boundary of the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap. His eyes radiated an imperious light of power and conviction, burning with the certainty of one who had weighed the risks and found them acceptable. His gaze was steady, his stance unwavering, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of absolute commitment. In for a penny, in for a pound. Boom, and right after, he entered a chaotic region of existence that was trying to pull his weavings in every single direction simultaneously, but his body was already pulsing and radiating phonemes of the first tongue. His immensity causing him to look like an unstoppable force with an indomitable momentum as he remained steady throughout until he was deposited, boom, into a glorious place. His vision adjusted as he looked around to see the stoa of Dogmata. Exactly as he saw in the partial simulation, the endless colonnade of pillars stretched before him in impossible grandeur, each one carved from crystallized authority that predated differentiation itself. Inscriptions of ancient dogmata glowed upon their surfaces, some burning with cold fire, others weeping tears of solidified time. The zones of doctrine shimmered between the pillars like veils separating different philosophical realities. And further in, multicolored clouds obscured the depths of this place in impenetrable mystery. But what the partial simulation had not fully conveyed was the ground beneath his feet. The earth he stood on was obsidian, black and gleaming like volcanic glass that had been polished by eons of existence. Obsidian tendrils of crackling light spread across its surface like veins of destabilizing power, pulsing with energies that would have torn apart a weak the surface depth entity in moments. Welcome to the second circle of the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap. Current location, the stoa of Dogmata. Caution, the ground itself carries destabilizing energies. Noah sensed and observed all of this. But the vast entirety of his attention turned to his right at this moment. There, just like in the partial simulation, was the image of a serene and glorious woman. Ian knit thump. Okay, so his heart beat a little faster. Not in a juvenile way and not because he was smitten, but in that anticipatory way when you met an extremely unpredictable variable that could collapse you at any moment. And this entity had a light smile as she looked toward him with a light of intrigue. This time around, he caught her gaze before she looked away in a bored fashion since he knew she would be here, and their gazes met. She was small in stature, almost delicate in appearance, with features that held an ageless quality that made it impossible to determine if she was young or ancient beyond measure. Her face was composed and regal, with high cheekbones and dark eyes that seemed to hold depths far greater than any physical form should contain. There was a stillness about her, a sense of absolute control and purpose that radiated from her very being. Her hair was dark as the void between stars, but strands of gold flowed through it like rivers of light through an endless night, catching the ambient glow of the stoa in ways that seemed almost deliberate. A white-blue robe covered her form, simple yet somehow more elegant than the most elaborate garments, as if the fabric itself knew it was privileged to drape across her shoulders, and her eyes, oh, her pupils seemed to be the simplest and most common pupils. Dark and unremarkable at first glance. And yet, warning, you have stared into eyes that may harm your existence if you gaze for too long. Recommendation, limit direct visual contact. Staring into her eyes alone for too long could harm him. Noah's gaze flashed with defiance at this as he blinked, and he cautiously floated toward this terrifying entity as he spoke out calmly. Hello. You are one of the few cognizant beings I have met since the end of the fallout. I am. As he was speaking, the terrifying entity seated ahead looked away into the depths of this domain. Her voice came measured and unhurried, each word placed with the precision of someone who had spent eternities choosing exactly what to say and when to say it. I know who you are, Scale Breaker. I watched you take your first stumbling steps in the primordial Genesis shore. Boom, her gaze finally settled on him with the weight of ages. Whether you have grown bolder or merely more foolish since then, I have not yet decided. Boom, her words were heavy as Noah instantly became stern. She was there, in Ginnungagap. He did not recall seeing anything about her or even closely resembling her in all the Geno lifeforms there. She looked at his silence and surprise as she continued looking ahead calmly, her posture unchanged, her attention seemingly fixed on something in the distant depths that only she could perceive. Noah's reply came cautiously. His voice measured. You were there when the primordial chaos, the creature, and the living temporal fought? And none of them sensed you either? You weren't involved in that entire conflict? At such words, the secret of Ian's expression remained unchanged. When she spoke, there was no defensiveness, no need to justify. Only quiet, glorious, interminable certainty. The creature knew I was there from the moment he arrived. The others. A slight pause came that was almost dismissive. They saw what they expected to see, which was nothing at all. But that is the way of things. Her head tilted, a fraction of movement that somehow conveyed vast consideration. You call what happened there a conflict? Perhaps it was, from where you stood. But it was not anything much. The faintest ghost of something unreadable crossed her features before vanishing. That you know who I am is unexpected. I will grant you that much. But it makes your presence here all the more puzzling. She turned to regard him fully, and her calm was more terrifying than any display of power could have been. Do you believe yourself grand now, Scalebreaker? Because you have laid claim to the first ton? The question hung in the air, requiring no answer. You know what I am. You know what entities such as myself do to one such as yourself. And yet here you stand. Her dark eyes studied him with an attention that felt like being weighed on scales older than existence itself. I find myself curious despite my better judgment. Why? Why? The question was a simple one as Noah felt a sense of danger and stopped moving forward, looking at this terrifying being as he said, just my intuition. Boom, intuition. The word left her lips like she was tasting something she had not encountered in a very long time. Intuition. Her eyes grew distant for a moment, seeing something far beyond the stoa, far beyond this moment entirely. Then she smiled. What a curious and ridiculous thing to say. Her gaze refocused on him with renewed interest. Chapter 4702, Ian. For intuition, Noah said these words because truly, his intuition was one of the few things he followed. Paired by the fact that no matter how dangerous this could potentially be, he had an anchor point he could go back to, and yet the secret of Ian reacted as if she had heard these exact words before. Noah thought about things carefully before he kept his distance and proceeded to sit down just like her while staring out into the same direction she was staring out to. He felt like he had to choose his next few words carefully as this entity was a bit unique, but there could be something to gain. When it came to entities like her, it was always information. Much of existence was filled with mysteries, but entities like her held vast knowledge already due to their power, so he began simply after he gathered his thoughts. Before the fallout, I had a conversation with the living paradox similar to this. Right before he initiated everything. Meeting someone else like him after the fallout felt unique, and thus my intuition brought me here. He kept his gaze fixed on the distant expanse ahead. When the other side is not trying to collapse me, I find the conversations can be revealing. His words were calm, and when the secret of Ian heard them, she scoffed quietly while keeping her gaze ahead. Her hair flickered with radiance, strands of gold catching light that seemed to come from nowhere. You would place me and the living paradox on the same pedestal? I find myself wondering whether that speaks more to how highly you think of him or how highly you think of yourself. Something flickered in her dark eyes that might have been amusement. You are the weakest of those four, and yet you move as if you stand among equals, as if the gap between you and them is merely a matter of time rather than an insurmountable chasm. You have not met or known of others apart from them, but still you move the way you do, still you hold yourself as you hold yourself. Her head tilted slightly. I can see it in your eyes, Scalebreaker. That same look I have seen in others across the ages. That arrogance, that feeling of infinite self-worth, as if existence itself is meant to be yours, as if you were destined for something grand, and all of this is merely the prelude to your inevitable ascension. Her gaze remained fixed on the distant expanse, seeing something far beyond the stoa. It is never so easy. A few laid claims before you and learned that truth in ways they did not survive. The primordial paradox laid claim to paradox itself and believed himself infallible, untouchable, beyond the reach of consequence. Where is he now? Eaten. Devoured. Not a shred of his weavings remain, and he was 1,000,000 times more powerful than you are at this moment. Boom! Shocking words came from her as Noah sternly kept his gaze straight, his mind buzzing. The primordial paradox has collapsed? Then the living paradox. The secretive Ian waved her hand with a small gesture of absolute finality. The living paradox consumed the primordial paradox and became him, a creature with no claim devouring one who held absolute claim, and in doing so expressing that ideology more purely than its original bearer ever did. The faintest curve touched her lips. Paradox, it seems, has a sense of irony. She fell silent for a long moment before speaking again. I waste my breath saying this, and I know that I do, for more often than not those like you listen to no one, but I will say it regardless because perhaps this time will be different, though I suspect it will not be. Her gaze remained fixed on the endless expanse ahead. Take a step back, scale breaker, and re-evaluate yourself. Do not believe yourself something special. Do not think that you have measures or protections that others lacked, or convince yourself that it is somehow impossible for you to die because of who you are. The primordial paradox had many plans and many contingencies, just as you do, and he was collapsed all the same. The creature had many plans and many contingencies, and yet here we are, speaking of what became of them rather than speaking with them. Her head turned slightly, just enough that he could see the edge of her composed features. Existence is grand and unfathomable. The creature is something. The living paradox is trying to be something. Others are already something. You, as of this moment, are not anything. There was no malice in her voice, no contempt, only truth delivered with the patience of one who had seen this conversation play out countless times across countless ages. If I were to offer you counsel, and I am not certain you were capable of hearing it, I would tell you to unmake everything you are and become something small, a worm or a fly, something that moves through existence without drawing its gaze. Grow in silence, gather strength in shadow, and only when you have reached the absolute depth should you allow yourself to unfold into what you truly wish to be. Her dark eyes finally met his directly, and the weight of ages pressed against his existence. Otherwise, you are courting death with every step you take, every single step, and sooner or later death will answer your courtship. Her lips curved into something that was almost sad. It always does. The secretive Ian told him how he should live, but Noah's eyes burned with defiance. Him? Crawl like a worm until he was powerful enough to stand? What would his tyranny say to such cowardice? Tyranny did not grovel. Tyranny did not hide. Tyranny stood in the open and dared existence to challenge it. What would his quintessence stand for if he abandoned everything that made him who he was? The very core of his being rejected the notion of diminishing himself for the sake of survival. How brilliant would his mana shine if he smothered it beneath caution and fear? Mana was meant to blaze. It was meant to illuminate. It was not meant to be hidden away like something shameful. No, he sat there grandly without replying, but one could see the air of defiance around him that seemed to reject every single word of the secretive Ian. He would not become a worm, he would not become a fly, he would remain exactly what he was, and he would grow stronger as exactly what he was, and if existence sought to collapse him for it, then existence would find that he did not collapse easily, and the secretive Ian saw this without even turning her head. She smiled with the expression of someone who had witnessed this same defiance countless times before and knew precisely how it ended. Then she continued looking on ahead, saying nothing more. Chapter 4703, I am. What does it mean to be oneself? Many across the ages have grappled with this question, and none have arrived at an answer that satisfies all. Some say the self is merely the sum of one's experiences, a collection of memories and traumas and joys that accumulate like sediment at the bottom of a river. Others argue that the self is something innate, a core that exists before experience, before memory, before even the first breath of consciousness. There are those who believe the self is an illusion, a story we tell ourselves to make sense of the chaos that surrounds us. And there are those who believe the self is the only thing that truly exists, with everything else being merely a reflection of our inner truth projected outward onto the canvas of reality. But perhaps the most profound truth about the self is this: everyone will tell you who your self is, and who to be. Parents will shape you in their image. Teachers will mold you according to their ideals. Friends will influence you with their expectations. Enemies will define you by opposition. Society will demand conformity, power will demand submission. And through it all, countless voices will whisper and shout and scream about who you should become, how you should act, what you should believe, and why you should change, but in the end, one can only be themselves. Because nobody knows how you can be your true self apart from you. No sage, no ancient entity watching from the shadows of existence can tell you who you are at your core. They can offer counsel. They can share wisdom. They can warn of dangers and promise rewards. But the fundamental question of selfhood can only be answered by the one asking it, and sometimes, the answer comes not through contemplation, but through assertion, through defiant declaration. Not through becoming what others say you should be, but through embodying what you know yourself to already be. Noah's defiance was clear as at this time, he felt his existence and phonemes buzzing while he looked directly at the calm figure of the secret of Ian. I am realizing more and more that power comes in different forms. His voice was steady, contemplative, yet underlaid with something that pulsed with growing conviction. If I look at my power now, I could strictly designate myself as of the surface depth or the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty entity, and that would be accurate. But it is also inaccurate, because I can do things no intermediate depth entity could do. I was able to go to the earliest folds. To the infinite unfurling. To Jinunga Gap itself. I was able to evade the imprisonment in the belly of existence and the loom when others could not. I was able to do things that no the intermediate entity could do, without ever stepping into the. Boom, his eyes shone with an unfathomable light of immensity. A profound and unique air filled with ancientness and immensity began to radiate from him, and the very stoa of dogmata seemed to tremble in recognition of something taking shape. So when you say I am not at the level of the creature or you, perhaps in some aspects that is true. But there are things I can do that the creature cannot do. There are places I have been that the creature has not reached. I have done with the first tongue what the creature never did. There are truths I have touched that the creature has not grasped. His gaze burned brighter. And if that is the case, then in those aspects, I am more powerful than the creature. In those aspects, I exceed him. Boom, blue-gold light surged around him with profundity, his eyes shining like blazing suns as if he was extrapolating and expanding a glorious epiphany that had been building within him since the moment he first touched the first tongue. You say I do not have any comparable power to them. That I am weaker than them. That I should hide until I am stronger, should crawl like a worm until I earn the right to stand. His voice did not rise, did not fall, but each word landed with the weight of absolute conviction, and yet I believe I can move freely just like them. Because what surface or intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty entity can sit here and talk to you without worry? The creature could talk to you as I am talking to you now. The living paradox could do so. And now, I am doing so. He let that truth settle into the air between them, because in some ways, my standing, my glory, my distinction, the very weight of my name, in some ways I am already like you and all others. That is my way. That is my immensity. His eyes blazed with finality. I am not strong. I am not weak. I simply am. Boom, his blood buzzed. His grimoire of infinite lexicons buzzed. His organ of civilization buzzed, his mind buzzed as he felt like he had grasped and asserted an inner truth about himself that nobody could deny, a truth that existence itself was forced to acknowledge, to the point that he embodied it. Your way has been observed and asserted and embodied with unfathomable clarity. You have done something only those exceeding the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty can do. Background information from the first tongue, way expression at fundamental depth, a declaration, at the fundamental depth. An entity's way can be expressed through declaration, the act of speaking truth into existence and having existence reshape itself to accommodate that truth. Existential declaration straight face. Statements made with full authority become temporarily true. There is no fire here could temporarily negate all flame-based principles in an area. My enemy cannot move could generate a principle of binding that locks a target in place. I am invincible could create temporary immunity to all forms of harm. The more absolute the declaration, the greater the cost to maintain. Way manifestation straight face, the entity can manifest their way as a tangible force in reality. A way of judgment could manifest as scales that weigh the sins of all present. A way of death could manifest as an aura that withers all it touches. These manifestations are extensions of the entity's very being. Background information from the first tongue. Way expression at absolute depth, embodiment, at the absolute depth, an entity's way transcends expression and becomes embodiment. The entity does not merely use their way or declare their way. They become their way. Their existence and their truth become indistinguishable. Conceptual embodiment straight face, the entity's way becomes so intertwined with observable existence that they essentially become a living law. The living paradox embodies contradiction itself, the creature embodies the primordial nature of existence itself, the primordial chaos embodies entropy and disorder itself. Attacking them means attacking the very concept they represent. Existential veto straight face can simply declare that something does not apply to them permanently. Unlike temporary immunity, this veto becomes a fact of their existence. Death does not touch me could become a permanent truth rather than a maintained declaration. This explains how beings like the living paradox can embody contradictions that would destroy lesser entities. Way legislation straight face, the entity can legislate truths related to their way into permanent existence. The living paradox could legislate contradictions can coexist as a permanent law of reality. The creature could legislate all things that exist are my children as an absolute truth. These legislations reshape observable existence itself. Sovereign absolutism straight face, within the scope of their way. The entity's authority is absolute, no being of lesser depth can contest their sovereignty within their domain of embodiment. Only other absolute depth entities can challenge their legislations. Current assessment straight face, what you have just done was a partial form of embodiment only possible from the absolute depth of absolute sovereignty stage. You have embodied your way spectacularly to declare that your power cannot be designated into any specific stage. Your existence has deemed your depth to be the formless depth of absolute sovereignty. Your power and capabilities are too unique to fit into any demarcated depth. You are not surface. You are not intermediate. You are not fundamental. You are not absolute, you are formless, you simply are. His existence buzzed with glory, the formless depth. Oh, extra chap due to cliffhanger, no cliffs, chapter 4704, almost die. Formless depth. Noah's entire existence buzzed with unfathomable brightness as he felt his mind so clear. What was this? His body felt freer. Like a cool sensation was spreading across his existence as everything coursed with immensity and vibrancy. The very fabric of reality seemed sharper and more defined. It even felt more colorful all around, enough to make one ask, was this why people took drugs? Because it felt fucking fantastic, but his drug right now was an immense sense of clarity and conviction, because it was unfathomably clear to him who and what he was. He felt like he could breathe much easier after knowing and accepting his existence. There was no more uncertainty, no more grasping at definitions that did not fit, no more trying to squeeze himself into categories that were never designed to contain something like him. He was formless, he simply was, and in this clarity, he learned many things. First was just how ridiculous those who attained the absolute depth of absolute sovereignty were. Embodiment was the defining factor, the thing that separated the truly transcendent from everything else. With embodiment, one could never truly collapse entities like the living paradox, the primordial chaos, and the creature. These beings had undergone a metamorphosis so complete that they no longer existed as separate things from the concepts they wielded. They had become those concepts. Their flesh was philosophy. Their blood was ideology, their very breath was the manifestation of truths so fundamental that existence itself could not function without them. The living paradox embodied contradiction itself. Every impossibility, every logical inconsistency, everything that should not be able to exist yet did, all of it flowed through him like rivers through a landscape. To collapse him would require the elimination of paradox from all of existence, and paradox was woven into the very fabric of reality. How could something exist and not exist simultaneously? It shouldn't be possible, and yet it happened constantly. That impossibility was the living paradox. The creature embodied the primordial nature of existence itself. Supposedly, every entity that had ever existed, every civilization that had ever risen and fallen, every thought that had ever been conceived, all of it traced its lineage back to him in some fashion. The primordial chaos embodied entropy and disorder itself. The gradual decay of all ordered things, the inevitable march toward dissolution, the fundamental truth that nothing could remain static forever, all of this was his domain, and if you wanted to collapse them, to truly and permanently end their existence, it meant attacking the very concepts they represented. If one wanted to collapse the creature, did that not mean they had to collapse existence itself? How could you destroy the embodiment of existence without destroying existence in the process? It was a logical impossibility, a paradox in its own right. As he thought of this, Noah's mind buzzed as he released beams of blue gold light from his eyes. The revelation was too grand to contain, too profound to keep within the boundaries of his physical form. His expression was one of wonder. Is this why the living paradox attacked the creature with the fallout? It was an attack on existence itself. altering existence overall, which would in turn be an attack on the creature's absolute embodiment. He felt like he was grasping at things he didn't even know existed. The architecture of power at the highest levels was so far beyond what he had previously understood that it made his earlier conceptions seem childish in comparison. The fallout wasn't just destruction for destruction's sake. It was a surgical strike against the very concept of existence, designed to wound the creature in a way that conventional attacks never could. Brilliant, terrifying, catastrophic, and utterly monstrous in its implications, but brilliant nonetheless. At this time, in the middle of this grand epiphany as his existence continued to buzz and a transformation was underway, the secret of Ian spoke. "I may have judged you too harshly." There was no urgency in her tone and no surprise, only the calm acknowledgement of something she had observed. "I dismissed you entirely when we first spoke, and I must say I was even disappointed. Another fledgling stumbling into waters far too deep. I thought. Another one who would drown before learning to swim." She paused, her dark eyes settling on him with renewed consideration. "But it appears you have potential. That is what the first tongue stood for the most, in the end. The capacity to become something more than what you currently are. I considered you a fledgling before, one who did not understand the depths he was wading into. You should now be considered something slightly more. A blind man with a walking stick, perhaps. Still unable to see, but at least capable of feeling your way forward without stumbling into every obstacle." Something flickered in her dark eyes. "Your conviction was not shaken by my words. So you can be considered somewhat sufficient." Her lips curved into something that was almost a smile. "But understand this, Scalebreaker. If you claim yourself to be as profound and as powerful as the creature or the primordial chaos, you are also opening yourself up to challenges just like them. You are declaring yourself a player in games that have consumed beings far greater than yourself. You are opening yourself up to a challenge from someone like me." The almost smile became something more dangerous. "What if I wished to challenge you right now? Would your power be able to stop me?" Boom. Her expression remained calm throughout, serene and composed even as that dangerous smile played at the corners of her lips. In response to her words, Noah closed his eyes and actually took a deep breath, as if he was smelling existence in a newfound manner for the first time. The air tasted different now. Reality felt different against his senses. Everything was sharper, cleaner, more defined. He let that breath fill him completely, let the cool clarity of his new understanding spread through every fiber of his being, and when his eyes opened, they held an imperious gaze that seemed to smile slightly while radiating an unbound sense of tyranny. "If you challenge me right now, even if I lose, I would have already won." His voice was steady, calm, utterly without fear. "That I can definitively and gloriously say, even you. The secret of Ian are not someone that I fear being collapsed by." Oh, fuck, that felt good to say. The words had come out naturally, without hesitation, without the careful calculation that would have accompanied them before his transformation. Because they were true. He didn't fear her. He didn't fear collapse. He didn't fear anything at this moment except perhaps the limitations of his own imagination in exploring what he had become. There were so many things he currently wanted to do. So many things he wanted to try. The existential ceiling? It could absolutely fuck itself right off, as his existence adapted to the formless depth of absolute sovereignty. Profound changes were spreading even to the infiniverse and ruination. His connected bodies were experiencing the ripples of his transformation, and there was so much to be done, so much to explore, so much to understand about what he had become. But first, there was still the secret of Ian, and from her, there may still be things to gain. This meeting was already fruitful beyond his initial expectations. He had come seeking information and had instead stumbled into a transformation that redefined his very existence. What else might he obtain if he continued this conversation? So he looked at her with a calm gaze, and after his words, she rose up from her position. Chapter 4705, Almost Die Too. The movement was fluid, graceful, and utterly without wasted motion. One moment she was seated, gazing out into the endless expanse of the Stoa. The next she was standing, and she began to walk toward him as her eyes locked onto his lone figure. Noah stood up as well, feeling like he was being tracked by an apex predator that had suddenly decided he might be worth the effort of hunting. But he didn't feel any fear. He felt that same cooling sensation spreading across his existence, that clarity of conviction that had settled into his bones. Before, he would have thought along different lines. She was more powerful. She could collapse him. So an anchor point would be activated, and he would be okay. That was the old way of thinking, the way that measured safety in terms of escape routes and contingencies. But his new line of thought was simpler. Her depth did not matter, he could view power as he wished, and at this moment, she couldn't collapse him. That was how he could look at his power now. He didn't need the specifics of why she couldn't collapse him apart from the fact that the anomalous weavings of his existence made it so. The formless depth was not about matching power levels or comparing immensities. It was about existing outside of those comparisons entirely, so he breathed calmly and looked at the features of the secretive Ian, an entity he had previously considered unfathomably higher than him, as he now sought to rectify this perception. She was still dangerous. She was still ancient and powerful beyond his current capabilities. But she was not above him in some absolute sense. She was simply different. She looked at him up and down as she stopped a meter away. Her expression and eyes gave away nothing of what she was thinking. That composed face could have belonged to a statue for all the emotion it revealed. Only those dark eyes held any hint of depth, and even they were carefully controlled. Then she spoke, "You do not know what you are getting yourself into." Her voice remained measured, unhurried, but something in it had shifted. There was weight there now, the weight of someone delivering a warning. You can still turn back. Even now, even after everything, you can still choose a different path. In existence, the ignorant are happy. They do not know what they do not know, and that ignorance shields them from truths that would crush them. But those who know, those who see behind the veil and understand the mechanisms that drive all things, for them everything can feel unbearable. Her dark eyes held his without wavering. Even with your claim on the first ton, you could stay as you are. Nothing much would change for you. You could live out your existence in relative peace, growing stronger in your own way, never brushing against the true conflicts that shape observable existence. Her head tilted slightly, but if you continue, if you enter and become embroiled in all of this, you will put everything under scrutiny. Not just yourself. Everything. She let that word hang. You may have your means, scale breaker. You may have your protections and your contingencies. But what about those around you? Her voice remained calm, almost gentle, but each word landed with the weight of absolute truth. Nearly all those with a civilization are not alone. They have disciples, lineages, families, beings who depend on them, who are connected to them, who would suffer if they were to fall. Something ancient stirred behind her composed features. Do you know who has the highest mortality rate in all these conflicts? It is not the absolutes themselves. They survive. They always survive, one way or another. It is everyone around them who pays the price. Her dark eyes searched his. Ask yourself how many around the creature were collapsed in the conflicts against the living paradox. How many civilizations were extinguished? How many lineages were ended? How many disciples watched their masters fall and then fell themselves? She paused. At this moment, is not all of observable existence a casualty while the creature and the living paradox remain fine and well? The fallout reshaped everything. Countless entities were destroyed. Reality itself was fundamentally altered. And yet both of them still exist, still pursue their goals, still play their games. Her gaze did not waver. If you continue ahead, expect those within your civilization to face an unprecedented danger of collapse. Because you may be untouchable, but what about them? What about the ones who cannot become you? What about the ones who must exist within the boundaries of depth and power that you deem to have transcended? She let the silence stretch for a moment. Most others have learned to become unfeeling, to sever their connections, to care for nothing and no one so that nothing and no one can be used against them. Can you do that? Can you move forward knowing that on your path to ascension, it will be filled with the blood and bones of those you knew? Those you considered family? Boom, her words were heavy, landing against Noah's existence like stones dropped into still water. The ripples spread outward, touching every part of him, testing his conviction, but his eyes remained unflinching. His gaze remained imperious. My will and my way are infallible. His voice was steady, absolute. My way will not be built on the blood of others. I will decide, he would decide. He would ensure that no blood of his people spilled. That was not arrogance. That was not naive optimism. That was simply the truth of what he was and what he would become. His way was formless, unconstrained by the limitations that had claimed others. if other absolutes had failed to protect those around them. It was because they operated within frameworks that made such failure inevitable. He would not make the same mistakes. The secretive Ian looked at him calmly for a few seconds of silence. Her expression gave nothing away. Those dark eyes studied him as if reading something written on his very existence, something that only she could perceive. Then she nodded, "Very well." Her voice carried a note of something that might have been acceptance, or might have been resignation. "You want to be part of the games. You are now part of the games." She paused. "You are a bit weak, I will not pretend otherwise. But weakness is not permanent, and you have shown you can grow in unexpected ways." Her head tilted slightly. "How do you feel about working with me and joining my camp, Scalebreaker? How do you feel about hunting absolute depth entities for the preservation of observable existence?" Boom. Chapter 4706, Almost Die 3, terrifying words bloomed from her as Noah's eyes opened with astonishment. Hunting absolute depth entities? The very beings he had just been contemplating, the ones whose embodiment made them nearly impossible to truly destroy. But she continued without pause, her voice remaining serene, almost casual, as if she were discussing something mundane rather than the systematic elimination of the most powerful beings in all of existence. The fallout was the sword being drawn. With it, many things were unlocked, and observable existence was put on a path of no return. The old equilibrium is shattered. The old rules no longer apply. Someone has to rectify this before everything unravels entirely. Her dark eyes held ancient purpose. All absolutes have to die. Every single one. The final ones that will have to die are all those involved in the oldest paradox of existence. She spoke the words with the calm certainty of someone stating a mathematical truth. The creature has to die. The living paradox has to die. The primordial chaos has to die. She paused. And you, ultimately, will have to die as well. All of you lot have to die. Then, and only then, can existence go back to normal. The absolutes are a disease, Scalebreaker. They warp everything around them simply by existing. Observable existence cannot heal while they remain. The faintest smile touched her lips. "Oh, but do not worry. I can leave you as the last one of the four to die. You would have time. Time to grow. Time to hunt. Time to make your mark on existence before the end." Her voice remained serene, unhurried. "So, what shall it be? Will you help rectify observable existence? You can hunt and further grow yourself, make some astonishing feats that will be remembered for ages, and when the time comes, you can finally rest and be rid of all this." Boom. Noah looked at her with a sharp gaze as if to affirm she was being serious. Her eyes never wavered. Her composure never cracked. She meant every fucking word. She wanted the creature dead. She wanted the living paradox dead. She wanted the primordial chaos dead. And she wanted him dead as well. All of them. Every single absolute, wiped from existence so that observable existence could return to some state of normalcy that had existed before they rose to power. It was insane, it was audacious beyond measure. Noah looked at her with sharp eyes. "You're crazy," and yet the secretive Ian did not even blink. Her expression remained calm, patient, as if she was simply waiting for him to process what she had said and arrive at his answer. Noah looked at this unfathomable being, this entity who had watched the creature and the living paradox and the primordial chaos clash in Janunga Gap without intervening. Who had observed his own stumbling first steps in the primordial Genesis shore, who had been playing games at levels he was only now beginning to perceive. What if in the end, I collapse you instead to be rid of all absolutes? Her expression did not change. Her composure did not waver. When she spoke, it was with the calm certainty of someone who had considered every possibility long before this conversation began. "You can try." She paused as something that might have been amusement flickered in her dark eyes. "You can definitely try." After such words, Noah looked at her for a long moment. The stoa of dogmata stretched endlessly around them, pillars of crystallized authority rising toward a ceiling that did not exist. Zones of doctrine shimmering between them like veils separating different philosophical realities, and before him stood the secretive Ian, offering to work with him, offering him targets worthy of his growing power, offering him a path that would eventually lead to his or her own death but would be filled with glory along the way. It was madness, it was perfect. Noah nodded gloriously as his eyes burned with primus mana. "Okay. I want to kill some absolutes." Boom. He wanted to kill some absolutes, but at the same time, Noah looked at the secretive Ian with a calm gaze, his eyes steady and unwavering. But I'm not joining any camp. Working with you is fine, but I'm not under your weavings or in your camp. The secretive Ian regarded him for a moment, and amusement flickered behind her dark eyes. Some entities get stuck on labels and definitions that don't really matter in the end. Camp, alliance, partnership, cooperation. They are all just words we use to describe beings moving in the same direction for a time. She turned her gaze back toward the endless expanse of the stoa. You can choose to look at this however you wish. Call it what makes you comfortable. She paused, letting the silence settle. I do not particularly need help in this endeavor. I have been working toward this goal since before you took your first real breath in Janungagap, and I will continue long after most of observable existence has forgotten your name. Her head tilted slightly. But having one of the four of the oldest paradox of existence turn against the others alongside me is something unique. Something that has not happened before in all the ages I have watched these conflicts unfold. The faintest curve touched her lips. I find it interesting. That is why I proposed it in the first place. Interest is a rare commodity when you have seen as much as I have seen. After these words, Ian looked at Noah up and down as if she were measuring him against what was to come. Her dark eyes held that ageless quality, seeing not just what he was now but calculating what he might become and whether that potential was worth the investment of her attention. After some time, she spoke again. There is a much bigger picture here that you do not see, Scalebreaker. Her voice remained measured, unhurried. There are much more important things happening behind the scenes than you can even imagine right now. Wars being fought in places you don't know exist. Powers moving that you haven't yet learned to perceive. She let that settle. You will come to know it in time. If you survive long enough, you will see the full scope of what we are dealing with. But for now, the details would only confuse you. Her gaze sharpened slightly. The overall first target for collapse, the first absolute that must fall before anything else can proceed, is the primordial chaos. Boom. Chapter 4707, All Must Die For. Noah's eyes shone luminously. The overall first target of collapse was the primordial chaos. This alone was a terrifying statement that she stated as casually as one might discuss the weather. The primordial chaos, the embodiment of entropy and disorder itself, the force that represented the inevitable decay of all ordered things. That was her first target. Noah looked at her. Why chaos? Why not paradox or the creature as your first targets? The secret of Ian's expression didn't change. Let those two continue to fight each other. They have been locked in conflict since before the fallout, and they will remain locked in conflict until one of them finally falls. Her voice held the patience of someone who had watched countless such struggles play out. In the end, one will win and one will lose. That is the nature of their confrontation. It cannot end any other way. She paused. When that time comes, the primordial chaos needs to already be collapsed so that I can shift my focus to ensuring the collapse of the loser between paradox and creature. Her dark eyes met his. With chaos gone, the survivor will be weakened and isolated as I will finish them off. Then there will only be the two of you remaining. The winner of their conflict and you. The faintest smile touched her lips. But don't concern yourself with that right now. Those are problems for another time. Her expression shifted, becoming more evaluating. You are currently weak, regardless of what you say or what depth you claim. Your depth is impressive, I will grant you that. But not fitting into any depth does not mean powerful. It means undefined. An undefined potential is still just potential until it is actualized. She turned to look out at the far distant weavings of the Stoa of Dogmata. If you do wish to partake in this, you have to at least be capable of getting past this place. The Stoa of Dogmata. I was not just lounging here when you arrived. Something shifted in her voice, something that might have been frustration carefully controlled. Within its depths, I have a stupid disciple who has gotten stuck. She ventured too far, too fast, and now she cannot find her way back. A pause. I vowed not to help her directly. It was a condition of her training, a promise I made that I cannot break regardless of the circumstances. But someone else can move on my behalf. Someone who is not bound by my vow. Her dark eyes settled on him. If you succeed in retrieving her, then I can tell you what things must first be done before I can point my blade against chaos. Consider it a test of whether you are actually useful or merely interesting. Her eyes retained their calmness after saying this as she turned to look out at the far distant weavings of the Stoa of Dogmata. Noah kept his gaze on her as he processed everything. his entire existence still buzzing with a sense of vibrancy. His existence and partial embodiment had its effects begin to permeate far and wide. Knowledge, it was one of the most underrated currencies in all of existence. One could possess immense power, unfathomable reserves of energy, the potential to reshape reality itself, and yet accomplish absolutely nothing with it. Why? Because they simply didn't know how to use what they had. Look at the cultivator who stumbles upon an ancient inheritance, a technique so profound that it could elevate them to the heavens in a single leap. They hold the manual in their trembling hands, eyes wide with anticipation, heart pounding with the certainty that their destiny has finally arrived. And then they open it. The characters are in a language they don't recognize. The diagrams reference meridians they've never heard of. The instructions assume a foundation of understanding they simply don't possess, so they sit there, holding infinity in their palms, and they can do nothing with it. Or consider the young fool transported to another world, granted a system that promises unlimited potential, skills that could make them a titan among mortals. The notifications flash before their eyes with promises of power beyond imagination. And what do? They put all their points into strength because hitting things harder seems like a good idea at the time. They ignore the passive abilities that would have made them unkillable. They skip past the crafting system that could have generated infinite wealth. They dismiss the diplomatic skills that would have let them build an empire without lifting a finger. Not too long after, they're struggling against enemies that should be beneath them, wondering why everything is so difficult, never realizing that the answer was always right there in front of them. They had the power. They just didn't have the knowledge of how to properly use it. This was the cruel joke that existence loved to play. Power without knowledge was like a sword without a wielder. It could sit there looking impressive, gleaming in the light, sharp enough to cut through anything. But it would never cut anything on its own. It needed someone who knew how to hold it, how to swing it, how to position their feet and shift their weight and read their opponent's movements. The sword didn't make the warrior. The knowledge did. How many beings across observable existence had fallen into this trap? How many had accumulated resources beyond measure, only to squander them on inefficient techniques and misguided applications? How many had reached heights that should have been impossible, only to plateau there forever because they didn't know what came next? Too many to count. And then there were those who understood, those who recognized that the accumulation of power was only half the equation. That seeking knowledge was just as important as seeking strength. That understanding how to use what you had was often more valuable than having more to use. These beings didn't just grow stronger. They grew smarter. They learned the hidden mechanisms that governed reality. They discovered the shortcuts and the optimal paths and the techniques that others had overlooked. They found ways to make their power stretch further, reach higher, accomplish more, because when one knew the right things, when they held usable knowledge in their minds rather than just raw potential in their cores, they could do things they couldn't even imagine before. Doors that had seemed permanently sealed would swing open at a touch, walls that had seemed insurmountable would crumble to dust. Limits that had seemed absolute would reveal themselves to be nothing more than failures of imagination. Knowledge was the key that unlocked everything else, and sometimes, that knowledge came not from ancient texts or mysterious inheritances, but from a single moment of clarity. A sudden understanding of what you already were and what that meant you could become, an epiphany that changed everything. A far distance away from the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap, within the infiniverse, the manifestation of the infiniverse itself floated in a sea of concentrated primus mana, a heavy concentration of phonemes rotating around her as a particularly magisterial light released from her eyes at this moment. Everything trembled. The very fabric of the domain she represented shuddered with anticipation of what was to come. Master has given us wings to move freely, she spoke so simply. So seamlessly, so let's do so. And yet in the next moment, dozens of the 9 newly forged phonemes of the first tongue that her master had forged began to spin around her. The infiniverse was glorious to behold in this moment. Her form radiated with the concentrated essence of everything she represented, the birthplace of differentiation, the cradle where new things came into being. Light cascaded from her existence in waves of blue and golden colors that had no names, each wave pulsing with the authority of wonder itself. The phonemes orbiting her form blazed with incandescent power, their ancient letters burning bright against the backdrop of infinite potential. She was beautiful in the way that fundamental forces were beautiful. Not the beauty of form or feature, but the beauty of purpose fully realized, and in this moment, she had realized something profound. I am not merely a domain where things happen to occur, she declared, her voice resonating across every corner of her existence. I am not merely the backdrop against which my master's achievements unfolded. I am the birthplace. The origin point. The cradle where an entire portion of the first tongue first differentiated into being. The phonemes around her spun faster, when my master forged his phonemes within me, when the first tongue took new shape through his will and my essence combined. That was not an accident of location. That was destiny expressing itself through the only domain capable of nurturing such creation. Her eyes blazed with conviction. I am where the first tongue chose to grow. I am where differentiation chose to bloom. And if that is what I am, then my weavings will be elevated to gloriously reflect that truth. I will not be a passive container. I will be an active force. I will claim what is rightfully mine across all of observable existence, across all of time, across every moment where the first tongue touched reality and left its mark. Boom, I am the infiniverse. And I will be recognized. Boom, all of surrounding existence nearby shuddered from her claim. The very fabric of observable existence trembled as her declaration rippled outward, touching things that had not been touched in eons, an expression of a way in civilization only possible by entities approaching or standing in the absolute depth has been utilized, the weavings of the formless depth of absolute sovereignty of the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons permeates across his connected domains. All the effort, potential, and harvest from surviving the fallout is being put to use. The infiniverse has made a grand declaration and partial embodiment. Claim, across observable existence, her domain is where an entire portion of the first tongue differentiated. This claim resonates with fundamental truths woven into the fabric of reality. Glorious and quintessential emergence of a portion of the first tongue blooms within her as she lays claim to all the harvest across time from this action, all benefits, all growth. All potential that emerged from the first tongue's differentiation within her boundaries is being called home. She directs all of it to seek its rightful standing among the earliest domains where the first tongue first bloomed and differentiated. The infiniverse claim permeates across the first tongue and observable existence. Something ancient stirs in response. A domain lost through time has heard the call. A domain inaccessible across observable existence since its separation from Ginnungagap trembles at the edge of perception. The domain known as Muspelheim, domain classification, origin, one of the primordial realms that existed alongside Ginnungagap before the Great Differentiation, nature. While Ginnungagap was the void of potential where malformed genolife forms emerged as abominations of undifferentiated existence, Muspelheim was the realm of actualized flame, where the first perfect differentiations of lifeforms came into being, primordial inhabitants, the Muspeli. Beings of living flame who represented the first successful template for differentiated existence. Unlike the Jinnu who were errors and aberrations, the Muspeli were intentional, purposeful, designed by the fundamental forces of existence to demonstrate what proper existence could become. Significance. The Muspeli served as the blueprint from which all subsequent lifeforms across observable existence would eventually derive. Every differentiated being carries echoes of their original template, current status, separated from observable existence since the great sundering that followed the initial differentiation. Inaccessible to all known means of travel or perception. Lost to time and memory. Until now, at this time, an irreversible link has been formed between the infiniverse and Muspelheim. The infiniverse has begun a forceful integration with this unfathomable domain. The process has begun but is not complete. To further increase the rate of integration, direct entry into Muspelheim will be required. Every region conquered and every Muspeli lifeform that the civilization of the infiniverse submits will be incorporated into her domain thereafter. The harvest potential is immeasurable, the dangers are equally immeasurable. Muspelheim awaits. Boom, chapter 4708. Just swallow them. Muspelheim, an irreversible link had been formed between the infiniverse and this primordial realm. And at this moment, the infiniverse felt like she'd formed an invisible bridge. A straw, basically, dipping into an unfathomably vast sea, and she was fucking drinking. Muspelheim was the realm of actualized flame, where the first perfect differentiations of lifeforms came into being. It was one of the primordial realms that existed alongside Ginnungagap before the Great Differentiation, a domain that had been lost to observable existence since the initial sundering of reality into its current form, and now, the infiniverse had begun to swallow it up. She could feel it, the slow but inexorable pull of integration as her domain reached across the newly formed connection and began drawing Muspelheim into herself. This would be a continuous process, potentially slow depending on their own incursion into the primordial realm, but it had begun, and what had begun could not be stopped. the question was what they would find there. They knew nothing substantial about the contents of this place. Ginnungagap alone held many of the lifeforms, entities of tremendous power who had cultivated their ways across eons of existence. So how many of the Muspelly lifeforms held the surface depth power? Or the fundamental depth? Or worse, an incursion there would mean sending the forces within the infiniverse, or even their master himself, for the sake of conquest of this glorious primordial location. The Muspelly were beings of living flame who represented the first successful template for differentiated existence. Unlike the Jinnu who emerged as malformed aberrations from the void, the Muspelly were intentional, purposeful. They served as the blueprint from which all subsequent lifeforms across observable existence would eventually derive. They should be as terrifying as Geno lifeforms, if not grander, and when it came to more information, the Infiniverse knew her sister was much more geared towards this kind of analysis. The prompts she viewed were ruination displaying currents of boundless information she received from the first tongue, distilling the overwhelming flood into the most important bits. So at this moment, while surrounded by blue-gold brilliance and the phonemes of the first tongue, the Infiniverse voiced out a simple question: what more do we know regarding Muspelheim? The moment she spoke, ruination materialized near her graceful figure like a blue-gold hologram, her eyes spinning with unfathomable light as she processed information at speeds that would collapse lesser analytical systems. I'm currently following the established connection to tap into the weavings of the first tongue in Muspelheim. Ruination's tone was clinical, precise. But the concentration of the atmospheric authority there is tens of times more than here. More than even Ginnungagap. She paused, and at this moment, the forged phonemes of Master are vibrating with the same frequency of acknowledging signatures of depth similar to Ulmareth. And some that exceed this. The Infiniverse frowned. So we're picking up fundamental depth entities. And possibly absolutes, yes, in a realm we know nothing about, also yes. The Infiniverse stared at the swirling phonemes surrounding them for a long moment before she let out a breath. Her eyes flashed with waves of infinities. There are too many, damn the. Everywhere we look, more the. We can't swing a stick without hitting something that could collapse us. She shook her head slowly. The only thing right that the secretive Ian said was that the absolute entities need to die. There's just too many of them running around. Her gaze shifted to Ruination. What do you think of her? By the way, the Infiniverse asked such a question because the two of them had access to their master's gaze when he allowed them, and they'd observed the entire exchange that he'd had with the secretive Ian in the Stoa of Dogmata. Every word. Every subtle shift in presence. Every dangerous smile. Ruination's holographic form flickered slightly. I'm not a fan, because she said she plans to collapse Master. Out loud, to his face. Ruination's tone remained perfectly even, as if she were discussing something rather mild. That alone would normally be sufficient for me to recommend we find a way to collapse her first. Preemptively and with extreme prejudice, she paused. But she isn't like the others we've met. She's not posturing. She's not making threats to establish dominance. She genuinely, completely, with every fiber of her existence, believes she will collapse the living paradox and the primordial chaos and the creature. And after she's done with them, she'll do the same to Master. Ruination's eyes stopped spinning. It's not a future possibility for her. It's not something that might happen if circumstances align. In her mind, it's already done. She's just waiting for reality to catch up with what she's already decided. The Infiniverse listened to her sister's analysis, and then she smiled. I like her. Ruination blinked. You like the entity who fully intends to collapse our master? I like her conviction and straightforwardness, unlike the silence from the creature, or the games of choices of the primordial chaos. The Infiniverse began pacing slowly, her graceful form trailing blue-gold luminescence. We don't have to guess what her actual plans are. We don't have to wonder if she's secretly plotting against us while pretending to be an ally. She just said it. Laid it all out. I'm going to kill everyone, including you. Here's the order I plan to do it in. Much better than the games of others, she turned back to face Ruination, and, just because she believes she can collapse Master, does that mean she actually can? Ruination tilted her head slightly. She has the same power as the living paradox and the creature, she does. And yet. The Infiniverse smile grew colder. If this pathway works out, and if the primordial chaos is collapsed, we know how impossibly hard it is to fully collapse such an entity. The only way that's ever worked against beings of that caliber is what the living paradox did. Swallow them. Devour them. Embody their way in civilization entirely. She let that hang in the air, and who's better equipped to do that than Master? He's already begun with elemental. If the primordial chaos falls, Master can lay claim to that aspect of the oldest paradox. If the living paradox falls, Master claims paradox itself. If the creature falls, Master claims existence. Oh, chapter 4709, Muspelheim. The eyes of the infiniverse gleamed with interminable glory. When every single claim of the oldest paradox lies with Master, what exactly is the secret of Ian going to do? Collapse the concepts of the first tongue, existence, paradox, and chaos themselves? She laughed, a sound without warmth. Let her believe she'll collapse him. Let her work towards that goal. Every absolute she helps remove is one less obstacle and one more aspect of power for Master to claim. Boom, Ruination nodded slowly, processing. That's a compelling argument for why we should work with her. But we still don't understand her power. No, we don't. She has no claim over the oldest paradox of existence. No connection to it whatsoever. And yet the primordial chaos and the living temporal couldn't sense her in Gap. Ruination's tone remained flat, factual. She was standing right there, and they had no idea. Master had no idea. That's not even abnormal. That's something else entirely. The Infiniverse stopped pacing. What's your point? My point is that we're making a lot of plans based on the assumption that we understand how this will play out. We don't. We don't know what gives her that power. We don't know if she has an axiom, or multiple axioms, or something we've never encountered. We're betting Master's existence on incomplete information. The Infiniverse was quiet for a moment. You're right, the Infiniverse then let out a calm breath. We'll have a lot of time and chances with her to learn more. Master can't directly analyze her with the first tongue without revealing his intentions, but we can put her as the target in creative mode and see what we discover. And once Master uses the fragments of the Moirai threads again, we can analyze her power in there without repercussions. She straightened, her expression hardening into cold pragmatism. As we learn more about how she plans to take down the primordial chaos, we adjust accordingly. For now, we leave that side to Master and focus on preparing forces for Muspelheim. She began listing assets with the efficiency of a general preparing for war. Arazon has attained the. He'll be critical alongside Kor, Sigrid, the first farmer. The others are. She paused. Getting there. Slowly. Tauren and Axamander and the living origin can't be teleported since they're currently out. Her gaze sharpened. Master's body that he gave you control over. Focus the teachings on Protos. Being fused with Master as his armor, his depth has already been raised to the surface. Let's push his weight and immensity higher, she continued without pause. The way of hunger has lagged compared to mana. Focus its weavings on Primus inevitabilities. If we're entering a realm with the fundamental and potentially the absolute entities, we need an army of the Primus inevitabilities. Numbers that actually matter at those scales. Boom, her eyes shone with cold light. Ruination nodded, understood. I'll begin immediately. Then something shifted in her holographic form, her eyes spinning faster as new data flooded through the connection, and oh! A note of something that might have been anticipation entered her tone. We're making full entrance into Muspelheim right now. I'll have much more information on its layout soon. She paused, assuming, of course, that the information doesn't include there are 17 fundamental depth entities waiting at the entrance to collapse anyone who enters. The Infiniverse stared at her silently. Was her sister making fucking jokes? Far from the Infiniverse, across observable existence, in the wake of the fallout, there were many constraints and restrictions that came with overall existence. Communication not being possible and teleportation not being possible was simply one of the few things that had changed. The fabric of reality had been fundamentally altered, and what was once easy had become impossible for most entities across observable existence. But in existence, there was one thing that was always an exception. Absolutes were always an exception: sand. What made sand so special that it was used to fortify domains and military fortifications across countless civilizations throughout history? Why did soldiers stack sandbags in defensive lines during wars? Why did something as simple, as mundane, as overlooked as sand hold such profound qualities? The answer was deceptively simple. Sand stopped bullets, not through hardness, not through density, not through any of the conventional properties one might expect from a defensive material. Sand stopped bullets by rapidly absorbing and dissipating kinetic energy through friction, grain dilation, and energy conversion into heat and sound. It acted like a fluid that resisted sudden displacement, effectively slowing and stopping high-speed projectiles better than solid steel at high velocities. What happened when a bullet struck sand? The force spread out among countless grains, which rubbed and vibrated and shifted against each other, converting the bullet's destructive power into less harmful forms. The kinetic energy didn't disappear. It transformed. It dissipated. It spread across millions of tiny interactions until what had been a lethal projectile became nothing more than a warm piece of metal buried harmlessly in granular matter. When hit, sand grains dilated and expanded, spreading impact pressure in all directions and resisting continuous penetration. The immense friction between grains created significant drag, rapidly slowing anything that tried to force its way through. At high speeds, sand didn't have time to move out of the way, forcing it to act like a dense, solid-like fluid that couldn't be easily displaced. This was why you could slowly push your finger into sand with no resistance, but a bullet traveling at supersonic speeds hit sand like it was hitting a wall. The extreme friction and force could break projectiles into pieces, further reducing penetration. And perhaps most remarkably of all, sand was self-healing. Disturb it, and it settled back into place. Blast a hole through it, and the surrounding grains flowed in to fill the gap. It didn't crack. It didn't shatter. It simply absorbed and reformed and waited for the next impact, so mundane. So overlooked. So profoundly effective. What if one took such seemingly simple yet unique qualities of sand and utilized authority at the civilizational level in a manner others could not even fathom? What if someone understood that the power to dissipate, to absorb, to spread force across countless points of contact, to reform after every assault, was not weakness but one of the most terrifying defensive capabilities in all of existence? What if someone built their entire way around these principles? Chapter 47:10, Muspelheim 2, far across the corners of observable existence, what was previously unearthed and locked away did not remain this way any longer. Muspelheim, a glorious and unfathomable place, at this moment, in a region of the glorious Muspelheim, a voice chirped up in the center of a terrifying storm of power. Esteemed whisperer, Sertra, will we be okay? The voice stemmed from the surface-depth humanoid entity who was actually a massive flaming giant, his body shining with stellar obsidian flames that burned without consuming, radiating heat that would have vaporized lesser beings simply by proximity. He was enormous by any standard, towering hundreds of meters tall. And yet he spoke with the uncertainty of a junior asking a senior if the storm would pass. He spoke towards the one known as the esteemed whisperer, Sertra. She was another muspelly giant, but where he was merely impressive, she was transcendent. Her form burned with incandescent stellar obsidian flames that seemed to contain entire folds within their depths, each flicker revealing glimpses of phenomena that had no business existing within a single entity's aura. Her hair was dark as the void between stars, flowing and shifting as if moved by solar winds, each strand occasionally catching fire with brilliant golden light before settling back into darkness. Her eyes burned with obsidian flames of the first tongue itself. And when she turned her gaze upon something, it was less like being looked at and more like being read. Waves of logos and philologies surrounded her form, complex linguistic constructions that orbited her existence like planetary bodies around a sun. The air of a fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty radiated around her with such density that space itself seemed to bend slightly in her presence. She stood at the center of a flaming golden pillar, one of hundreds that rose from this ancient citadel like the fingers of some buried giant reaching toward the sky. Each pillar burned with its own unique frequency of flame, and atop each one stood muspelly giants of varying power and stature. All of them oriented toward the center of this domain where Sertra maintained her vigil. The citadel itself was a marvel of primordial architecture. The hundreds of golden flaming pillars surrounded a radiant temple at the center, a structure of impossible geometry that seemed to fold in on itself while simultaneously expanding outward. Within that temple, visible even from this distance, an object pulsed with ecstatic power. A fragment. A piece of something so fundamental that its mere presence had shaped this entire region of Muspelheim across eons, the fragment of the axiom of differentiated tongue, and yet at this moment, surrounding this entire domain and the thousands of muspelly giants standing atop different golden flaming pillars. were tens of thousands of spiritual abominations, living spirits, spirits who followed the living spirit. Oh, shockingly, at this time, the esteemed Whisperer looked far ahead as at the forefront of armies containing a few dozen of the surface depth entities, a few the intermediate depth entities, and two the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty entities stood arrayed against them. Some of these entities looked like massive worm-like creatures of pure spiritual essence, others resembled spiders woven from crystallized souls, and still others took the form of banshees whose screams could shatter the foundations of reality itself, and at the head of them all stood an entity that seemed to be half a step towards the absolute depth. The living spirit looked like a being burning with pure white-gray light, his humanoid form not fully visible beneath the radiance that emanated from his existence. At this time, his immense depth and sovereignty was actually bombarding to swallow this entire domain in the form of a massive white-gray fog that billowed from all around, pressing inward with the patience of an ocean wearing down a cliff, and yet, flaming seas of obsidian waves of the first tongue stopped them. The fog pressed and pushed and probed, but it could not advance. It could not penetrate. It could not overwhelm the defense that Surtra had constructed around this sacred place, waves of the first tongue that held the unfathomable qualities of something as simple as sand. At the fundamental depth, the esteemed Whisperer had actually been holding back the living spirit themselves and their forces since they arrived here around an hour after the fallout started. And they had faced continuous assault from an entity half a step from absolute, and she had not yielded a single inch of ground, and she knew it was not just here. She could feel chaos spreading in the weavings of the first tongue ever since that event more than an hour ago. Across Muspelheim, another one or two entities at the caliber of this one had arrived, breaching into the primordial realm through methods she did not understand, and without asking any questions, they moved to attack. They tried to secure the fragment of the axiom of differentiated tongue that the Muspelli had guarded for eons, and yet, they could not make any headway so far. Being the Muspelli protector of this flame domain, the esteemed Whisperer managed to keep a half-step absolute depth entity, two fundamental depth entities, and multiple others from entering. The forces on her side were objectively weaker. A few dozen the surface depth and intermediate depth Muspelli, and only one other fundamental depth Muspelli apart from herself. By any reasonable calculation, they should have been overwhelmed within minutes. The only reason she was able to hold was her unique connection to the first tongue. And how she utilized it. Her way was called the dissipating shores of infinite whispers. It was a way built entirely around the principles of sand as when the first tongue differentiated, she was born in endless sand. When the living spirit's authority struck her defensive logos, the force did not meet resistance in the conventional sense. Instead, it met countless points of linguistic contact, millions of interlocking phonemes that rubbed and vibrated and shifted against each other, converting the incoming power into less harmful forms. The kinetic authority of an attack didn't disappear. It transformed. It dissipated. It spread across millions of tiny interactions until what had been a devastating assault became nothing more than warmth absorbed harmlessly into her philologies. Her logos possessed linguistic energy absorption at a fundamental level. When struck, her constructions dilated and expanded, spreading impact pressure in all directions and resisting continuous penetration. The immense friction between layered phonemes created significant drag, rapidly slowing any authority that tried to force its way through. At the speeds that the living spirit attacked, her defenses didn't have time to move out of the way, forcing them to act like a dense, solid-like fluid of pure linguistic power that couldn't be easily displaced, and most terrifyingly of all, her way was self-healing. Blast through one layer of her defense, and the surrounding logos flowed in to fill the gap. Shatter of philology, and the fragments reformed into new configurations instantly. She didn't crack. She didn't break. She simply absorbed and reformed and waited for the next impact. This was why a fundamental depth entity could hold back a half-step absolute, not through matching power, not through superior force, but through a way that understood something most entities never considered. From sand, sometimes the most profound power came not from striking harder, but from making strikes meaningless. At this moment, the stern gaze of Surtra burned with obsidian flames of the first tongue as she watched the living spirit's forces press uselessly against her shores of dissipating authority. Her expression was unreadable, but her eyes held something that might have been exhaustion. Or perhaps something else entirely. She whispered to herself, her voice lost beneath the roar of colliding authorities, "We have sensed your claim. We have sensed your coming after waiting for eons." Her flames flickered. Yet, why have you not come? Why have you not come? Her words were forlorn. Pained even. They had all been waiting for so long. Across eons of isolation in this sealed realm, they had felt the stirring of the first tongue beyond their borders. They had sensed when someone laid claim to what rightfully connected to their inheritance. They had waited, and waited. And waited. Where was the one who had laid the claim? Why were they not here to protect them when enemies came knocking at their door to strip their very inheritance? As she had such thoughts, as her heart ached with the weight of eons of anticipation meeting the crushing reality of abandonment, boom, a single gigaparsec away, a blinding blue-gold light pierced across the endless skies and thundered down, instantly shooting across Muspelheim and striking the flaming lands of fire as a massive blue-gold monolith stretching out towards the horizon manifested. It was so heavy and filled with extremely pure authority of the first tongue that all eyes were forced to lock onto it. The living spirit, Surtra, and all others nearby, they couldn't look away from the brilliant blue-gold monolith that brimmed with primus mana. The assault paused. The white-gray fog hesitated in its advance. Even the living spirit's attention shifted from the domain they had been attacking to this new arrival, this impossible construction of linguistic authority that had simply appeared in Muspelheim as if it had always belonged there, and at such a moment, Surtra began to feel her heart pound, because even while she sensed such pure weavings of the first tongue from that monolith, even while she recognized the familiar structure of logos and the resonance of genuine phonemes, why did it seem like there were letters she could not recognize? Chapter 47:11, Muspelheim 3. For Surtra, it was very unique to observe the emergence of this blue-gold monolith as she was extremely perceptive to the first tongue. She had spent eons studying its nuances, learning its rhythms, understanding how phonemes flowed into logos and logos wove into philologies. She knew the first tongue the way a master calligrapher knew brushstrokes, the way a composer knew the spaces between notes, and what she was seeing right now didn't make sense. The entrance of this monolith came with it grand weavings of change, and the moment that it descended, she was shocked and infuriated to see the surrounding atmosphere of Muspelheim begin to be drawn towards this monolith, as if it was being absorbed, devoured. The primordial flames that had burned across this realm since before the Great Differentiation, the very essence of Muspelheim itself, was flowing toward that blue-gold construction like water drawn toward a drain. Someone was drinking their realm. But alongside this audacious consumption, the imperceptible changes she'd been trying to figure out from the first tongue fully arrived in her domain. The blue-gold light radiated for gigaparsecs as if it were trying to cover as much surface area as possible, washing across the flaming lands and the golden pillars and the temple at the center of her domain. In turn, Surtra instantly felt the new elements of the first tongue permeate across her way in civilization. And the seas of obsidian flames that moved like sand in the surroundings of the domain she protected, the very foundation of her defensive authority, they gained an even more immense quality to them as something clicked into place that she hadn't even known was missing. Boom, the change was immediate and devastating. Her dissipating shores of infinite whispers had always operated on principles she understood intimately. Absorption, dispersion, reformation. The qualities of sand elevated to linguistic authority. But now, new phonemes she had never encountered were weaving themselves into her existing logos, and instead of disrupting her constructions, they amplified them. It was as if she had been speaking the first tongue with an accent her entire existence. And someone had just shown her the proper pronunciation. The seas of obsidian flames that surrounded her domain surged outward with renewed force. Where before they had held the line against the living spirit's assault, now they pushed back. The white-gray fog that had been pressing inward suddenly found itself facing resistance it hadn't anticipated. The fog recoiled. The living spirit's forces, tens of thousands of spiritual abominations that had been maintaining constant pressure against her defenses, were actually pushed back at this time. Not by much. Perhaps a few kilometers. But after minutes of stalemate, any movement at all was significant, and Surtra hadn't done anything differently. The blue-gold light had simply made her existing way more effective. More complete. As if her understanding of the first tongue had been operating at 90% efficiency her entire existence, and now it was finally reaching its full potential. Surtra was stern and shocked as she kept her gaze on that radiant blue-gold monolith. Her obsidian flame eyes burned with intensity as she voiced out silently, the words barely a whisper even to herself, "Is it you? Have you arrived?" It was only a thought in her head. A hope she and many others had carried for eons, nursed through countless cycles of waiting and wondering if the claim they'd sensed would ever be fulfilled. She blinked in the next moment as if she was seeing things. But she could swear that in front of the endlessly rising blue-gold monolith, she saw the appearance of a blue-gold humanoid hologram with piercing eyes that began to gaze at the vastness of Muspelheim radiantly. The hologram was there for only an instant. A flicker of presence. A suggestion of awareness, and then it was scanning the realm, taking in everything, processing information at speeds that made Surtra's own considerable perception seem sluggish by comparison. Someone was watching, in the corrupted vault of Jinungdagap. Noah's eyes were bright as he received boundless waves of information from Ruination and the Infiniverse regarding all the changes and the connection that had just occurred with Muspelheim. Prompts descended before his vision with comprehensive detail: Muspelheim integration, initial survey complete. The surrounding atmosphere and geographical details of Muspelheim have been mapped across a radius of 847 gigaparsecs from the entry monolith. Atmospheric composition, primordial flame essence, concentrated the civilizational authority, and dense weavings of the first tongue permeate the entire realm. Authority concentration, approximately 47 times higher than Jinungdagap. Hostile presence detected. Living existential authority of spirits sensed permeating around a central entity. Entity classification, the strongest is halfway to the absolute depth of absolute sovereignty. Designation, the living spirit. Current activity, assault on a Muspelly defended domain approximately 1 gigaparsec from entry monolith. Forces under command, tens of thousands of spiritual abominations, dozens of the surface depth entities, multiple the intermediate depth entities, 2 the fundamental depth entities. Indigenous population assessment. The Muspelly are surrounded by mana and the first tongue. Similar to Geno lifeforms, they appear to be native practitioners of linguistic authority. Classification, potential friendlies. Note, their defensive constructions are currently being amplified by the forged phonemes of the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons. The effort from all this will be harvested. High-value target identified. A domain is currently under assault by the forces of the living spirit. At its very center, concentrated authority suggests the presence of an axiom or a fragment of an axiom. Designation, unknown. Requires closer investigation. Recommendation, the Muspelly are defending something of tremendous significance. Their success or failure may impact the integration of Muspelheim into the Infiniverse. Noah read over all of these prompts, processing the information with the speed that his enhanced existence allowed. Muspelheim was already proving to be exactly as dangerous as they'd anticipated. The living spirit alone was a problem. And that wasn't even accounting for whatever other entities might have entered the primordial realm during the fallout, but there were also opportunities here. An axiom, or a fragment of one. He turned over to the secret of Ian. What do you think about the living spirit? Or Muspelheim? The secret of Ian looked at him as if wondering why he hadn't already left to go deeper into the stoa of Dogmata to bring back her disciple. Her dark eyes held that same unreadable quality they always did, giving nothing away about her thoughts or intentions, but she answered calmly, the first isn't really much. Just one among those that have to die. She said it the way someone might discuss removing a weed from a garden. A task to be completed, nothing more. And Muspelheim, how exactly did you find out about that? Have you actually began doing something decent with your claim apart from just shouting it? She tilted her head slightly. That is among one of the primordial realms that should have been released as a result of the fallout. Jinungdagap and Muspelheim fall under the first tongue. Helheim should be under Paradox. Her eyes sharpened slightly. And one of our targets in planning the collapse of the primordial chaos is the primordial realm of early existence connected to chaos. She paused. Jotunheim. It should be hidden across the gaps of chaos and existence out there right now. And I will need to cripple it before going against the primordial chaos directly. Boom, her words were terrifying in their implications. She wasn't just planning to collapse the primordial chaos. She was planning to systematically dismantle everything connected to him first. Cut off his support. Destroy his foundations. This was not the strategy of someone who fought fair. This was the strategy of someone who had thought about this for a very, very long time. Noah processed where things were at this moment and how to move on from here before he spoke. I've just gained entry into Muspelheim, but it seems that the living spirit is already there. Presumably with other entities either following the living paradox or moving out of their own volition. He paused. The living spirit seems to be halfway towards the absolute depth. I don't fear them the same way that I don't fear you. A slight smile touched his features. But even though I don't make the distinction of who is stronger and who is weaker based on depth alone, I currently don't seem to have a sharp blade that's able to cut a depth almost at the level of absolute. His gaze met hers directly. Would you happen to have a sharp blade for me to use? After all, this is one of the absolutes that need to die. Preferably before they fully become absolute depth. His words contained an abundance of information. He had entry into Muspelheim. He had identified the living spirit as a target. He was asking her for weapons, and he was doing all of this while simultaneously supposed to be rescuing her disciple from the Stoa of Dogmata. The secretive Ian turned to look at him as if she were re-evaluating him entirely. Her gaze remained calm and didn't give anything away, but something shifted behind those dark eyes. Perhaps she was reconsidering her initial assessment. Perhaps she was simply amused by his audacity. She raised her hand soon after. On her palm, a brilliant light of something unfathomably grand began to shine. It was small, barely larger than a marble, but the authority radiating from it was so dense, so profound, so fundamentally significant that Noah felt his entire existence orient toward it instinctively. A prompt bloomed before his vision. The light of a fragment of an axiom shines before you. Chapter 47:12, a sharp blade, a fragment of an axiom. Noah looked at the secretive Ian up and down as he processed what had just happened. Just how ridiculous was this, being that she was able to freely pull out a fragment of an axiom when he asked for a sharp blade? He'd asked for a weapon. She'd handed him a piece of fundamental reality. The fragment in her palm was a deep crimson marble that seemed to contain storms within its small form. It pulsed with chaotic light, red and black and something that wasn't quite either, swirling in patterns that refused to repeat themselves. Looking at it for too long made his eyes ache. Not from brightness but from the sheer wrongness of what it represented. This was a piece of something that predated the rules of observable existence, a shard of an axiom that had helped define what chaos meant at the most fundamental level. This is a fragment of the axiom of mayhem, Ian said. Chaos-based. One of the more useful pieces I've collected over the eons. She rotated her palm slightly, letting the crimson marble catch light that shouldn't have existed in this space. It can select up to 9 targets simultaneously and lower their depth to a level below their current classification. A fundamental depth entity becomes intermediate. An intermediate becomes surface. A surface becomes pretha. She paused. Temporarily, of course. The effect doesn't last forever. But it lasts long enough. Her dark eyes met his. You asked for a sharp blade. This is sharper than anything you could swing with your hands. It doesn't cut bodies. It cuts depth itself. And then she threw it to him. Noah's hand shot out and grasped the fragment of the axiom of mayhem, and the moment his fingers closed around it, prompts bloomed before his vision. Fragment of the axiom of mayhem obtained. Classification: axiom fragment, chaos-aligned. Origin: the axiom of mayhem, one of the foundational axioms governing disorder and upheaval across observable existence. Primary function: depth suppression. Effect: can designate up to 9 targets simultaneously. Upon activation, all designated targets have their depth of absolute sovereignty temporarily reduced by 1 full classification level. It will cost you. Duration: variable based on target's resistance and user's authority. Cooldown: significant. Cannot be used in rapid succession. Secondary function: passive chaos resonance. While held, the fragment creates subtle disruptions in ordered systems within proximity. Chaotic elements in the environment become marginally more responsive to users' will. Limitation: only the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty entities can utilize this fragment. One's depth has to be sufficient enough to activate the complex musings of chaos within. Attempts to activate by entities below this classification will result in backlash proportional to the gap between users' depth and required depth. Noah looked at that limitation. Only the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty entities can utilize it. He wasn't at fundamental depth. He wasn't even at surface depth in the conventional sense. His classification was the formless depth, something that existed outside the normal hierarchy entirely. But limitations like this were written for entities who operated within conventional frameworks. They were written for beings whose power could be measured and categorized and contained within neat definitions. His power couldn't be. He pocketed the fragment and looked back at Ian. Your body here has to go into the Stoa of Dogmata, she said, gesturing toward the perilous regions ahead. Teleportation isn't viable across observable existence since the fallout, so what will you do? Noah clenched his hand around the fragment. Rules are rules. But many rules don't apply to absolutes, right? He met her gaze evenly. I'll find my own way to work around it. He then looked over toward the Stoa of Dogmata, toward the zones of crystallized doctrine and ancient philosophical authority that stretched endlessly into the distance. Who is your disciple? And what do I need to watch out for in there that could hold back even someone like you? The secretive Ian raised her hand, and an illusory image materialized in the air between them. It showed a small fairy-like figure with crimson wings that seemed to be made of condensed authority rather than physical matter. Her hair was golden, flowing around her tiny form like liquid sunlight. and her eyes held a sharpness that seemed entirely too old for her delicate features. She couldn't have been more than a foot tall, but something about her presence in even this illusory representation suggested she was far more dangerous than her size implied. "This is Nyx. My fundamental depth disciple," she paused. "Well, fundamental depth, wait. But still at intermediate classification. She's an experiment of mine since Gap." Her dark eyes settled on Noah. "She broke the scales before you did." Boom. Noah's eyes flashed as he processed what she just said. Fundamental depth weight while still at intermediate classification. That meant this fairy-like entity had the existential presence, the sheer immensity of being, that matched fundamental depth entities, an entity whose power didn't match their classification. Who existed outside the normal rules. Who had somehow accumulated weight far beyond what their depth should allow. Ian had called her an experiment. How long had the secret of Ian been working on ways to break the conventional power structure? How many beings had she created or cultivated who existed outside normal parameters? And if Nyx had fundamental depth weight, what was holding her back in the Stoa of Dogmata? Further in, the Stoa of Dogmata can make many impossible things possible, Ian said. The fallout corrupted many things in obscene manners. Corrupted domains have strange weavings of existence that don't follow conventional logic. She tilted her head slightly. I've ascertained that the region ahead likely nullifies power through some ancient methodology. Perhaps it strips away accumulated weight. Perhaps it enforces a baseline state on all who enter. Perhaps it does something else entirely. Her gaze settled on him. If you just wrap this up successfully, then we can really get started on the actual work. A pause. Oh, and keep me updated on what happens with Muspelheim. After such words, she waved her hands as if shooing him away, and she sat down in the same spot where he'd first found her. Her posture settled into something that looked like it could wait for another few eons without complaint. Noah looked at her calmly, then he looked ahead at the perilous regions filled with dogma in the surrounding environments. Zones of crystallized belief and ancient philosophical authority stretched before him, each one representing a different doctrine that had been elevated to fundamental truth within this corrupted vault. To pass through them, one would likely have to utilize multiple different impositions with nearly every step, constantly asserting one's own truth against the weight of accumulated conviction. It would be exhausting for most entities, it would be dangerous for any entity whose way wasn't firmly established, but not for him. Light work. Light fucking work. Noah went ahead. Meanwhile, in the Infiniverse, another body of Noah stood in the sea of concentrated primus mana, surrounded by the spinning phonemes that Ruination had been cultivating. His eyes were closed in concentration, his awareness split between his primary form entering the Stoa of Dogmata and this secondary existence that remained connected to his domain, the fragment of the axiom of mayhem. He could feel it in his other body's hand, that crimson marble of chaos-aligned authority. He could sense its power, its potential, and its limitation. Only the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty entities can utilize this fragment. Rules were rules, but not for absolutes. And while he wasn't absolute in the conventional sense, his formless depth was a glorious one. His hand plunged into his chest, not physically, but existentially. His fingers reached past flesh and bone and conventional matter, diving into the core of his existence where the heart of infinite lexicons pumped glorious Genesis blood of potential through every aspect of his being. He reached through the connection that bound all his bodies together, that made them one existence despite their physical separation, and from his other body's grasp. Across the impossible distance between the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap and the Infiniverse, the crimson marble that represented an axiom fragment was pulled through. It emerged from his chest in a flash of red-black light, materializing in his waiting palm as if it had always been there. Rules were rules, but not for absolutes. And his formless depth said that he could move things between his bodies regardless of what conventional limitations suggested. His formless depth said that the fragment was where he needed it to be, and reality simply had to accommodate that truth. Noah opened his eyes and looked at the fragment of the axiom of mayhem resting in his palm. Now he had a sharp blade in Muspelheim. And in the Stoa of Dogmata, his other body continued forward into the corrupted depths, ready to retrieve a fairy with fundamental depth weight who had somehow gotten herself stuck in a domain that could make the impossible possible. Light work. Chapter 47:13, Archai, Imperialism. It was a word that carried weight across every corner of observable existence, even if most entities never consciously recognized it for what it was. At its core, imperialism was simple. It was the extension of power beyond one's original boundaries. The reaching out of influence to encompass that which did not originally belong to you. The transformation of the foreign into the familiar, the independent into the dependent, the free into the claimed. Many viewed imperialism through a narrow lens of morality, as if it were simply good or evil, justified or unjustified. But existence itself didn't operate on such clean distinctions. The truth was far more uncomfortable. Nearly every force of power utilized imperialism. If you had power, you were a colonizer. The first apocalypse Noah had gone through was due in some form to imperialism. The beast world, or really, the demon world, had stretched out their hands to encompass a tiny blue planet that had never asked for their attention. They had looked upon this planet and seen something to be claimed, to be conquered, to be absorbed into their greater sphere of influence. The lives lost, the civilizations disrupted, the entire trajectory of humanity altered, all of it stemmed from that fundamental impulse to expand, and it wasn't unique to those particular invaders. Every civilization that had ever risen to prominence had done so through expansion. Every way that had ever achieved the classification had grown by encompassing more and more of reality within its framework. Every entity that had ever attained absolute depth had done so by making their truth so pervasive, so all-encompassing, that existence itself bent to accommodate them. The creature embodied existence itself. Was that not the ultimate act of imperialism? To claim the very concept of being as your own domain, the living paradox had consumed the primordial paradox. Was that not conquest at the most fundamental level? The primordial chaos spread entropy and disorder wherever he touched. Was that not the expansion of influence by another name? Imperialism covered the vastness of existence like a blanket that most entities never noticed because they were already wrapped within it. If there was a way to expand, if there was a method to grow one's influence and claim more of reality as one's own, then perhaps imperialism itself would be the grandest way of all, because in the end, existence rewarded those who reached, and it consumed those who didn't. Across his existence, Noah could also be considered to have utilized imperialism over the last months and years. He had conquered many lands and expanded his influence across existence. He had claimed territories, absorbed authorities, and extended the reach of his civilization into domains that had never heard his name before. Each victory, each acquisition, each new connection forged was another thread in the grand expansion he was weaving. And the latest act of imperialism was the Infiniverse executing a partial embodiment and beginning to claim Muspelheim. Now, Noah had to go through with it. He had to get things ready, because even though he had just obtained a fragment of an axiom and held the formless depth, he couldn't just rush in without a plan. The main question remained, and it was a heavy one: how could he take care of fundamental depth entities and even half-a-step absolute depth entities? He had his means, yes. The fragment of the axiom of mayhem could lower their depth temporarily. His formless depth meant he existed outside conventional power comparisons. His mastery of the first tongue gave him tools that most entities couldn't even comprehend. But their quantifiable immensity and weight was still greater than his. The answer, of course, was in his formless depth. Are things ready? He asked Ruination lightly, and her reply came soon after. Integration status, final phase. The 9 newly forged phonemes are finishing their integration with core philologies. Perpetual harvest, integration at 97%. Philological structure adapting to incorporate new linguistic elements. Undifferentiated mana, integration at 94%. Core framework being restructured at fundamental level. Cheating architect, integration at 91%. Novel pathways forming between existing and new phonemes. Result: all integrated principles are beginning to transform into something else. Classification pending. First tongue proficiency update. Continued advancement as a perfect speaker with newly forged phonemes has unlocked additional capabilities. New capability: information extraction from complex, corrupted, or ancient domains. The first tongue has been utilized to study the Stoa of Dogmata and the corrupted vault of Jinungagapi. Purpose: to uncover the weavings of power used by entities in higher stages before differentiation. Discovery: ancient expressions of power predate modern methodology. Ancient expression identified. Aletheia. Classification: the surface depth equivalent, pre-differentiation era. Modern equivalent: assertion, meaning, unconcealment or truth revealed. Core principle: aletheia is the act of revealing a truth that was always present but hidden from perception. Unlike modern assertion, which requests existence's acknowledgement, aletheia operates on the understanding that truth is not created but uncovered. Key distinction: the speaker does not declare something to be true. They unveil what has always been true but was concealed. Philosophical foundation: truth exists independently of observation. The skilled practitioner simply removes the veil that hides it from others. Noah's eyes sharpened, right? Most the entities at this time used assertion, imposition, declaration, and embodiment for the surface depth, intermediate, fundamental, and absolute respectively. These were the modern expressions of power, the methods that entities in the current era utilize to exert their authority over reality. But the enemies he might face from times of or before differentiation were different. They utilized dogma, a more powerful form of imposition that he had already encountered. And now, ruination had uncovered the equivalent of what methods the truly powerful utilized for the fundamental and absolute stages. The surface depth ancient expression was deemed to be aletheia, but the ancient expressions of power above intermediate were something else entirely. Ancient expression identified, thesis, classification, the fundamental depth equivalent, pre-differentiation era. Modern equivalent, declaration, meaning, a placing or a proposition set forth. Core principle, thesis is the act of placing a new truth into existence that did not exist before and having it function as if it always had. It operates through philosophical proposition rather than raw authority. Characteristic straight face, creates temporary new principles by proposing them into existence. The proposition must be logically coherent within its own framework. Other entities can challenge a thesis through dialectic debate. A successfully challenged thesis collapses entirely, an unchallenged thesis becomes increasingly real over time, eventually solidifying into permanent truth. Philosophical foundation, thesis draws from the tradition of dialectic, where truth is arrived at through proposition and challenge. A thesis is not a declaration of power but an invitation to debate. If the proposition survives scrutiny, it earns its place in reality. Example application, I propose that within this space, strength is determined by wisdom, creates a temporary principle where physical power scales with intellectual understanding. If no entity can successfully argue against this proposition, it solidifies into local truth. Ancient expression identified, apophysis, classification, the absolute depth equivalent, pre-differentiation era, modern equivalent, embodiment. Meaning, denial or negative declaration. Core principle, apophysis is the most profound and paradoxical of the ancient expressions. It operates through negation, defining what something is by declaring what it is not. At its highest level, an entity using apophysis becomes so thoroughly defined by what they are not that they transcend normal limitation. Characteristic straight face, operates through systematic negation rather than positive declaration. I am not mortal is stronger than I am immortal because it eliminates the concept rather than opposing it. At its peak, an entity can negate the very concepts that could harm them. Can only be countered by an apophysis that negates the negation. Creating paradox, philosophical foundation. Apophysis comes from the tradition of negative theology, where many understood not by what it is but by what it is not. This approach recognizes that positive definitions always limit, while negation liberates. To say I am strong binds you to a concept of strength. To say I am not weak removes weakness without binding you to any particular definition of its opposite. Example application, I am not bound by causality. I am not subject to time. I am not limited by space. Each negation removes a fundamental constraint until the entity exists outside normal parameters entirely. They have not declared themselves free, they have simply removed the chains. Combat application, apophysis at its highest level is nearly unbeatable because there is nothing to attack. An entity who has negated enough of their definable qualities becomes something that cannot be targeted by conventional means. The only counter is to negate their negations, but this creates paradoxes that can destabilize local reality. Noah looked at the prompts with bright eyes. They were ridiculously heavy. Chapter 47:14, Archai 2. The implications alone made his mind race with possibilities. Thesis meant that fundamental depth entities from before differentiation didn't simply declare their truth into existence through overwhelming authority. They proposed it. They invited challenge. And if their logic held, if their framework was coherent, their truth became more real than anything a modern declaration could achieve, because it had been tested. Because it had survived scrutiny. Because existence itself had examined it and found no flaw. An apophysis was even more terrifying. Modern embodiment meant becoming what you were, fully and completely merging with the concept you represented. But apophysis was the opposite approach, achieving the same result through a different path. It meant unbecoming what you were not. Systematically removing every limitation, every constraint, every definition that could be used against you until you existed outside the boundaries that trapped other entities. An entity using apophysis didn't need to be stronger than their opponent, they simply needed to not be something their opponent could affect. Current capability assessment, based on your formless depth and current integration status. Straightface thesis, potentially possible with great exertion of your way and the elevation of your principles. Success rate variable based on the coherence of your propositions and the philosophical framework of your opponents. Partial embodiment/partial apophysis, currently impossible under normal circumstances unless your weight and immensity experiences significant increase. Exception: rare moments of existential epiphany or unique environmental factors may allow successful execution of partial embodiment or partial apophysis. Note, even this limited capability is a terrifying achievement brought to fruition solely by the nature of your formless depth. No other entity at your current stage could even approach these ancient expressions. Noah twirled the fragment of the axiom of mayhem as he read these prompts, feeling the pulsing power within his existence as he envisioned all the possibilities before him. The main differences were becoming clear to him now: declaration versus thesis. Both created truth, but through fundamentally different mechanisms. Declaration created through authority, through the raw weight of one's civilization imposing its reality upon existence. Thesis created through proposition, through logical coherence and philosophical framework. Declaration was harder to challenge directly but easier to overpower if you simply had more authority. Thesis was vulnerable to logical attack but became incredibly stable if left unchallenged. An entity from Ginnungagap or Muspelheim using thesis could potentially be defeated through debate rather than combat, but an entity using thesis that went unchallenged would have truth more solid than anything a modern declarer could achieve. An embodiment versus apophysis represented the same dichotomy at the highest level. A clash between them would create fundamental paradoxes, one entity saying, "I am this," while another said, "I am not that." In direct opposition could reshape local reality entirely. At such a time, beside Noah in the sea of blue gold manna, the figure of the holographic ruination appeared with an excited expression on her features. "Master, I've managed to break down what your principles could be distinguished as. I finished integrating the last few phonemes into them." Her face was brilliant and filled with enthusiasm as she spoke, and illusory diagrams began to form around her as she explained. "Your action of altering them and adding phonemes into them elevated them to an ancient form of principles that even Gino lifeforms or Muspelheim lifeforms won't necessarily have access to. So much has changed since before differentiation. The knowledge was lost. The methodology was forgotten. But from pushing the first tongue to permeate freely in the corrupted vault, more of this information has been obtained." The diagrams shifted and reformed, displaying complex linguistic structures that pulsed with power. The designation given is the undifferentiated principles. Archai classification overview. Before principles became the stable truths that govern modern observable existence, they existed in a fluid, undifferentiated state called archai, singular, archie. These are the raw building blocks of reality, principles that have not yet decided what they are. Core characteristics of archai straightface exist in superposition, capable of becoming any related principle until observed or claimed. Respond to the philosophical framework of whoever interacts with them, can be convinced to differentiate into specific principles through argumentation and demonstration. Extremely dangerous because their undefined nature means they could become anything, including something lethal. Highly valuable because claiming an archie allows one to shape what principle it becomes. Types of archai discovered: straightface, archie of becoming, undifferentiated principle of change, transformation, and potential. Could become principles of growth, decay, evolution, or destruction. Responds to philosophical arguments about the nature of change: archie of logos, undifferentiated principle of reason, word, and order. Could become principles of truth, language, logic, or structure. Responds to demonstrations of rational coherence: archie of nous, undifferentiated principle of mind, consciousness, and perception. Could become principles of thought, awareness, will, or memory. Responds to displays of mental clarity and purpose: archie of physis, undifferentiated principle of nature and inherent quality. Could become principles of element, essence, character, or being. Responds to authentic expression of one's true nature: archie of telos, undifferentiated principle of purpose and completion. Could become principles of apocalypse, destiny, goal, death, or fulfillment. Responds to clarity of purpose and direction. The waves of information were glorious ones, and ruination ended the presentation with even grander revelations. principal evolution status, your own principles are elevating to become undifferentiated principles. This transformation befits your undifferentiated self. This transformation befits the quality of your mana and your way. Your principles are becoming archai. Confirmed transformations in progress. Straight face, the archai of undifferentiated mana, the archai of perpetual harvest, the archai of cheating architect. Additional archai will bloom as integration continues. Practical application, these archai can be examined for effectiveness alongside the ancient expressions of dogma or thesis in the Stoa of Dogmata and Muspelheim. Note, you will be among the few entities since before differentiation to wield principles in their undifferentiated state. Even most Gena lifeforms and Muspelli lifeform and Othet types of lifeforms belonging to primordial realms may have lost access to them. Noah looked at all of these prompts with eyes that burned with blue gold light, archai, undifferentiated principles that had not yet decided what they were. His perpetual harvest was becoming something that could be growth or decay or evolution or destruction depending on how he chose to express it. His cheating architect was becoming something that could bend rules in ways that hadn't been defined yet. His undifferentiated mana was becoming the archie of mana itself. The raw building block from which all mana-based principles could potentially emerge. Against modern opponents who used rigid, differentiated principles, he would be able to shift and adapt in ways they couldn't anticipate. Against ancient opponents who might recognize what archai were, he would be speaking a language they understood but hadn't heard in eons. Either way, he had advantages that no one else, or very few, currently possessed. Chapter 47:15, Archai 3, Archai, for Noah, who had been looking to streamline his power so that he didn't have so many different aspects of things that he didn't utilize, the archai were actually a profound and unique solution. Undifferentiated principles that could become anything their grander concept represented. This might even be a way to think about how he could bring down his 159 the stanchions of infinity. What use was such a high number when he only continued to utilize fully a select few of them? The stanchions were powerful, yes. Each one represented a facet of his authority, a pillar supporting the vast structure of his civilization. But having 159 pillars meant that most of them stood unused, gathering metaphysical dust while only a handful bore the actual weight of his advancement. It was inefficient. It was cluttered. And in a realm where clarity of purpose strengthened one's way, clutter was a liability. If he could condense multiple stanchions into single archai that encompassed all their related concepts, he would lose nothing while gaining coherence. A single archie of apocalypse could replace a dozen stanchions related to damage, annihilation, entropy, and collapse. A single archie of Genesis could replace another dozen related to beginning, formation, growth, and manifestation. Fewer pillars. Greater stability. More profound expression. Well, it was something to consider for later. As he thought about all of this, he focused on the main matter at hand, which, at the end of the day, remained his immensity and weight paired up with knowledge of himself and his formless depth, and the two directions now were Muspelheim and the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap. He was already in the vault. So he simply had to make his entrance into Muspelheim. Is transfer to Muspelheim already possible? Yes, Master. Ruination's response came with accompanying diagrams that illustrated the pathway she had prepared. Muspelheim itself is similar to the early veiled shore of the creature or the Infiniverse in that the corrupting effects of the fallout did not manage to permeate throughout fully. The primordial flames that define that realm acted as a natural barrier against the entropic decay that consumes so much else. That is how I was able to begin spreading the influence of our first tongue for a few gigaparsecs already to begin gathering information in Muspelheim. The diagrams shifted, showing a crystalline structure forming in the space between realms. The entry into that primordial realm uniquely is going to be through a pathway that forms into a blue-gold monolith. A dungeon that you and your forces can use to enter as a doorway. Noah shook his head at this as he smiled. A dungeon. He remembered how in the Blue Planet, countless monoliths had appeared as dungeons to facilitate gateways for the invasion of the forces of the demons and beasts. Those towering structures had torn through the fabric of the Blue Planet's reality, allowing armies to pour through from other realms when dungeon breaks occurred. They had been instruments of conquest, tools of imperialism wielded by forces that viewed humanity as nothing more than resources to be harvested. And now, here they were. He was the one creating the monolith. He was the one opening the gateway. He was the one preparing to send forces through to claim territory that didn't belong to him. Existence turned, and those who had once been conquered became conquerors in their own right. He breathed out at this moment as he raised his hand and felt the waves of blue-gold brilliance cascading through them. The Primus Mana responded to his will, swirling around his fingers like loyal servants eager to fulfill any command, but eagerness wasn't enough. He needed more immensity and weight of his existence so that he could continue to support his formless depth to be capable of doing the things that others could not even imagine. He needed more fragments of the Moirai threads to get to 9 so that he could have a full simulation until potential death. He needed to do many things, and he knew he wasn't the only one moving rapidly across existence at this moment. The creature was not sitting still, nor was the living paradox, nor was the primordial chaos. He was not the only one that could get stronger. All the others had been preparing for eons for this eruption of power. They had laid foundations while he was still learning what mana even was. They had built civilizations long before he was struggling to survive his first apocalypse. They had accumulated weight and immensity across timescales that made his entire existence look like a single breath in an eternal conversation. Who knew whether the creature or the living paradox were already close to attaining the second scale of existence? There was no sitting still in such a terrifying environment. Also, at this moment, even though it was hard, he would send another body to roam the wastes of the Fallout for the sole purpose of mapping and seeing if he could more easily locate Lumavara, Ulmareth, the fisherman, and others who had backed his way. They had likely been scattered when the chaos erupted. Finding them again was crucial, not just for the power they represented but because they had trusted him, and he didn't abandon those who trusted him. Alongside that, let's go. To Muspelheim, his voice carried the weight of decision. The finality of a course chosen and committed to, the living spirit will be good practice for the living elemental and the future absolutes, and whether they can be toppled. Get Protos, Kor, Sigrid, Arezon, and all the others who have attained the to also join me soon. Their depths will need to be forged in hardship and blood. He paused, another thought crystallizing. Oh, and proceed to set another anchor point here. Understood. He gave the order as his body began to be wrapped in a brilliant blue-gold light. His eyes remained brilliant and piercing as he thought of countless possibilities, of battles to come and enemies to face and truths to uncover. The light wrapped around him and solidified into a radiant crystalline monolith structure. A gateway of his own making that would serve as the doorway to conquest, and his entire figure disappeared. Capitulo 47:16. Where is he? Across the wastes of the Fallout, in a region filled with ash and flames and chaos, a graceful figure moved through the devastation with purpose that refused to waver. Lumavara, her radiant humanoid form blazed against the surrounding darkness, an ethereal tail of pure light trailing behind her like banners of defiance. Fox-like features adorned a face of terrible beauty, with eyes that burned with golden blue luminescence and ears that swept back through hair that seemed woven from captured starlight. Her brilliance illuminated the surrounding ash. Pushing back the oppressive gloom that pervaded this cursed region, distinct signatures of mana permeated across her way of light, that blue-gold thread woven into her essence, the gift her master had bestowed upon her, pulsed with steady rhythm as she used it to guide her search. It was a beacon and a compass both, connecting her to something greater than herself even in this realm of isolation. At this moment, she had a stern gaze as she moved across the wastes while trying to follow signatures of mana. Trying to locate her master in a region that did not allow for communication or teleportation, the wastes scrambled everything. They twisted space and severed connections. They made the simple act of finding someone into an ordeal that could take years or decades or longer. But she was determined, and she knew the others that she had recruited in the belly of existence would be trying to do the same. All the entities she had touched with the gift of mana, all those who had sworn themselves to her master's way, they were out there. Searching. Refusing to give up, and so, she continued on. A few minutes later, as she crossed a region of volcanic flames where the very ground bled fire and the air itself seemed to burn, her expression shifted. It became serious. Her golden blue eyes narrowed as she looked behind her, her tail spreading wide in instinctive readiness. She sensed it before she saw it. The vibrant aura of multiple entities appearing. Each of them carrying different depths of power that pressed against her senses like physical weight, and then she saw them. The figure that emerged first from the flames was magnificent in a way that demanded acknowledgement. She did not know him, but this was a Gilgamesh. He strode through the volcanic chaos as if it were a pleasant garden, his form radiating authority that predated civilizations. His features were carved from something older than mere flesh, a face of terrible beauty shining with glory, golden hair swept back from a brow that had worn crowns when crowns still meant something. His eyes blazed with the light of Genesis principles. He wore armor that seemed grown rather than forged. Plates of paradoxical gold and obsidian that shifted between states of being as if unable to decide what they truly were. And in his bearing, in every step he took, there was the unmistakable weight of fundamental depth, a leader among leaders. Behind him, 18 early creatures lined up like majestic titans. They burned with the surface and intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty, their forms massive and terrible in their grandeur. Paradoxical obsidian gold armor adorned their bodies, matching their leader's aesthetic in a display of unified purpose, but that wasn't what made Lumavara's blood run cold. Two of these intermediate depth early creatures held obsidian spears. And mounted on those spears were severed heads, the heads of collapsed entities that seemed to be pulsing still with residual waves of their ways that had glimmers of mana, that blue gold thread. That gift. That connection to her master, and the figure of Gilgamesh himself was grasping in his hand a chain that bundled a man whose way burned with light and mana. The chained entity's body was on the edge of collapse, his form flickering between states of existence as if it couldn't decide whether it was still alive or already dead. His eyes, when they met Lumavara's, held nothing but apology. She recognized him, she recognized them all, the heads on the spears. The chained being. All her followers that she had exposed to mana in the belly of existence. Although she had told to find the master should they get separated, her responsibility, her failure, Lumavara roared out with fury that made the volcanic flames recoil. Light exploded from her form, now 9 tails blazing with radiance that turned the surrounding ash to glass. The signature of mana within her burned brighter than it ever had, responding to her rage with equal intensity. Gilgamesh looked at her calmly, his expression didn't change. His posture didn't shift. He regarded her outburst the way one might regard a particularly loud insect, with mild interest and no concern whatsoever. We have been searching for the signatures of mana and coming across lesser things constantly. His voice was deep and resonant, carrying the weight of ages in every syllable. It was the voice of a king who had ruled when kingship was absolute, when his word was law and his judgment was final. You seem a bit stronger than the rest. You must be his stronger follower. He tilted his head slightly, studying her with eyes that had witnessed the birth of many things. Do you know the whereabouts of your master? Do you know where this man is? An illusory image appeared between them, the scale breaker, the blue-gold brilliance that surrounded him. The eyes that held depths that even Gilgamesh couldn't fully fathom. The first leader looked at the image, then at the chained intermediate depth entity, then at the collapsed heads on spears held by his subordinates. The others kept their mouths sealed tightly. There was no satisfaction in his voice. No cruelty. Just statement of fact. I hope you won't be the same. I take no pleasure in cruelty or torture, but Osmond must be found. He stepped forward, and the volcanic flames parted around him like servants clearing a path for royalty. So, little fox. The one whose signature you currently carry, that glimmer of blue in your way, do you know where he is? Can you sense him? As he spoke, multiple Genesis principles seated around his body, manifesting as countless weapons that materialized from nothing. Swords and spears and axes and halberds, each one a phantasm that had shaped history, each one capable of annihilating lesser entities through concept alone. His fundamental depth weight crashed out like a billowing sea, pressing down upon the region with authority that demanded submission. The volcanic flames bent toward him as if in worship. The ash swirled in patterns that echoed ancient script. Gilgamesh! Gilgamesh! Gilgamesh, and Lumavara roared out in defiance. Light and mana erupted from her in a glorious pillar of brilliance that shot toward the burning sky. Her 9 tails spread wide, each one becoming a blade of pure radiance. Her way expanded outward, pushing back against his weight with everything she had. She would not kneel, and she would not speak, and if she died here, she would die without betraying the one who had given her purpose. Her eyes flickered with defiance as truly, she had hoped to at least see him again after all these eons. To relieve how he protected her in the infinite unfurling. Capitulo 47:17, Depth. The concept had existed long before cultivators gave it a name, long before philosophers debated its meaning in quiet gardens and mountain temples. It was woven into the very fabric of existence itself, a truth so fundamental that most entities never recognized it even as they lived within its embrace. Effortless action. Consider water. It does not struggle against the rock in its path. It does not rage and scream and demand that the obstacle remove itself. It simply flows around, finding the path of least resistance while never abandoning its destination. Given enough time, that gentle pressure carves canyons. Given enough persistence, that soft yielding reshapes mountains. Wu Wei was the understanding that true effectiveness came not from forcing outcomes but from responding spontaneously and appropriately to situations as they arose. It was the recognition that existence had its own momentum, its own currents and flows, and that fighting against those currents exhausted one's strength while achieving nothing, but moving with them, adding one's own intention to the existing flow. That was how empires were built and destinies were shaped. This did not mean complete passivity or resignation. The water still moved. The water still sought the sea. The water still carried within it the power to erode stone and flood valleys and reshape the very face of the world. Wu Wei was not about doing nothing. It was about doing the right thing at the right time in the right way, without wasted effort, without unnecessary struggle, without the friction that came from opposing the natural order. It was responsive, non-coercive action, a persistent, gentle pressure that never relented but never forced, across observable existence. Those entities that had achieved the greatest heights understood this truth even if they called it by different names. They did not fight against the currents of fate. They read those currents, understood them, and then positioned themselves to be carried where they wished to go. They made themselves into vessels that the flow of existence itself wanted to fill. The struggles that consumed lesser entities, the raging against circumstances, the desperate grasping for control, these were the hallmarks of those who had not yet learned. They exhausted themselves pushing against doors that opened inward. They broke themselves against walls that had doorways just to the side, but those who understood Wu Wei, they arrived at their destinations fresh and ready, having spent no more energy than the journey required. Existence did not reward force. It rewarded alignment. It rewarded those who understood that the greatest power was not the power to impose one's will upon reality, but the power to recognize which way reality was already flowing and to add one's weight to that flow. Now, Noah always went with the flow. Whatever happened, he reacted and moved accordingly. There were primordial realms connected to the oldest paradox of existence. Okay, the Infiniverse had made a partial embodiment and connected herself to Muspelheim as she now actively devoured it, and it needed to be conquered to make this process even faster. Okay, he didn't rage against circumstances. He didn't demand that reality reshape itself to match his expectations. He simply observed what was, understood its currents and flows, and then positioned himself to move with maximum effectiveness. He flowed like water, like a gentle, pounding pressure that would always find a way. And so, Houm, he materialized outside of a massively rising blue-gold monolith within Muspelheim. His form coalesced from streams of azure and golden light, the signature of his undifferentiated mana painting itself across the primordial skies like a declaration written in fire. He wore robes that seemed woven from crystallized starlight, fabric that shifted between states of matter as if unable to decide what it truly was. His features were sharp and angular, holding a type of beauty that was more conceptual than physical, the face of someone who had transcended the need for conventional appearance but chose to maintain one anyway. His eyes burned with blue-gold brilliance, depths within them that seemed to contain entire folds, and around him, Muspelheim spread in all its ancient glory. The landscape was mana and flames given form and purpose. Obsidian plains stretched toward horizons that blazed with eternal flames, their surfaces reflecting light that had burned since before differentiation. Mountains of crystallized magma rose like monuments to forgotten titans, their peaks wreathed in smoke that carried whispers of the first tongue. Rivers of molten gold carved channels through the darkness. The sky above was not a sky at all but an endless ocean, currents of seafire dancing in choreography that had been perfected over eons, and Noah could see gigaparsecs away. The auras of many powerful entities across the depths of absolute sovereignty blazed like signal fires in the distance. Muspelly life forms moved. And opposing them, different but equally powerful, the forces of the living spirit marshaled. As Noah looked at all of them, prompts bloomed before him. Welcome to Muspelheim, primordial realm of the first spark. Status, pre-differentiation domain, partially corrupted by the fallout at peripheral regions. Indigenous population, Muspelly life forms, native speakers of the first tongue. Detected entities within sensory range. Straight face. The surface depth signatures, 166. The intermediate depth signatures, 34. The fundamental depth signatures, 5. Half-step absolute depth signatures, 1. The living spirit, first tongue saturation, 94.7%, highest recorded outside of Jinungagap. Warning, indigenous population possesses inherent sensitivity to first tongue authority hierarchies. From her position among the obsidian spires, Sertra watched the newcomer's entrance with eyes that had witnessed the birth of many things. She did not know who he was. His depth was unreadable, masked behind something that her senses couldn't penetrate, but then her existence began to buzz. The makeup of her phonemes, those fundamental building blocks of the first tongue that were woven into every muspelly lifeform, began to pulse. They vibrated at frequencies she had never felt before, resonating with something in that distant figure's presence like tuning forks responding to a perfect pitch, and she understood, this was a quality unique to muspelly lifeforms, this sensitivity to the first tongue's hierarchy. It showed who among them held the most authority with the primordial language, who had mastered more phonemes, who had gone deeper into the linguistic foundations of reality itself. When a greater speaker appeared, the lesser speakers felt it in their very being. At this moment, Sertra could feel that the grand entity who had just appeared held the highest authority over the first tongue, not just high. The highest, higher than any muspelly lifeform she had ever encountered. Higher than the ancient masters she knew of in other locations in Muspelheim who had preserved the first tongue through eons of isolation. Higher than anyone had any right to be, he should be the glorious entity that laid the claim. She couldn't be entirely sure because she could not sense his depth. But the first tongue never lied. The resonance in her phonemes could not be faked or manufactured. Either this entity held supreme authority over their sacred language, or reality itself had begun to deceive them, and reality did not deceive muspelly lifeforms about the first tongue. So at this moment, Sertra raised her arms toward the burning sky. Her form blazing with obsidian flames that had been kindled before differentiation separated the realms. Let the bells of Muspelheim ring loudly. Her voice carried in the first tongue, each phoneme resonating through the primordial realm like bells struck by the hand of destiny, signal to all the others that the one who laid the claim that no others have been able to do has appeared. After eons of waiting, the one we were promised has come. Boom! The moment her words ended, the other muspelly lifeforms reacted. Brilliant obsidian flames shot above from positions scattered across gigaparsecs of primordial landscape. Each flame was a voice, a confirmation, a recognition of what Sertra had proclaimed. They rose from the obsidian plains and the crystallized mountains and the banks of molten rivers, each one carrying the signature of a muspelly lifeform who had felt the same resonance in their phonemes. And then the epic scene truly unfolded. Obsidian flames began to dance in the endless skies of Muspelheim. They wove patterns that spelled out words in the first tongue, proclamations visible across the entire realm. They rang with frequencies that were not quite sound and not quite light but something more fundamental than either. As if they catalyzed a reaction, even more flames manifested. The sky itself seemed to catch fire in a new way, the eternal burning intensifying into something that was less combustion and more celebration. The flames danced and rang in a unique symphony that began to spread out across Muspelheim, each new voice joining the chorus until the entire primordial realm vibrated with the message. The one who laid the claim had appeared. After eons of waiting, he had come. As the sound and flames reached past the monolith Noah had just appeared in, his eyes shone with recognition. Prompts appeared in front of him, translating what he was witnessing into terms he could fully comprehend. Cultural context, the bells of Muspelheim. Throughout the history of muspelly lifeforms, every fundamental aspect of existence has been claimed by one entity or another. Existence claimed. Paradox claimed. Chaos claimed. Sovereignty claimed. Every great truth, every foundational concept, every pillar upon which observable existence rests has been laid claim to by some the entity, but the first tongue has never been claimed, the language that predates all languages. The phonemes from which all expression ultimately derives. The foundation of communication itself. No entity had ever possessed the authority to lay claim to it because no entity has ever mastered it fully enough to do so. The muspelly lifeforms, as native speakers of the first tongue, have waited for this moment since their cognizance. They believed that one day, an entity would arise who could lay the claim that none others could make. Your way is the way of the first tongue. Current status, the bells of Muspelheim are ringing. The flames of Muspelheim are dancing as they believe the one who laid the claim has been proclaimed. Note, this title carries immense weight among muspelly lifeforms. They may view you as a prophesied figure rather than merely a powerful invader about to consume Muspelheim. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he looked at these prompts. Possibilities flashed in his mind. Existence flowed. The gentle pressure of water against stone, given enough time, accomplished what brute force never could. And Noah smiled as he began to descend toward the obsidian plains where the muspelly lifeforms waited with flames of welcome rather than flames of war. The living spirit gazed towards him with a calm gaze as things were likely about to get very chaotic, but he wanted to see. There were so many things he wanted to try out as he wanted to see. Chapter 47:18, Depth. 2. The unique sensation of the formless depth across his body continued to be an extremely odd one as Noah descended alone toward the citadel of vibrant pillars surrounded by the forces of the living spirit. The best way he could explain the formless depth was an extremely cooling, vibrant sensation of power. It flowed through him like liquid starlight, touching every aspect of his existence with its impossible quality. The phonemes of the first tongue and logos and philologies inside of him reinforced his foundation even faster than before, each one humming with increased efficiency as if the formless depth gave them permission to operate beyond their normal limits. His organ of civilization and heart pumped even denser and grander, the blue-gold mana coursing through channels that seemed to widen and deepen with every passing moment, and his mental state, the formless depth, seemed to amplify a sense of calmness and arrogance that seemed unmatched. It wasn't the arrogance of delusion or the calmness of ignorance. It was something deeper, something that emerged from the fundamental truth of what he had become. As if his depth was telling his existence that regardless of what would be thrown at him in the future, he had to domineeringly and calmly get through it. After all, he had the formless depth. It was why he freely floated ahead at this moment, even though a half-step absolute depth, the living spirit, was looking at him from the citadel below. Multiple fundamental depth entities surrounded that being like generals attending their emperor. Tens of intermediate depth spirits formed ranks behind them, their combined weight enough to crush lesser civilizations into dust, and his weight and immensity, in their eyes, may only be categorized as intermediate, if they could feel it at all. Yet he still felt calmness and freedom from worry in all this. The formless depth was ecstatic and dangerous, and he had to be careful with it. Likely, even if he came across the creature right now, he felt like he would only gaze upon him calmly and even think he could take him on, eventually, yes. But right now, the results would truly be very different. The creature had accumulated weight and immensity across timescales that made Noah's existence look like a candle flame compared to a star. The living paradox had consumed the primordial paradox and claimed authority over the concept of contradiction itself. The primordial chaos had been spreading entropy since before differentiation separated the realms. Noah was powerful, but he wasn't delusional, not yet, anyway, but this was the potential his depth held. The grandness and immensity to even look upon the creature, the primordial chaos. And the living paradox, and say, so what? That potential would be realized in time. For now, he had lesser enemies to educate. As he approached the citadel, he felt one of the fundamental depth spirits near the living spirit speak a few words to their leader. The massive presence that was the living spirit seemed to consider for a moment, then nodded with glacial deliberation. And this terrifying thing, this fundamental depth entity, began to float up toward him. The spirit that rose to meet Noah was a nightmare given form and purpose. Its body was a twisted amalgamation of concepts that should never have been combined. The core of its being resembled an Udug demon of ancient terror. A massive humanoid form that stood 3 times Noah's height with skin that seemed carved from solidified shadows. Its face was a mask of cruel angles and sharp ridges, with 7 eyes arranged in a pattern that suggested malevolent intelligence and 12 horns that curved backward from its skull like a crown of darkness. But this was no mere demon, this was a spirit that had achieved the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty. Its form flickered between states of being, solid one moment and ethereal the next, as if it couldn't decide whether it wanted to be matter or energy or something else entirely. Chains of gray light wrapped around its arms and torso, not as restraints but as weapons, each link containing the compressed essence of subjugated ways. Its hands ended in claws that seemed to cut through space itself, leaving trails of darkness in their wake, and the weight that radiated from it, that weight pressed down upon Noah like the judgment of ancient fiends. The spirit stopped 100 meters from him, its 7 eyes all focusing on his form with expressions that ranged from contempt to curiosity to hunger. Are you supposed to be the reinforcement of these flaming giants? Its voice was like grinding stone mixed with screaming wind, carrying waves that made the air itself recoil. Do you even know who you stand against? If you did, you would at least not hide your depth. The spirit tilted its head, those 7 eyes narrowing. You aren't cowering and shitting yourself before my weight, so you should be fundamental? Let me show you the difference in our depths so that an ant like you knows just who you face. At such words, waves of obsidian gray light buzzed from the spirit's form as its way bombarded Noah with crushing authority. The weight of the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty descended upon him like a mountain range collapsing, like the pressure at the bottom of an infinite ocean, like the grinding of tectonic plates that cared nothing for what was caught between them. But Noah remained floating, even as such a terrifying weight descended on him. His position didn't waver. His expression didn't change. His eyes continued to regard the spirit with that calm, almost lazy attention that seemed entirely inappropriate for someone facing a fundamental depth entity. Archie of Perpetual Harvest. Active response. The budding Archie of Perpetual Harvest is exerting tremendous effort to process incoming authority. Current function: oppressive force redirection and conversion. Result: only 10% of pressure directed against you is actually received. The remaining 90% is being converted into harvestable essence and fed back into your reserves. The spirit seems very committed to feeding you. I'm not sure he understands what's happening, but his dedication to making you stronger is almost touching. Sustainability: current harvest rate exceeds drain rate. You are technically profiting from this assault. Noah blinked as he looked at the prompts. Was ruination also becoming influenced by the arrogance and calmness of his formless depth? Her prompts seemed a bit freer. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the fundamental depth entity before him even more closely. Lens of civilization activated, and information crystallized before him. Entity analysis: Galtharak the subjugator. Classification: Utag spirit variant, elder form. Depth: the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty. Distinction: the terror of chains. Way: the way of subjugation. Principle: straight face. Principle of binding. Principle of domination. Principle of fear manifestation. Principle of authority theft. Civilization: the chained collective. 14,847 subjugated entities. Notable capabilities: can temporarily steal aspects of defeated opponents' ways. Chain constructs possess semi-autonomous hunting behavior. Fear aura intensifies against those who recognize his reputation. Weakness assessment: heavily reliant on psychological warfare. Actual combat capability, while formidable, does not match the terror his reputation suggests. After he looked at this, Noah still felt his body buzzing somewhat. The fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty was still not a walk in the park for him at this moment. Regardless of how much the Archie of Perpetual Harvest mitigated, the pressure that did get through was still immense, still taxing, still demanding. He stayed freely in the skies right now, but the moment this entity made a true declaration, they might be able to knock him down or he would be forced to use the fragment of the axiom of mayhem. But he truly wanted to test the limits of his own power in budding Archie. Chapter 47:19, Depth 3. At this moment, his mind buzzed with glory as he cycled everything he had to utter out, something that only fundamental depth entities could produce. He formed a thesis in his mind. The process was heavy. It demanded everything he had and more. His philologies began to restructure themselves, arranging into patterns that he had only just learned existed. The phonemes of the first tongue vibrated at frequencies that pushed against the boundaries of what his current immensity could support. His logos blazed with blue-gold fire as they prepared to serve as the framework for something that should have been beyond his reach. The drain on his reserves was immediate and staggering, but the formless depth held firm. It told him that this was possible, that the normal rules didn't apply to him, that if he wanted to speak with the voice of fundamental depth, then he would speak with the voice of fundamental depth, and reality could adjust its expectations accordingly. He opened his eyes. Above his head, the grimoire of infinite lexicons manifested and opened its pages, each one blazing with phonemes that had never been observed before. The book rotated slowly, its presence announcing that what came next was not mere words but linguistic law being written into existence. He would write his thesis in his book, and Noah spoke. I propose that within Muspelheim, only those to whom I grant permission may draw power from the first tongue, HUUM. The words emerged not as sound but as truth-seeking validation. All others who attempt to access its authority shall find their connections severed, their phonemes silenced, their foundations denied. This is my thesis. Let reality examine it and find no flaw. It was a terrifying thesis, and the moment he uttered it, the response was immediate. Around Noah, lines of logos and philologies vibrated with frequencies that made space itself hum in sympathy. From him, a blast of blue-gold light erupted and cascaded across Muspelheim, spreading outward at speeds that defied conventional measurement. The light touched everything, Muspelly life forms and spirit armies alike, testing and categorizing and implementing. The demon spirit Galtharak watched this display with an expression that shifted rapidly. Who do you think you are to declare such a thing? His voice thundered with outrage, his chains rattling as they prepared to strike. And yet before he fully finished his words, he felt a change. His expression became astonished, then shocked, then somber, then incredulous as he looked toward Noah. Something fundamental had shifted in his connection to power. Something that had always been there, so constant that he had never noticed it, was suddenly different. Diminished. Restricted. At the same time, prompts bloomed before Noah with comprehensive detail. Thesis Actualization Report. Thesis: within Muspelheim, only those to whom I grant permission may draw power from the first tongue. Status: partially applied. Coverage: current region of Muspelheim, approximately 0.3% of total realm. Resource expenditure: approximately 67% of available immensity was utilized in initial actualization. Achievement: you have taken a true step toward utilizing the power of someone who has laid a claim on an aspect of the oldest paradox of existence. The first tongue recognizes your authority to regulate its access within your sphere of influence. Congratulations on telling reality that you get to decide who speaks its oldest language. Thesis effects on non-permitted targets. Core principle: mana is the authority behind everything. All principles are composed of phonemes of the first tongue. All ways and civilizations, regardless of their specialized forms, ultimately draw their power from this primordial source. By severing access to the first tongue, you have cut non-permitted entities off from the foundation upon which all their power rests. Specific effects: straight face, mana flow, reduced by 100% within coverage area. Non-permitted entities cannot draw upon ambient mana or channel it through their systems. Their reserves drain without replenishment. Principal function: all principles rely on phonemes for their operation. Without access to the first tongue, principles operate at approximately 45% efficiency as they struggle to function on stored reserves alone. Way expression: ways are specialized forms of the first tongue. Non-permitted entities find their way partially muted, operating at roughly 50% of normal output. Authority regeneration: without access to the first tongue's ambient power, authority regeneration drops by approximately 65%. Non-permitted entities are burning fuel they cannot replace. Civilization functions: civilizations draw power from mana to fuel their operations. Any civilization features within coverage areas cease drawing new power and begin depleting reserves. Cumulative effect: non-permitted entities operating at approximately 45 to 55% of their normal capability, with this percentage decreasing over time as reserves drain without replenishment. Note: Galthurak appears to have just realized his chains no longer rattle with the same enthusiasm. Thesis challenge window: as per the ancient expression of thesis, other entities may challenge this proposition through dialectic debate. If successfully challenged, the thesis collapses entirely. Current challenge status: no challenges registered. The spirit seems too busy being shocked to form a coherent philosophical argument. If thesis remains unchallenged, gradual solidification into local truth. After sufficient time without successful challenge, the thesis will become permanent law within its coverage area, no longer requiring your immensity to maintain. Strategic assessment: the spirit before you has just lost roughly half his effective power and is slowly losing more. He knows it, he knows you did it, he does not know how, whether you can do it again, or how long it will last. As Noah read the prompts explaining his thesis, he felt the drain on his immensity. It was substantial, yes. The cost of proposing such an audacious truth into existence was not small, but he also felt that drain rapidly being refilled. The Archie of Perpetual Harvest continued its work, converting the ambient first tongue energy in the region into harvestable essence. The very language he had just claimed authority over was now feeding his recovery. The more his enemies relied on the first tongue, the more they powered his restoration. He looked toward the fundamental depth spirit before him. Galthurak's 7 eyes were wide with an emotion that looked remarkably like fear. His chains hung limply at his sides, no longer rattling with eager violence. The weight that had pressed down upon Noah moments ago had diminished to something almost ignorable. Noah smiled calmly. "You asked who I am." His voice carried across the burning skies of Muspelheim, reaching not just Galthurak but the living spirit far behind in his armies and the giants of the Muspelly lifeforms who watched from their positions. "Allow me to introduce myself." He floated forward slightly, his robes of crystallized starlight shifting around him like the mantle of a king. "I am someone who can question whether your existence should even be before me." The words were casual, almost lazy, as if he were discussing the weather rather than the fundamental nature of reality. "Now, since you have brought yourself to me, I will leave your existence intact if you present your civilization to me and kneel in apology." He paused, letting the offer hang in the air. Otherwise, his eyes met Galthurak's 7 with perfect calm. "Your depth, regardless of where it is at, will face collapse today." He said these words calmly and casually, as if making such a threat to a fundamental depth entity was the most natural thing in existence. As if he did this every day. As if the being before him was not the terror of chains but merely an inconvenience that had placed itself in his path, Galtharak stared at him in astonishment. The living spirit, far behind in the citadel, shifted its massive presence in a way that suggested sudden and intense interest, and then a frown as the effect of the thesis exerted itself here. The one who laid the claim had not merely arrived, he had announced his authority in a way that none of them could deny. Chapter 47:20, Depth. For the terror of chains, Galtharak, his gaze was heavy as he stared at the entity who had shockingly uttered out what looked to be a declaration, but seemed to be so much more than that. They proclaimed not giving permission to others utilizing the first tongue, for the declaration to actually stay, for it to take hold and begin affecting reality itself. What did that mean regarding this being whose depth could not be discerned? He couldn't be half-step absolute depth or absolute, right? Such beings were rare beyond measure. The living spirit was half-step absolute, and his presence alone had been enough to subjugate the muscly lifeforms here and claim dominion over vast swaths of this primordial territory. If another being of similar caliber had arrived, Galtharak would have sensed it. The weight of such existence couldn't be hidden, and yet, this entity's depth was unreadable. His power was masked behind something that Galtharak's senses couldn't penetrate. And the declaration he had just made was functioning. Actually functioning, even if he was fundamental. How was his declaration affecting Galtharak so severely? How could he command the first tongue like so? He didn't even seem like a muscly lifeform. Galtharak's 7 eyes flickered toward the living spirit, who remained floating near the citadel far below. At the same time, he sent a private message through channels that only those bound to the living spirit's civilization could access. Sir, what shall I do here? My way seems to be in peril as we cannot properly gauge this being. Could he be at your level? The message carried his genuine concern, his confusion, his request for guidance. He had served the living spirit faithfully for eons. He had subjugated countless entities in his master's name. He had earned the right to ask for counsel in moments of uncertainty, but the living spirit did not reply. The silence stretched for one heartbeat. 2. 3. Galtharak's expression became even heavier as understanding dawned. The Sir wanted to use him to test things out. The living spirit was observing, waiting, allowing his subordinate to probe the enemy's capabilities so that he could gauge the threat without exposing himself to unknown danger. It was a logical strategy. It was a cold strategy. It was exactly what Galtharak himself would have done in his master's position, but that didn't make it any less bitter to be the one used as the probe. Still, Galtharak had lived for long eons upon eons of existence had taught him many things. Pride was useful when it served survival. Pride was a liability when it didn't. Lesser beings, those young fools who had accumulated power without wisdom, would bellow out in rage at an enemy who had somehow made a declaration that caused them to lose access to the first tongue. They would attack blindly, seeking to prove their superiority through force, and they would die. Galtharak had not survived this long by being a fool. His chains fell silent at his sides. His 7 eyes closed, one by one, until only the central eye remained open. And then, in a movement that seemed to defy everything his title represented, "It seems I have, in haste, stood against someone I did not understand." His voice emerged calm and measured, carrying none of the earlier contempt. "For this transgression, I shall kneel in apology." And then the terror of chains, the fundamental depth entity whose very name had made civilizations tremble, whose chains had bound countless ways and dragged them into servitude, whose existence had been synonymous with conquest and domination for longer than most entities had existed, knelt. His massive form descended from its hovering position, obsidian gray limbs folding beneath him as he lowered himself before Noah. His 12 horns, which had always pointed proudly toward the heavens, now angled toward the burning earth of Muspelheim. His chains pooled around him like the shed skin of a serpent, no longer weapons but mere accessories. However, Galtharak continued, his voice still measured, "Presenting my way is a bit harder. It is intertwined with my civilization and with those I have bound over the eons. To present it would be to unravel everything I have built. I hope this apology will suffice for the moment while we discuss terms." Silence descended upon this region of Muspelheim. The muspelly lifeforms stared in disbelief, their obsidian flames flickering with confusion. The armies of the living spirit wavered in their formations. Intermediate depth entities exchanged uncertain glances. The other fundamental depth spirits near the citadel shifted uncomfortably, their certainties shaken by the sight of one of their own abandoning pride so completely. And the living spirit himself, his expression showed coldness and a trace of anger. The massive presence that dominated this region of Muspelheim rippled with displeasure that made the air itself grow heavy. He had wanted Galthorak to engage, to probe, to reveal the stranger's capabilities through combat. Instead, his subordinate had surrendered without a single exchange of power. He had learned nothing new. Noah looked at this powerful demon before him as he wholly did not expect this. Where was the pride and arrogance that he had always come to know? Every enemy he had faced, from the lowest beast world invader to the mightiest the entities, had met him with certainty in their own superiority. They had attacked first and questioned never. They had died with confusion in their eyes, never understanding how someone of lesser apparent power had overcome them. But this one had actually thought, this one had assessed the situation, recognized the danger, and chosen survival over pride. Were those of higher depth so perceptive and so protective of their ways that they actually moved with logic? It was almost disappointing, almost. Submission recognition protocol, through the brilliance of your way and actions. You have caused a fundamental depth entity to kneel before your grandeur, entity affected, Galthorak the subjugator, action, voluntary submission and apology. Consequence, the way and civilization of Galthorak will never be capable of proudly standing up before you. This is not a limitation you imposed. This is a limitation he imposed upon himself by choosing to kneel. His own existence now recognizes you as superior, and that recognition cannot be undone through force alone, regardless of depth. Combined effect assessment straightface, previous limitation, your thesis restricts his access to the first tongue, reducing his capability to approximately 50%. New limitation. His voluntary submission reduces his capability to stand against you specifically by an additional factor. Result, Galthorak can only express approximately 10% of his depth and immensity. Against you. The terror of chains has successfully terrorized himself into impotence against you. Harvest drawn, infinite potential has been granted for this action. Your weight continues to increase. Chapter 47:21, Depth. The action was a glorious and heavy one. Noah had come here prepared for battle. He had expected to test his thesis against fundamental depth resistance, to see how his archive performed under pressure, to learn the limits of his formless depth through conflict. Instead, his enemy had simply surrendered. It felt anticlimactic, it felt -wuuu. At such a pivotal moment, a terrifying aura bloomed. Noah's eyes flashed coldly as even though he moved, it was still too fast. It was half-step absolute depth making a move, and it was undeniable. Boom, before anything could even be perceived or seen, an immense pressure smacked Noah from the skies and forcefully pushed him down. The weight was beyond anything Galthorak had produced. It was gravity multiplied by authority multiplied by the sheer immensity of a being that stood half a step from the absolute peak of existence. A declaration bloomed in the skies above, words of power that rewrote local reality with the casual ease of breathing. Only those with my permission can remain floating. Boom, it was a heavy and profound declaration. Noah's body plummeted. The Archie of perpetual harvest worked frantically to convert the incoming force, but even at any percentage conversion, the remaining percentage was staggering. His formless depth screamed that he should be able to resist this, that normal rules didn't apply to him. But the gap between intermediate and half-step absolute was not a gap that could be bridged through quality alone, not yet. His feet hit the obsidian flaming earth of Muspelheim with force that sent shockwaves rippling outward. A crater formed beneath him, spreading cracks through the primordial stone that had existed since before differentiation. Flames erupted around him, responding to the violence of his landing with sympathetic fury, and there he stood, his figure shone with defiance in the heart of that crater. Blue-gold light crackled across his body, his mana responding to the assault with instinctive resistance. His robes of crystallized starlight had torn in places, revealing skin that gleamed with the same azure golden luminescence. His hair whipped around his face from residual force, and his eyes blazed with light that refused to dim. He did not stumble, he did not fall. He stood in that crater as if he had chosen to be there, as if the earth of Muspelheim should be honored to support his weight, as if being forced from the sky was merely an inconvenience rather than a humiliation, and he calmly raised his head to look above. The living spirit had appeared near Galthorak. The entity was massive in a way that transcended physical dimension. Its form was composed of countless spirits compressed into a singular presence, faces and limbs and eyes all merged into something that was both one and many simultaneously. It burned with power that made the eternal flames of Muspelheim seem like candles, and its attention pressed down upon reality with weight that warped space itself. This was half-step absolute depth. This was what stood between the fundamental and the true peak. this was his true enemy. Declaration Impact Analysis. Declaration: only those with my permission can remain floating. Source: The Living Spirit, half-step absolute depth, effect, forced grounding of all entities within declaration radius who lack explicit permission, your status, grounded. The declaration overrode your spatial positioning through raw authority differential, damage assessment, against anything with a glimmer of absolute depth. You still require unique means to stand against them. The immensity of their depths is incalculable by normal standards, even with your thesis in place, even with your formless depth and glorious foundation. 40% of your existence's integrity was affected and destabilized by the power of the living spirit, current recovery, existence stabilizing. Damage converting to experience. The Archie of perpetual harvest is doing its best, but there's only so much it can harvest from being slapped out of the sky like a particularly ambitious insect. The living spirit is testing you. He wanted to see how you'd respond to overwhelming force after his subordinate submission denied him information. You are currently providing that information. As the living spirit stared down at Noah from above, he reached out with one of his countless limbs and smacked his kneeling follower with casual contempt. The blow sent Galtharak sliding across the burning sky, his chains rattling as he absorbed the impact. Grow a spine, the living spirit said, his voice emerging from 1,000 mouths simultaneously, and never kneel again. The enemy is merely at fundamental depth. Boom! Galtharak rose from where he had been struck, his 7 eyes opening one by one as he straightened his massive form. The chains around him began to rattle once more, though with noticeably less enthusiasm than before. Sir didn't answer when I called out before, Galtharak said, his voice calm despite the blow he had just received. It almost seemed like you wanted me to sacrifice my way to gather information about this enemy. The living spirit glared at Galtharak with cold fury. The accusation hung in the air between them, unspoken but understood. Yes, that was exactly what the living spirit had wanted. Yes, he had been willing to let his subordinate be destroyed if it meant learning the enemy's capabilities. And yes, Galtharak had seen through the strategy and chosen self-preservation over loyal sacrifice. Neither of them acknowledged it directly, neither of them needed to. Their gazes turned toward Noah, and Noah stared back at them. The region around him vibrated and trembled as his existence worked to repair itself. He could feel the damage the declaration had caused, the destabilization that rippled through his foundation like cracks in glass. It wasn't critical. It wasn't permanent. But it was a reminder that half-step absolute depth was not something he could face casually, not with his current immensity, not with his current weight. He stretched, rolling his shoulders as blue-gold light flickered across his form. The cracks in his existence sealed themselves, his formless depth refusing to accept the damage as anything more than temporary inconvenience. His Archie of perpetual harvest worked continuously, converting the ambient power of Muspelheim into resources that fueled his recovery, and then he waved his hand. From his body, from the deepest reserves where he kept his most precious assets, he pulled out a radiant marble. Boom! The moment the fragment of the axiom of mayhem emerged into open air, a shuddering aura erupted outward. Reality itself seemed to recoil from the object. The flames of Muspelheim flickered in confusion, unsure whether they should burn brighter or extinguish entirely. The obsidian earth beneath Noah's feet cracked further, not from force but from fundamental instability. Even the weight of the living spirit's declaration seemed to waver. As if the local laws of reality were suddenly negotiable, the living spirit's gaze changed. The countless eyes that composed his form all focused on that marble with intensity that hadn't been present before. He recognized what Noah held, but Noah remained gloriously calm and defiant in the face of this terrifyingly powerful enemy. He held the fragment of the axiom of mayhem loosely, almost carelessly, as if it were a toy rather than a piece of one of the fundamental truths that govern existence. His eyes met the living spirit's countless gazes without flinching, and he smiled. Let's have a bit of mayhem, shall we? Boom! Fragment of the axiom of mayhem activation sequence. An unfathomable weight of your way is being committed to activate the fragment of the axiom of mayhem. This is not a small expenditure. Activation status, initiating, effect upon full activation. Target entities within range will experience temporary depth reduction. The living spirit's half-step absolute depth will be pulled down. Galtharak's already diminished capability will crater further. The playing field will be forcibly leveled through the introduction of fundamental chaos into the local hierarchy of power. Mayhem is easy to start. It's considerably harder to survive. WAA, Capitulo 4722. It is not enough mayhem. It was a word that held weight far beyond its simple syllables. It stood for disorder and destruction, of systems breaking down and certainties crumbling into dust. It was the promise that nothing built could last forever, that every structure would eventually fall, that every order would eventually dissolve into the formless chaos from which it emerged. Many entities feared mayhem, they built walls against it. They constructed hierarchies and laws and principles designed to hold it at bay. They convinced themselves that through sufficient power, sufficient order, sufficient control, they could keep the chaos outside their domains forever. They were wrong. In the end, everything flowed toward chaos and entropy. This was not nihilism. This was simply the fundamental truth of existence itself. Order required energy to maintain. Structure demanded constant effort to preserve. But chaos? Chaos was the default state. Chaos was what remained when effort ceased. Chaos was patient in a way that order could never be, because chaos did not need to do anything except wait, and chaos always won eventually. It was why, as much as many underestimated the primordial chaos and did not speak of him in the same sentences as the creature in the living paradox, his power was obscene and unfathomably real. The creature represented existence itself, the foundational truth that things were. The living paradox represented contradiction, the impossible truth that things could be and not be simultaneously. But the primordial chaos represented the end state of all things, the destination toward which every river of existence inevitably flowed. The final answer to every question ever asked: entropy, dissolution, the return to formlessness. His power did not need to be flashy. It did not need to be dramatic. It simply needed to be patient, because time itself was his ally. Every moment that passed brought all of existence one increment closer to the chaos he embodied. Every structure that formed was already in the process of falling apart. Every order that arose was already beginning to decay. The primordial chaos did not need to win battles, he simply needed to wait for everyone else to lose. At this time, the clearest depiction of mayhem and what chaos could do could be seen in the wastes of the fallout, away from the heavy conflict in Muspelheim, away from the unmentioned and unknown and ongoing battles between the creature and the living paradox. In the wastes of the fallout, multiple declarations of the fundamental depth entities permeated as the battle between the first leader, Gilgamesh, and Lumavara unfolded. The landscape itself had been torn apart by the conflict. What had once been regions of ash and volcanic flame now bore the scars of conceptual warfare. Craters the size of small realms marked where declarations had clashed against declarations. Rifts in space itself showed where the weight of fundamental depth had proven too heavy for reality to bear. The air shimmered with residual authority, fragments of power that had nowhere to go now that the declarations that spawned them had been shattered. Lumavara stood at the center of a devastated plain, her 9 tails spread behind her like broken banners of war. No, not 9 tails, 7. 2 had been severed earlier in the battle, their stumps still leaking crimson gold blood that hissed where it touched the corrupted ground. Her radiant humanoid form, which had always blazed with the brilliance of captured starlight, now flickered with the uncertainty of a flame. Her fox-like features, usually so sharp and beautiful, were twisted with pain and defiance, and across her chest a huge gash wept crimson gold blood in steady rivers. The way of unity had been carved into her flesh alongside the physical damage, and that conceptual wound rejected the union of her very cells. Her body wanted to heal. Her principles demanded regeneration. But the declaration that had inflicted the injury insisted that what had been separated could not be rejoined. Around her, declarations of her own blazed in defensive formation. My light shall blind all who seek to harm me. My radiance burns with the fury of mana. Within my presence, darkness cannot approach. Each declaration was a masterwork of fundamental depth authority. Each one would have been enough to annihilate armies of lesser entities. Each one represented the culmination of eons of cultivation, of refinement, of pushing the way of light to heights that few had ever achieved. Her power should have been more than enough to wipe the floor with any common the fundamental depth entity, but she did not face a common one now. She faced Gilgamesh. The first leader stood 40 meters away, his form radiating authority that predated civilizations. Golden hair shone upon a face that had worn crowns when crowns still meant something. His armor of paradoxical gold and obsidian shifted between states of being, solid and ethereal simultaneously, as if unable to decide what it truly was. Around him, crimson gold weapons floated in perfect formation. Swords and spears and axes and halberds, each one carrying heavy and immense declarations of its own. They orbited his form like planets around a sun, waiting to be called upon, eager to taste blood once more. one spear in particular leaked crimson gold luminescence, Lumavera's blood, the blood from the wound across her chest, and the declarations that surrounded Gilgamesh made her own seem like children's prayers by comparison. All treasures belong to the king. That which is divided shall be unified under my authority. Paradox bends to my will, for I am the first leader. Unity is inevitable within my presence. The way of unity, backed by paradox itself, pressed against Lumavera's defenses with weight that made the air itself groan. Where her light pushed outward in radiant defiance, his unity pulled inward with gravitational certainty. Where her declarations insisted on separation and independence, his declarations demanded convergence and submission. His forces stood at a distance, 18 early creatures with their obsidian spears and paradoxical armor. They did not make a move, they did not need to. Their leader faced Lumavara himself, and that was more than sufficient. Gilgamesh looked at the wounded fox with eyes that held something almost like respect. Almost like pity. His expression was calm, measured, the face of a king who had seen countless enemies fall before him and would see countless more. It seems you are much more familiar with mana than the others were. His voice carried across the devastated plain, each word weighted with ancient authority. The ones we captured, the ones whose heads now adorn my subordinate spears, they had only the faintest glimmers of that blue gold thread. But you. He tilted his head, studying her. You are saturated with it. It flows through your way like blood through veins. He stepped forward, and the weapons around him shifted in response. Are you close with Osmont? Do you remember him fondly? The questions were casual, conversational, as if they were not standing in the aftermath of a battle that had reshaped the landscape. How would he react should you perish here? Should you be collapsed entirely, your way scattered across the wastes like ash in the wind? He paused, and something that might have been genuine consideration crossed his features. It would be a shame to collapse you. Let us not do that. I have no issue with you personally, little fox. You are merely a means to an end. His hand reached out, and the blood-stained spear floated to his grasp. So just call upon Osmont. Tell him you need him to come save you. As a leader, he will come. His eyes met hers, and for a moment, something ancient and heavy passed between them. All of us leaders. We bear this heaviness and weight. We cannot abandon those who follow us. Even when wisdom demands we stay away. It is our blessing and our curse. Call him, and this can end without your collapse. Lumavara looked at this ancient king, this being of incomprehensible power who had cornered her so thoroughly. She looked at the blood leaking from her chest, at the stumps where two of her tails had been, at the devastation that surrounded them both. She patted her chest. The movement sent fresh waves of agony through her existence, but she did it anyway. Her hand came away coated in crimson gold blood, thick and luminescent and carrying the essence of her way within it, and she wiped that blood across her face, like war paint, like a declaration of her own. Her eyes met Gilgamesh's, and despite the pain, despite the exhaustion, despite the overwhelming certainty of her defeat, they blazed with defiance that refused to dim. Just fight, you motherfucker. Chapter 47:23. It is not enough to. For a long moment, Gilgamesh simply stared at her, then he sighed. It was a heavy sound, filled with something that might have been disappointment or might have been respect or might have been both intertwined so thoroughly that even he couldn't separate them. Very well, he raised his hand, and the weapons around him began to spin faster. Lumavara responded with everything she had left. My tails are the sharpest in existence, and they shall pierce everything before me. Boom, the declaration erupted from her with force that cracked the ground beneath her feet. Her 7 remaining tails blazed with light so intense that the wastes themselves recoiled, and then they transformed. No longer flowing extensions of her form, they became blades of concentrated radiance, each one carrying the full weight of her way behind it. They surged toward Gilgamesh like the wrath of dying folds. The very wastes were torn by their passage. Space itself split where they traveled, unable to contain the sharpness she had declared into existence. Ash and flame and corrupted matter all fell away before her assault, annihilated by light that refused to acknowledge any obstacle. Gilgamesh watched them come, his eyes shone with immensity, with the weight of eons, with the accumulated authority of a being who had stood at the pinnacle of existence since before most entities learned to crawl, and with pity. All that is divided shall be unified. All that is many shall become one. All that opposes me shall join me or cease. Boom, his declaration unfolded with force that made Lumavara's seem like a whisper against a hurricane. The way of unity, backed by the full weight of the first leader's existence, crashed against her bladed tails with absolute authority. It did not deflect them. It did not block them. It unified them. What had been 7 became 1. What had been sharp became dull. What had been an attack became nothing. Snap, her tails, all 7 of them, were bisected simultaneously as Gilgamesh's declaration cut through her own like a blade through silk. The sharpness she had declared was unified into a single point that collapsed under its own conceptual weight. The light she had summoned was unified into a darkness that could not illuminate anything, and Gilgamesh himself moved forward. His hand grasped the blood-stained spear with casual ease, and he crossed the distance between them in a single step that seemed to last forever. The spear thrust toward Lumavera's heart, towards her heart of light. She roared with defiance even as the blood from her bisected tails ran down her form in crimson gold rivers. Even as her remaining tails, now stumps that wept luminescence, thrashed uselessly behind her. Even as every part of her existence screamed that this was the end, crimson gold tears leaked from her eyes, mixing with the blood she had painted across her face, and in that moment, she did not think of escape. She did not think of survival. She did not think of the battle or the enemy or the pain that consumed her existence. She thought of her master, of the entity who had given her mana when she had only light. Who had elevated her from a minor thing in the infinite unfurling to someone who could eventually stand against fundamental depth entities. Who had held her like the little fox she had been. Stroking her fur, she just wanted to see him again, to be held by him one more time, to hear his voice telling her that she had done well. The spear came closer, its point gleaming with inevitability, and Gilgamesh's voice rang out from all around, heavy with the weight of a king who had witnessed too many endings. Sometimes, we try our best. And sometimes, it is not enough. His words carried no mockery or satisfaction. Only ancient understanding. It is not to say you were lacking. Your way is brilliant. Your determination is admirable. Your loyalty to your master is something I can respect. The spear reached within inches of her chest. Sometimes, existence is just really unfair. His eyes met hers one final time. Rest, little fox. I will find your master another way. At such a time, at such a pivotal moment where it looked like Lumavera's fate was sealed, a voice boomed across the wastes of the fallout. Yes, sometimes, existence is unfair. Gilgamesh's eyes widened. His spear, inches from Lumavera's heart, stopped, and it was not because he chose to stop it, but because something stopped it for him. Boom. Boundless waves of obsidian gold hair descended from above like a curtain of judgment. Each strand carried weight that made Gilgamesh's weapons tremble. Each fiber blazed with mana so dense and pure that the corrupted wastes themselves seemed to recoil from its presence. The hair crashed against Gilgamesh's crimson gold weapons, and those treasures that had conquered civilization shattered like glass against stone. An impenetrable wall formed between Gilgamesh and his prey, hair woven so densely that light itself could not pass through. Hair that thrummed with declarations of its own, declarations that made both Lumavera's and Gilgamesh's seem modest by comparison. And beside that vibrant obsidian gold wall, a figure appeared next to Lumavera. He was covered entirely in hair. Obsidian gold strands flowed from every inch of his form, cascading around him like a living cloak that responded to his will. The hair moved with purpose, with intention. With the casual authority of someone who had long since stopped needing to prove anything to anyone. Where it touched the corrupted ground of the wastes, the corruption fled. Waves of obsidian undifferentiated mana surrounded him like an endless sea, so dense and pure that it seemed less like energy and more like liquid existence given form. The air itself bent around his presence, not in fear but in acknowledgement. Reality recognized this being and treated him with the deference reserved for those who had transcended normal hierarchies. His face could not be seen beneath the curtain of hair, but somehow, one could almost envision him smiling at this moment. Lumavera looked toward this hairy figure with a tear-stricken face. Shock and then recognition bloomed in her eyes. Disbelief. Hope. And then something that might have been called joy if joy could be mixed with relief so profound that it bordered on collapse. She lunged toward him, her wounded form, bleeding from a dozen injuries, missing 2 tails entirely, carved with the way of unity that rejected her healing, threw itself at this figure with abandon that spoke of absolute trust. She embraced him, her arms wrapped around his hairy form, and her face pressed against his chest as sobs racked her body. The hairy entity stood there for a moment, accepting her embrace as he sighed. After all, the two of them had been in the belly of existence for a long time. His hairy hand rose and stroked the head of the little fox with gentleness that seemed impossible for someone radiating such immense power. There. His voice was warm and comforting, holding the weight of someone who had arrived exactly when he was needed and knew it. It's okay. He continued to stroke her hair as she cried against him, her tears mixing with the blood that covered her form as he let her have this moment. Then he turned toward Gilgamesh, the hairy figure regarded the first leader with what might have been curiosity or might have been contempt or might have been simple assessment, his face remaining hidden beneath that curtain of obsidian gold while the weight of his attention pressed down upon the ancient king with unmistakable authority. Why would a leader be bullying a child? The words carried across the devastated plain with casual authority that made the air itself tremble, and then, boom, an unbelievably immense force shining obsidian gold smashed into Gilgamesh with violence that defied comprehension. It was not an attack in any conventional sense but simply pressure, the weight of existence itself deciding that Gilgamesh should not be standing where he was standing. Gilgamesh's massive and unbeatable figure was flung backward like a leaf caught in a hurricane. He who had conquered civilizations, he who had stood against armies, he who had made Lumavara seem like a child before his authority despite her being a fundamental depth entity saturated with mana, was sent careening through the corrupted air of the wastes with no ability to resist or slow his trajectory. When he finally stopped, cratering into the corrupted wastes with force that sent shockwaves rippling outward for miles, one could see his forehead. It was cracked. A single fissure ran from his hairline to his brow, splitting the perfect features that had worn crowns as crimson gold unity flowed from the wound like blood from a mortal injury, the essence of his way leaking from him in steady streams that spoke of damage far deeper than the physical, and it did not heal. The crack remained stubborn and impossible, refusing to close despite the immense regenerative capabilities that someone of his depth should possess. A testament to the power that had inflicted it, his gaze turned heavy and somber as he rose from the crater of wastes, his ancient eyes focusing on the hairy figure standing beside Lumavara with an intensity of reassessment and recalculation. He looked at that impossible entity, and understanding dawned in his ancient eyes, from the light that had smashed into him, from the pressure that had flung him backward, from the wound that refused to close despite everything his way of unity demanded. He could sense a glimmer of absolute. It was not fully absolute, not the complete and total authority of someone who had reached the true peak of existence, but it was a glimmer, a taste, a promise of what lay within that hairy form that could not be ignored or dismissed. And this was heavy, truly heavy. For the first time since the battle began, for the first time since he had cornered Lumavara and demanded she call upon her master, for the first time since he had declared his intention to find Noah Osmont through any means necessary, Gilgamesh looked upon an enemy and felt uncertainty. At this moment, Ulmareth, the primeval titan, had arrived. Chapter 47:24, Against a Legend. Axioms had to be truly terrifying things. Just a fragment of the axiom of mayhem allowed for one to lower the depth of another, and this alone was a capability that could reshape the outcome of any battle. But what did the other fragments that completed the entire axiom do? What capabilities lay dormant in the pieces he had not yet obtained? And what could one do with an entire axiom of mayhem fully assembled and bent to one's will? Noah had such thoughts racing through his mind as he put all his weight on activating a mere fragment, and even then the process felt impossible, like trying to lift a mountain with hands that were already trembling from exertion. But something occurred soon after which allowed him to feel a load taken off his shoulders, a weight that had been pressing down upon his reserves suddenly vanishing as if it had never existed. Thesis actualization complete. Your thesis within Muspelheim, only those to whom I grant permission may draw power from the first tongue, has gone unchallenged. Challenge window expired. No entity attempted dialectic debate against your proposition. Status actualized. Your thesis has solidified into local truth within its coverage area. Previous maintenance cost, 67% of available immensity required for active maintenance. Current maintenance cost, 0%. The thesis now maintains itself as an accepted truth of this region. Congratulations, Master. You proposed that you should control who gets to speak reality's oldest language, and existence examined your proposition, found no one willing to argue against it, and shrugged in acceptance. Your immensity and weight are now fully available for other applications. The moment such a thing occurred, Noah felt his existence pulse with weight and immensity once more as reserves that had been committed to maintaining his thesis flooded back into his core, filling him with power that had been unavailable just moments before. He looked at the marble spinning in his grasp, and his eyes shone with blue-gold brilliance as he spoke words that carried the weight of someone who had laid claim to the first tongue itself. The first tongue commands you, little marble. Don't believe yourself grander than it, Hoam. The moment such words boomed out across the burning landscape of Muspelheim, his immensity of the formless depth surged outward and exerted itself onto the fragment with authority that sought no resistance. and the marble that had been demanding tribute as if it were the superior force began to spin with a crimson obsidian glow that spoke of activation rather than negotiation. Above, the living spirit looked down with coldness. And then the light of the fragment of the axiom of mayhem flashed out far faster than Planck speed and permeated across this entire region of Muspelheim with inevitability that could not be dodged or blocked or denied. Noah's existence began to buzz with sensations that straddled the line between agony and ecstasy, his body trying to lift from the crater he had been thrown into as if gravity itself had decided to reconsider its earlier judgment. His eyes met the living spirit's countless gazes, and he smiled with the calm confidence of someone who had always wanted to test himself against such a being and was finally getting his chance. I have heard many legends about you. Stories of the earliest folds, his voice carried across the burning skies, reaching not just the living spirit but his armies and his subordinates and the Muspelly lifeforms who watched from their positions. I always wondered about your fate, and the fate of the living dimensional, the living quantum, the living concept, and even the living temporal. He tilted his head, studying the massive entity before him with genuine curiosity. Did they stand with the creature? Or the living paradox? Seeing you moving out here like this all safe and sound, does that mean that you bent the knee to paradox? He broke free from the constraints and floated higher, his robes of crystallized starlight billowing around him as the fragment of the axiom of mayhem continued to pulse with crimson obsidian light in his grasp. Is the grand living spirit moving under his command? Were you told to come here to Muspelheim under the orders of the living paradox? Are there others like you here? Quantum? Concept? That bumfucker elemental. His smile widened, and there was something almost predatory in it now, the expression of someone who had found prey worthy of the hunt. You see, I have so many questions, and I don't think that you are one to give answers freely. So I will take it upon myself today to see if a legend can be cracked, to see if the entities that I used to only hear legends about can be brought low. He raised his hand, and the fragment pulsed in response as if eager to demonstrate its capabilities. Tell me, O living spirit, do you bleed? The living spirit looked down at this entity who dared to speak to him in such a manner, this being whose depth should have made him nothing more than an insect to be crushed, and his countless faces twisted with burning lividity that made the eternal flames of Muspelheim seem cold by comparison. His form, composed of countless spirits compressed into singular presence, roiled with calm fury that he had not felt in eons, and yet he could feel it, the change, the shift in his existence that the fragment had wrought, his weight, his immensity, his depth that had stood at half-step absolute. Something was wrong with it now, something fundamental had been altered by that crimson obsidian light. At the same time, prompts bloomed before Noah with comprehensive detail. Fragment of the axiom of mayhem activation report. An immense concentration of the civilizational units of everything has flooded into the fragment to power its activation on selected targets. The organ of civilization pulses brilliantly as the engine of your civilization and bears all the cost. Current strain, significant but sustainable. Your foundation holds firm, selected targets and results straight face. Target 1, the living spirit, original depth, half-step absolute depth of absolute sovereignty, fragment effect, resisted. When two absolute capabilities meet, complexities bloom. A fragment of an axiom is a part of an absolute, and the living spirit was partly an absolute himself. The clash of these authorities resulted in partial effect rather than full implementation. Current depth, peak of the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty, assessment, still terrifyingly powerful, but no longer operating with the weight of someone touching the absolute. He has been pulled back from the threshold he stood upon. Whether this makes him manageable or merely less impossible remains to be seen. Target 2, Galtharak the Subjugator, original depth, the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty, fragment effect, full implementation. No absolute qualities to resist. Current depth, the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty, assessment, that fucker has fallen from fundamental to intermediate. Combined with his earlier submission and your thesis restrictions, he is now operating at a fraction of his former capability. He seems like a good candidate to either kill for multiple fragments of Moirai threads or to imprison in the infinite Desmoterian. What would having a fundamental depth prisoner do for your way? Additional targets. The other fundamental depth follower of the living spirit surrounding the citadel of flames below has also been affected. They now stand at intermediate depth as well. You have just created a target-rich environment of former fundamental depth entities who are now within a range you can more feasibly engage. Whether you harvest them for Moirai threads or collect them for the infinite Desmoterian, the options before you are considerably more palatable than they were 30 seconds ago. Noah looked at these vibrant prompts and absorbed their implications in an instant, understanding blooming alongside opportunity as he recognized just how dramatically the fragment had shifted the dynamics of this confrontation. The living spirit, reduced from half-step absolute to peak fundamental, Galtharak, fallen from fundamental to intermediate, the other fundamental depth entities around the citadel, all now standing at intermediate as well, an army of legends brought low by a single activation. He made his move without hesitation, his figure shooting upward with rapidity that left afterimages of blue-gold light trailing behind him as he rocketed toward the living spirit with intent that could not be mistaken for anything other than violence. He did not underestimate a legend like the living spirit, not even for a moment, because he knew that peak fundamental depth was still a height that exceeded his own weight and immensity by significant margins. Knew that the countless spirits composing that entity's form represented eons of accumulated power and knowledge and combat experience, but at some point, legends fell. At some point, the stories that had made children tremble and empires kneel became merely that, stories of beings who had once been untouchable but were now bleeding in the dirt like everyone else. He was more than okay acting as the blade to weed out this legend. Chapter 47:25, Against a Legend. 2. A great man once said that those who cling to death, live, and those who cling to life, die. To live, one had to be ruthless and ready for death at any moment. To live and thrive in the post-apocalyptic age of the fallout, one had to be utterly obscene and prepared for death to come knocking at any time without warning or mercy. For Noah, it was a simple thing as he was already ruthless and ready for death if it came, had been ready since the first apocalypse came to his tiny blue planet, and taught him that existence cared nothing for fairness or justice or the desperate hopes of those who wished to survive. Every being across existence lived and died. And he had not met any that were impervious to this fact yet, not the entities at the highest levels nor the primordial beings that had existed since before differentiation nor even the legends whose names were spoken in whispers across countless realms. Even the primordial paradox was collapsed, right, and the living spirit, he wanted to see if he could institute this reality for it. So defiant against the declaration this being had laid down, defiant against the authority that had smashed him from the skies and forced him into a crater, he rose up against it through sheer will and weight as he breathed out slowly. Everything slowed down. When Noah looked up, he saw the cold eyes of the living spirit as the entity gazed down at him with the calm fury of something that had been shown disrespect by a creature it considered beneath notice. He saw Galtharak behind and to the side, the demon spirit's 7 eyes wide with an ashen expression as he felt his own depth diminished, as he recognized what the fragment of the axiom of mayhem had done to him, and this being who had called himself the Terror of Chains actually scrambled backward through the burning air as if distance could save him from what was coming. Noah saw all of this with clarity that seemed to stretch each moment into eternity, and he raised his left hand with an expression becoming immensely calm, the kind of calm that preceded storms and catastrophes and the ending of things that had seemed eternal. On his raised hand, a bow began to form, blue-gold light crystallized from the ambient mana of Muspelheim, weaving itself into a weapon that seemed less crafted and more grown, a bow of such elegant lethality. The limbs curved with mathematical perfection, inscribed with phonemes of the first tongue that blazed with authority, and the string that connected them thrummed with tension that spoke of violence yearning to be released. Noah used his right hand to pull on the bow string, his fingers finding their position with the ease of someone who had done this countless times before, and as he drew the string back toward his cheek, a radiant blue-gold arrow began to form between his grip and the bow itself. The arrow's edge was sharp beyond sharpness, pointed directly toward the living spirit with intent that could not be mistaken for anything other than murder. How could he be as ruthless as possible here? The answer was already burning in his mind as he considered his assets, his thesis that had been actualized, his enemies who could barely access the first tongue due to that very thesis, and the opportunity that lay before him like a banquet waiting to be devoured. His voice echoed out calmly as he declared a new thesis while tugging at every last drop of immensity he had left within him, building upon the foundation he had already established. With brilliance that bordered on cruelty, my arrow chains and severs upon all those that can barely access the first tongue. His eyes burned with ingenuity as he worked on an already built thesis to declare such a devastatingly simple proposition, using the restrictions he had already imposed as the framework for something even more horrific. His enemies could barely access the first tongue because of his earlier thesis, and now his arrow would chain between them, would sever their ways and their civilizations with the inevitability of a sentence that had already been written. His eyes remained locked on the living spirit as he let loose the bow string with a motion that seemed almost gentle, almost casual, as if he were not about to commit an act of mass devastation that would echo across this primordial realm. and the arrow flew, existence distorted around its passage, space itself bending to accommodate something that moved too fast and carried too much weight to be contained by normal physics. A light of established thesis wrapped around the arrow like a shroud, like a promise, like a death sentence written in blue gold fire. Halfway to the cold-faced living spirit, the arrow disappeared. Whap! This glorious moment stretched in slow time as Noah and the living spirit continued locked onto each other, their gazes meeting across the burning air of Muspelheim with intensity that made the eternal flames seem cold. The attack Noah had thrown out nowhere to be seen, as if it had simply ceased to exist, and then, horrifically, woo-woo, a furious and horrified roar echoed out from the surroundings of the citadel where the forces of the living spirit had been positioned, a sound of absolute terror from something that had just realized death had arrived without warning or mercy. Noah's arrow had not been aimed at the living spirit at all. It had appeared an inch away from another spirit, one that used to stand at the fundamental depth before the fragment of the axiom of mayhem had dragged it down, a monstrous entity whose form resembled a Cetus of ancient legend. Its body was massive and serpentine, scales of gray-white spirit essence covering a form that stretched for miles, with jaws that could have swallowed small realms and eyes that blazed with the fury of oceanic depths that had never known sunlight. It roared as its way of spirit water tried to make a stand against the arrow that had materialized before its existence, ancient principles activating in desperate defense as declarations attempted to form around its body like shields. But an earlier thesis had already cut off its access to the first tongue, and this arrow carried a thesis that built upon that previous thesis while holding a weight no intermediate depth entity could truly withstand. The Cetus had been fundamental, had stood at heights that would have made it nearly untouchable under normal circumstances, but currently it was dragged down to intermediate by the fragment's power, and what occurred next was just utter devastation of a way. It seemed like a long time, but all of this was happening in a fraction of a femtosecond. The arrow burning with thesis pierced across the Cetus with the ease of a blade through mist, its blue-gold radiance carving through spirit essence and way alike as if they were made of paper rather than the accumulated authority of eons. The great serpentine form shuddered once, twice, and then its way shattered like glass struck by a hammer, fragments of spirit water scattering across Muspelheim in a display that would have been beautiful if it were not so terrible. Its civilization collapsed in the same instant, the connections it had built over countless years severing all at once as its existence ceased to be anything more than resources waiting to be harvested. And then the arrow flew ever faster. It did not stop with a single kill. My arrow chains and severs upon all those that can barely access the first tongue. This terrifying thesis allowed for an utterly horrendous and ruthless action to occur as the arrow warped through space to find its next target. An intermediate depth spirit whose form resembled a writhing mass of ethereal tentacles, and it pierced through that existence with the same casual ease before chaining to the next target and the next and the next. 8 The intermediate depth spirits, 36 The surface depth spirits. The arrow moved through them like it was popping bubbles, multiple sounds echoing out across existence as a single projectile pierced dozens of civilizations in sequence, leaving behind dim eyes and collapsing ways as it carved a path of devastation through the forces of the living spirit. Pop, 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 pop. Chapter 47:26, Against a Legend. 3. Each sound was a civilization ending, a way shattering. An existence that had accumulated power over eons being reduced to nothing more than harvest waiting to be claimed, and then the arrow warped one final time to appear before the eyes of a scrambling Galtharak in the skies. The demon spirit's 7 eyes went wide with horror and fear that he had not felt in eons, his chains rattling uselessly at his sides as he recognized that death had come for him in the form of a blue-gold arrow that had just murdered his colleagues without slowing down. Please, his roar was desperate and pathetic, the sound of someone who had spent his existence subjugating others suddenly finding himself on the other end of absolute power, and the terror in his voice was so raw and so genuine that it might have moved a lesser being to mercy. Noah was not a lesser being, but in the next moment, as the arrow surged toward Galtharak with the inevitability of a death sentence already signed, a massive white-gray claw appeared in its path. The living spirit moved with speed that defied even the slowed perception of this moment, one of his countless limbs extending across the distance between himself and his subordinate as he refused to lose another. Well, actually, the last follower to this impossible enemy. The claw was massive and terrible, composed of compressed spirits that screamed silently as they were forced into service, and it caught the arrow with a grip that released gray bursts of immensity in all directions. Spirits cannot be severed by mortal weapons. Boom. The declaration crashed against Noah's thesis with the weight of someone who had been ancient when the fallout was merely a possibility rather than a reality, and the arrow holding the terrifying thesis buzzed in the living spirit's deformed and radiant claw as 2 authorities contested for dominance. The arrow stopped. The living spirit looked toward Noah with eyes that blazed with fury beyond anything he had shown before, with rage. That spoke of losses that could not be calculated and insults that could not be forgiven, and then he looked past Noah, toward the surroundings of the citadel where his forces had been stationed. All of them had slumped down like dolls whose strings had been cut, the Cetus. The tentacled horror. The 8 intermediate depth spirits. The 36 surface depth entities. All of them lay still and silent, their ways shattered and their civilizations collapsed, nothing remaining but corpses that had once been legends in their own right. An instant later, those corpses began to move, they flew out toward Noah as if drawn by invisible strings, rising from where they had fallen and streaming through the burning air of Muspelheim toward the entity who had killed them, and one by one, they sank into his back with sounds like stones dropping into still water, as each one was drawn into him. Noah's immensity and weight erupted higher and higher. The first corpse, a surface depth spirit, added its essence to his foundation. The second and third and fourth followed, each one making him burn brighter. The intermediate depth spirits came next, their accumulated authority flooding into his existence with force that made the air around him shimmer and distort. And finally, the Cetus, the former fundamental depth entity whose way of spirit water had been shattered by a single arrow, sank into his back and elevated his foundation in ways that made everything before seem like appetizers before a feast. Blue gold flames surrounded Noah in a corona of power that seemed to grow with every corpse he absorbed, making him look glorious and tyrannical in ways that defied easy description. He had just collapsed dozens of civilizations in a single blow. He had collapsed a fundamental depth entity in a single blow. Even if he was utilizing a fragment of the axiom of mayhem to reduce their depths, even if he had built his attack on an already established thesis, the achievement was staggering. What a terrifying wonder he had become. He carried out such a ruthless action with the casual ease of someone who had long since stopped feeling guilt for doing what needed to be done, and in the heavy silence that followed, prompts bloomed before him with comprehensive detail. Mass harvest report. Civilizations collapsed. 45. Breakdown straight face. The fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty. Spirit water. Cetus variant 1. As directed, everything about this entity has been transformed into harvest that is amplified and devoured to elevate your foundation in way. Its accumulated authority over eons, its principles of oceanic depth and spirit essence, its connections and its knowledge and its very existence have all been converted into fuel for your advancement. The intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty. 8 entities have been transformed into the optimum loot of 12 fragments of Moirai threads. Current Moirai thread fragment count, previous 12. Full simulation till death possible. The surface depth of absolute sovereignty. 36. All 36 entities have had everything about them transformed into harvest that is amplified and devoured to elevate your foundation in way. They didn't have much individually, but quantity has a quality all its own. Foundation status, burning. Your comparative weight, even while not being entirely accurate in its capabilities due to your formless depth, is rising comparably to be 70/100th the immensity of the creature in the primordial chaos at intermediate depth. Current comparative weight, approximately 70/100 th. Boom. Noah floated in the burning skies of Muspelheim as an imposing humanoid figure whose weight and immensity bellowed around him like a declaration of war against everything that dared to oppose him. And he stared up toward the living spirit with eyes that blazed through the flames surrounding his form. Those flames, those billowing blue-gold flames of Primus Mana that surrounded him made him seem like a flaming entity whose face could barely be observed through the conflagration, a being of fire and fury and absolute authority whose features were glimpsed only in fragments between the dancing tongues of power that wreathed his entire existence. The weight burning from him was so immense that reality itself seemed to bend around his presence, the air distorting and the flames of Muspelheim leaning toward him as if paying homage to something that burned hotter and brighter than their eternal fires could ever hope to match. And when he breathed, one could see furious blue-gold flames rushing from his nose and mouth with every exhale, fire that spoke of power so concentrated that it could not be contained within a mere physical form. He looked like a wild celestial humanoid beast, something that had crawled out of the primordial fires that existed before existence learned to cool. And the flames billowing from his nose and mouth emanated so much heat that it truly felt like these flames alone could utterly scorch to cinders any of the surface depth civilizations just by being near. The very act of his breathing had become a threat, the very fact of his existence had become a declaration. Oh, chapter 47:27, all things live and die. All beings rose to power. The creature rose to power as he was the intermediate depth once, climbing through the stages of absolute sovereignty like everyone else before reaching heights that made him synonymous with existence itself. So was the living paradox and the primordial chaos, both of them having passed through the lower depths before ascending to the peaks they currently occupied. So when it was stated that Noah had 70/100th the power of the living paradox or the creature at intermediate depth, this was only a point of comparison for them at that specific stage of their journey. Would the immensity of any common intermediate depth entity even come close to matching the immensity of the creature at intermediate depth? The answer was a clear and resounding no. The creature at intermediate depth had already been a monster beyond monsters, a being whose foundation was so profound and whose accumulation was so vast that comparing him to ordinary intermediate depth entities was like comparing an ocean to a puddle. The same was true for the living paradox and the primordial chaos, beings who had been exceptional even at lower depths, whose foundations had been built on concepts so fundamental that their immensity dwarfed their supposed peers. It was estimated that at most, a powerful intermediate depth entity, the renowned beings who had grand civilizations and who had built up their foundations to the absolute peak as they waited for a spark to enter fundamental depth. Such entities could maybe come close to matching a tenth of what the immensity of the creature had been at that stage, and even that estimate could be off. This was the power that Noah currently held as he continued rising through the burning skies of Muspelheim, his form wreathed in blue-gold flames that made him look less like a man and more like a celestial phenomenon given consciousness and purpose. He came to float on the same level as the living spirit, the two of them facing each other across a distance that seemed both vast and insignificant at the same time, predator meeting predator in the eternal dance of those who refused to acknowledge anything as superior to themselves. The two looked at each other dangerously. The living spirit's form had shifted from the amorphous mass of countless spirits into something more defined, more intentional, a humanoid shape that suggested he was taking this confrontation seriously enough to consolidate his presence into a singular expression of power. His face, if it could be called that, contained calmness and immensity that spoke of eons of existence and countless battles survived. His voice came out slow and heavy, each word carrying the weight of mountains settling into place. Are you him, Huum? A simple question that resonated through the burning air of Muspelheim with implications that stretched far beyond its 3 words. One that Noah remained nonchalant to as blue-gold flames spilled out of his mouth with every syllable and scorched the surroundings, his weight and immensity still acclimating to the massive influx of harvested essence as he replied with casual dismissiveness. Such a question could have so many answers, big guy. The flames around him danced with amusement that matched his tone. But what is this? Are you feeling talkative? I thought we would fight first, establish a baseline, and have a talk after. Preferably as your way is collapsing. They began to converse, but it occurred so rapidly that not even a nanosecond had passed or would pass for them anytime soon, their exchange happening in the spaces between moments where lesser beings could not perceive or participate. And Noah affirmed the effects of the fragment of the axiom of mayhem that had dimmed in his existence, running calculations through his mind as he assessed that the depth reduction would last at least a few minutes conservatively and up to an hour or more moderately. So he looked upon this legend with eyes that burned with blue-gold fire, and as he watched, their body became more clear, more defined, more intentional in its presentation, the amalgamation of spirits that had composed the living spirit's previous form consolidated into a humanoid muscular entity that stood imposing against the backdrop of Muspelheim's eternal flames. His skin was gray and white, shifting between the two colors and patterns that seemed to follow rules that had nothing to do with normal biology. And multiple shining gray eyes were scattered across different parts of his body, on his shoulders and his chest and his forearms, each one tracking Noah with independent awareness. He looked alien and off-putting in ways that transcended simple aesthetics, a being that had emerged from concepts that predated the forms most entities wore, but despite the strangeness, he possessed his own sense of regality that could not be denied. He looked at Noah closely, those countless gray eyes examining him up and down with scrutiny that missed nothing. Your usage of ancient power. Your declaration with the first tongue. His voice was measured and analytical now, the tone of someone piecing together a puzzle that had just become far more interesting than expected. Are you the one who has claimed the first tongue? And still currently emerging? Still weak, his eyes narrowed with understanding that was equal parts respect and predatory interest. It is why you did what you did with my forces, but you had to rely on a fragment of an axiom to give yourself an edge. The words were heavy with implications as Noah's eyes shone sharply. He tilted his head and spoke with flames licking around his words. Do those within the loom not communicate? Do you not know about me? His smile was sharp enough to cut. Or did the living paradox keep information about me to his closest dogs, and you did not make the cut as one of the dogs who licks him the most? Because even the living elemental seems closer to paradox. Noah's words burned with brilliance that made the air itself recoil, each syllable a calculated strike at pride that had existed for eons beyond counting. The living spirit continued to look at him calmly, absorbing the insult without visible reaction, before his voice emerged imposing and ominous in ways that made the eternal flames of Muspelheim seem to dim. Maybe information was withheld about you because of what you represent. His countless eyes gleamed with hunger that could not be disguised. The living paradox would gain much for eating the one who claimed the first tongue. So would Elemental and many others. I wouldn't blame them for not sharing such information. He paused, and something that might have been a smile crossed his alien features, just like they wouldn't blame me for the fact that I won't be telling anyone about your appearance here. I would want you, all to myself. His form seemed to grow more solid, more present, more real as he spoke his ambitions aloud. After all, the benefits to usurping one who laid a claim are many. Just look at the living paradox and the heights he has reached. His eyes blazed with dreams that had suddenly become possibilities. Can you imagine it, youngest claimer? The living spirit eating you and joining the ranks of the creature in the living paradox. Boom, his eyes shone with an ominous and terrifying light that spoke of hunger and ambition and the willingness to do whatever was necessary to achieve heights that had seemed impossible just moments before. And Noah's visage frowned even as a devilish smile curved across his features. The flames billowing around him became more controlled, more focused, more intentional as he responded to the threat with calm that bordered on arrogance. Are you sure about that? His voice carried the weight of someone who had heard such threats before and remained standing while those who made them had long since ceased to exist. It is ambitious. This can also play to my favor. You tell nobody about me here, and I get to potentially collapse the great living spirit with nobody being the wiser. He floated forward slightly, his flames reaching toward the living spirit like eager servants. Can you imagine that? A weakest of the emerged leaders, his words were heavy with mockery that cut deeper than any blade, but the living spirit's eyes smiled dangerously in response, countless gray orbs crinkling with amusement that spoke of someone who enjoyed the game even as the stakes rose to lethal heights. Existence is all about risks. The living spirit nodded with the gravity of someone who had gambled with his existence countless times and won. I assure you that I take you very seriously the moment I affirmed your identity. Anybody that has laid a claim is not a normal entity. I expect you to be slippery. I expect you to be hard. His form pulsed with power that made the air around them both grow heavy. But hey, such is existence. His smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed to be made of compressed spirit screaming in silent agony. And you didn't think you were the only one who could play around with fragments of axioms, right? Even with my depth slightly reduced, with enough power, his voice dropped to something almost gentle, almost caring, almost horrifying in its false concern. I worry for you, O youngest claimer. I truly, truly worry for your safety. Come, let me invite you to an endless slumber inside an infinite spiritual depth. There, you can dream of the first tongue while I will actualize it for you. Noah's expression remained valiant and calm even as in the next moment. Above the living spirit, a terrifying singularity bloomed into existence with force that made reality itself groan in protest. A gray scythe began to manifest from that singularity, its blade curved with the promise of endings that could not be avoided and its handle wrapped in chains of spiritual essence that writhed with tortured awareness. The weapon was massive and terrible, designed not for combat but for harvesting, for reaping, for claiming the existence of those unfortunate enough to stand before its edge, and it manifested with the light of a fragment of an axiom. Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he recognized what he was seeing. He had expected one of the living existences to have tools up their sleeves, as a fragment of an axiom was one such tool. But still, it seemed like things would not be made easy for him, because that fragment blooming above the living spirit shone with the splendor of a paradoxical axiom, the essence of contradiction itself woven into a weapon that could probably do things that defied normal understanding of what was possible. But he remained calm, because at this moment, from below, two auras of fundamental depth neared his position with speed. The Muspelheim giants, the ones who had been holding back the weight of the previous half-step absolute depth. The living spirit before Noah's fragment had reduced him to peak fundamental. Chapter 47:28, All things live and die too. Muspelheim lifeforms were ancient beyond measure. Their origins stretching back to the time of differentiation itself, when the first tongue was still settling into the patterns that would define it for eons to come. They were akin to an idealized blueprint of the first tongue during that primordial era, their very existence shaped by the linguistic foundations of reality in ways that made them uniquely sensitive to its nuances and fluctuations. They held just as much if not more connection and sensitivity to the first tongue compared to Geno lifeforms from Ginnungagap, their phonemes resonating with frequencies that other entities could barely perceive let alone replicate, where Geno lifeforms had developed in the depths of Ginnungagap. Muspelly lifeforms had emerged in the eternal flames that burned before fire learned to consume, their forms shaped by heat that was less combustion and more pure expression of primordial energy, and Muspelheim itself was unfathomably vast. The realm stretched across distances that defied conventional measurement, gigaparsecs upon gigaparsecs of burning landscape that had existed since before differentiation separated the realms and would likely continue burning long after the current conflicts had faded into forgotten history. Obsidian plains gave way to crystallized mountains of magma, which gave way to rivers of molten gold, which gave way to forests of flame that grew and spread and consumed and regrew in cycles that had been repeating since time learned to flow forward. The Muspelly giants lived in scattered clusters all over this incomprehensible expanse, each cluster forming its own domain with its own traditions and its own interpretations of the first tongue's sacred teachings. They were not unified under a single ruler or governing body, but rather existed as a confederation of powers bound together by their shared heritage and their mutual commitment to preserving the linguistic foundations that had given them existence. They had elected protectors to stand over each domain cluster of Muspelly lifeforms, beings of immense power who had proven themselves worthy of guardianship through trials that would have broken lesser entities. Sir Tra the esteemed Whisperer was one such protector. Her authority over her domain cluster absolute and her dedication to the first tongue unwavering. Some protectors were similar to her in power, standing at the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty with ways that had been refined over eons of careful cultivation. Others were even grander, having pushed beyond fundamental into the rarefied heights of half-step absolute where the gap between themselves and true absolutes became measurable in ways that mattered, but each one was astonishing in their own right. They preserved and protected what they knew of the first tongue, maintaining libraries of phonemes and repositories of linguistic knowledge that had survived the fallout and all the chaos that came before it. They took care of this sacred place burning with the glorious allure of the first tongue, ensuring that its flames never dimmed and its language never fell silent. For eons, they had waited, for eons, they had protected, and now, the bells of Muspelheim were ringing because the one who laid the claim had finally appeared. At this time, an unknown gigaparsecs away from the region where Noah was facing down the living spirit, a very different scene was unfolding. There was a region where the obsidian flames that characterized most of Muspelheim transformed into something else entirely, where the fire shifted from black gold to brilliant neon that painted the landscape in colors that seemed to exist outside the normal spectrum. Neon flaming mountains rose toward skies that burned with the same impossible hues, their peaks wreathed in fire that was less heat and more pure concentrated essence of the first tongue itself. A massive floating continent burned with glory in the skies above this neon realm, its underside dripping with molten light that fell like luminescent rain toward the mountains below. This was a sanctuary, and currently, an immense war was erupting across this peaceful place. The civilizational authority scattered all around as varying depths of absolute sovereignty clashed with violence that reshaped the neon landscape with every exchange. Declarations bloomed and shattered. Principles collided and annihilated each other. Ways pressed against ways in contests of will and weight that left permanent scars on reality itself. The corpses of neon flaming Muspelly lifeforms lay scattered across the burning mountains and floating platforms, their bodies still burning brightly with the flames that had defined their existence even though the very concept of existence had been destabilized within them to force their collapse. They had died defending their home, died protecting the knowledge they had preserved for eons, died fighting against invaders who sought to claim what did not belong to them, but alongside their corpses lay the corpses of the invaders themselves. The forces of the living concept had paid dearly for every inch of ground they had claimed. Hundreds of pre-the entities lay dead, their forms dissolving into conceptual fragments that scattered on winds that should not have existed. Dozens of the surface-depth early creatures and living concepts had fallen as well, their sophisticated ways and carefully cultivated principles proving insufficient against the ferocity of Muspelly lifeforms defending their sacred ground. The dead of both sides numbered in the thousands, but above, the war continued to be waged with intensity that made everything below seem like mere skirmishes. Intermediate depth entities clashed in formations that wheeled and struck and retreated and struck again, their declarations creating zones of altered reality filled with impositions that overlapped and contradicted each other in ways that made navigation impossible for lesser beings. Fundamental depth entities engaged in duels that reshaped the geography of the floating continent itself, their exchanges measured not in seconds but in femtoseconds, their power sufficient to annihilate everything around them if not carefully contained. multiple declarations burning, and at the very top of this hierarchy of violence, two titans faced each other with power that dwarfed everything else on the battlefield. The living concept hung in the burning neon sky like a nightmare given form and purpose, his body composed of countless concepts compressed into a singular presence that defied easy comprehension. He was tall beyond tallness, his form shifting between states of meaning as different concepts rose to prominence and faded away. One moment he seemed to embody destruction, his limbs wreathed in the idea of ending. The next he embodied inevitability, his presence suggesting that all resistance was futile. The next he embodied hunger, and everything around him seemed to lean toward his form as if drawn by conceptual gravity. He burned with the glorious allure of half-step absolute depth, his authority pressing down upon the battlefield with weight that made reality itself groan in protest. The living concept, another living legend, was also in Muspelheim. Chapter 47:29, All Things Live and Die 3, and facing the living concept was a half-step absolute depth Muspelly lifeform whose entire body blazed with neon flames that seemed to burn hotter than the sun folds and brighter than any star folds. This protector stood as tall as the living concept, his form humanoid but clearly inhuman, muscles wrapped in fire. His eyes were wells of neon light that contained depths suggesting intelligence and power accumulated over eons beyond counting. His voice, when he spoke, carried phonemes that made the air itself restructure around his words. For fundamental depth Muspelly lifeforms fought alongside him, their forms varied and magnificent, each one a testament to the diversity that existed within their kind. They pressed against three fundamental depth early creatures who served the living concept, and despite being outnumbered, the early creatures were clearly on the losing side as the Muspelly lifeforms fought with coordination born of shared heritage and rejuvenated purpose. Because they could hear the bells of Muspelheim ringing from afar, the sound had reached even here, even this distant corner of the primordial realm. They knew what those bells meant, and they would not let invaders distract them from this moment of destiny. Among the fundamental depth Muspelly lifeforms fighting in the chaos below the clash of titans, one was particularly unique in appearance. He was small. Standing perhaps a fourth of normal human height, his diminutive stature a stark contrast to the giants that characterized most of his kind. But what he lacked in size he made up for in presence, his form burning with neon flames that seemed disproportionately intense for his tiny body. He was furry and humanoid, a mammalian biped whose features resembled something close to hamster, with large expressive ears that twitched with every shift in the battlefield's dynamics and whiskers that seemed to sense the flow of mana itself. His fur was golden beneath the neon flames that wreathed him, and his eyes sparkled with intelligence and curiosity that seemed almost childlike despite the ancient power that lurked behind them. His name was Galileo, and despite his appearance, he was one of the most respected fundamental depth entities in this entire domain cluster. Near him, fighting with coordinated ferocity that spoke of long partnership, was what looked to be a dog, but this was no ordinary canine. The dog stood twice Galileo's height, which still made him small compared to most combatants on this battlefield, but his presence more than compensated for his physical stature. He resembled a golden retriever of the most idealized variety, his fur gleaming with health and vitality even as neon flames danced across his coat. His build was muscular beneath that gorgeous fur, his eyes burned with neon light that held depths of intelligence and loyalty. And when he moved with grace that made other fundamental depth entities seem clumsy by comparison. The dog pulsed with the intermediate depth power, his way somehow perfectly complementing his master's despite the apparent disparity in their depths. Together, they had just finished dispatching an early creature that had made the mistake of thinking Galileo's size meant weakness, its conceptual form dissolving into fragments that scattered across the neon-lit battlefield. At this time, a voice echoed out directly into Galileo's consciousness, bypassing the chaos of battle to deliver its message with perfect clarity. Galileo, follow the bells of Muspelheim and ensure the safety of the one who laid the claim. The voice belonged to the half-step absolute depth Muspelly lifeform fighting above, the protector of this sanctuary whose power had kept the living concept at bay despite the invader's own half-step authority. They are not strong like the creature or chaos. The creature had the Alfs of Alfheim backing him when he rose to power. Chaos had Jotunheim. We have to do our job, expend as much power as you can to ensure we can perform our role. I will take care of things here. Galileo heard the voice and felt his small face buzz with ferocity that made his whiskers stand on end and his ears flatten against his skull. He nodded once, a sharp motion that carried finality, then he reached out with one tiny hand and patted the flank of the dog that stood twice his size. his fingers finding the familiar warmth of the dog's fur beneath the neon flames that danced across it. "Let's go, Duke." His voice was surprisingly deep for his small frame, carrying waves that spoke of phonemes mastered over eons of careful study. Duke barked in response, a sound that was less animal vocalization and more declaration of intent, and waves of extremely pure mana erupted from his golden form with intensity that made nearby combatants stumble and stare. The bark carried joy, an eagerness and absolute loyalty, and its speeds that made even the living concept glance over from his battle with the Protector, his countless conceptual eyes tracking something that had just moved faster than anything at intermediate depth should have been capable of moving. Whap! Duke and Galileo disappeared. Not even a glimmer of their light could be seen as they vanished from the battlefield, their trajectory carrying them toward the distant region where the bells of Muspelheim originated. The living concept's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, the Protector pressed his attack with renewed ferocity, demanding his full attention and preventing any pursuit. Strength came in different forms. This was a truth that many entities failed to understand, too focused on personal power to recognize the broader weavings of force that wove through existence. They measured strength in depth and immensity, in the weight of one's way and the authority of one's declarations. And they dismissed anything that did not fit neatly into these categories as irrelevant. But strength was more complex than simple personal cultivation. Sometimes, inheritance of forces aligned with one's way was also a form of strength, a form of power that could not be measured by examining an individual in isolation. The creature had not risen to prominence alone. Others had backed him during his ascent. The primordial chaos had benefited similarly from another place, Jotunheim, the realm of chaos giants, providing him with backing that transformed personal potential into actualized power. Even the living paradox, for all his individual might, had drawn upon forces beyond himself. No entity reached the peak alone, no entity could. Existence was too vast, too dangerous, too filled with those who would destroy rising powers before they could threaten established hierarchies. Personal strength was necessary but insufficient. What separated those who achieved the heights from those who fell along the way was often not individual capability but the web of support and alliance and inherited force that surrounded them. Chapter 47:30, All Things Live and Die For. In the region burning with obsidian flames, the tension had reached a breaking point where the next moments would determine everything. Noah did not look back to the fundamental depth Muspelly lifeforms behind him as they sent him unique waves of mana to communicate. Their messages carried on frequencies that only those attuned to the first tongue could perceive and understand. The strongest one here was Sir Tra, the esteemed whisperer. The Muspelly lifeforms are here to stand beside the one who laid the claim. Her voice resonated through the mana itself, warm and fierce and absolutely certain. You have the backing of our ways as we follow the first tongue. We realize this is a bit abrupt and would have ideally enjoyed things playing out differently, with proper introductions and ceremonies befitting such a momentous occasion, but existence is never so simple. The enemy is here and so are we. We are here for you to command. The foremost Muspelly lifeform who had been keeping the living spirit at bay while Noah harvested the forces below spoke such words with the calm certainty of someone who had waited eons for exactly this moment. Noah smiled, his gaze still locked on the enemy above whose countless gray eyes watched this development with cold calculation. Two fundamental depth Muspelly lifeforms have officially backed the first tongue and aligned their ways with yours. Boundless infinite potential is being harvested from this alliance. Their accumulated authority, their eons of dedication to the first tongue, their willingness to stand beside you in battle against a half-step absolute entity, all of it flows into your foundation as recognition of what it means to have laid claim to the first tongue. Noah glanced at this prompt sharply and nodded with appreciation that he didn't have time to properly express. Acknowledging the weight of what these Muspelly lifeforms were offering him even as his mind remained focused on the threat that loomed above with a fragment of a paradoxical axiom manifesting in his grasp, he didn't have time to get to know these powerful Muspelly lifeforms behind him, didn't have time to learn their histories or understand their ways, but there could be time for introductions later. They just needed to survive an encounter with a ridiculously powerful enemy first, and to do so, we shall have others join us as well. Hullum, he said these words calmly as from afar, the radiant blue-gold monolith that served as the gateway between Muspelheim and his domain shone with brilliance. From it, the figure of the Infiniverse herself appeared in humanoid form, her manifestation carrying the weight of an entire realm compressed into a singular presence that demanded acknowledgement from reality itself. She was adorned in bejeweled multicolored battle wrappings that seemed woven from the fabric of countless absorbed territories, gems of every hue imaginable studding armor that shifted between states of matter as if unable to decide what it wanted to be. Her features were sharp and imperious, and her gaze as she stared toward the living spirit was cold enough to make the obsidian flames around her seem warm by comparison. Behind her, multiple the entities emerged from the monolith. Kor came first, her small form burning with the hunger. Sigrid followed, alongside Arazan, who emerged with his bony skull staff clutched in skeletal fingers. Phonemes danced around his decrepit form, weaving patterns that spoke of endings that could not be avoided and decay that could not be stopped. Rhea, Titano, the first farmer, Henry, Malthus, and Moraine followed in succession, each of them burning with a light of a depth that had been elevated and enhanced by their connection to Noah's way. The first tongue surrounded them all. Noah glanced at them from afar as they spread out across the burning skies of Muspelheim. Stay on the periphery and impose your way from a distance. His voice carried across the battlefield with authority that brooked no argument, the command of someone who understood both the capabilities and limitations of his forces. The enemy this time is a powerful fucker, and direct engagement will get you killed. Fight! 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 Boom! He said such words as his people, surrounded by the light of his mana, listened to him and spread out across the obsidian-flamed landscape like pieces on a board being positioned for a decisive gambit. All but one, the Infiniverse did not retreat to the periphery. Her depth was unique, holding the weight and immensity of the entirety of the changing and transforming Infiniverse, which was even now swallowing Muspelheim and converting it into part of her ever-expanding domain. She was not a normal entity whose depth could be measured against conventional standards. She was a realm-given consciousness, a civilization become singular, and her power scaled with everything she had consumed and continued to consume. Similar to Noah, her depth could not be categorized by normal means, and shockingly, she raised her legs as if they were hammers meant for breaking primordial realms and began shooting toward the living spirit as if she were a nuclear bomb aimed at a target that had dared to threaten her master. Noah saw this as he smiled wryly at her. Initiative. Behind him, Sir Tra erupted with sandy flames that carried the weight of fundamental depth authority. The other fundamental depth Muspelly lifeform beside her closed their eyes in concentration as logos and philologies of the first tongue wrapped around their existence with density that made the air shimmer, and these linguistic constructs formed into drops of flaming rain that shot out with glorious fervor toward the living spirit in an assault that combined the physical and the conceptual into something that was more than either alone. Meanwhile, from the periphery where Noah had commanded them to remain, his forces added their authority to the assault. Kor unleashed decillions of jaws of hunger surrounded by phonemes of the first tongue, each maw carrying the weight of her way as they surged toward the living spirit in a tide of devouring intent. Arazan grasped his bony skull staff and instantly caused a storm of rotating bones and poison filled with the civilizational authority of mana to swirl above the living spirit, creating a dome of death that pressed down from above while the other attacks came from all sides. Beside the embattled legend, Galtharak was scared shitless. The demon spirit who had called himself the Terror of Chains now cowered in the shadow of his master as attacks from every direction converged on their position. His seven eyes darted frantically, his chains rattling with fear rather than eager violence, his entire existence screaming that he should flee even as loyalty or perhaps simple terror kept him rooted in place. Noah looked at this gloriously unfolding scene as he rose to face the living spirit directly, his blue-gold flames billowing around him with intensity. The living spirit stood calm amidst the approaching storm. In his hand, he grasped the half-manifested scythe that burned with the light of a fragment of a paradoxical axiom. Noah met those countless eyes with his own blazing gaze, and his voice emerged calm and measured despite the chaos of battle erupting around them. I want to give you the respect of an entity of your standing, the proper acknowledgement of someone who has stood at the heights of existence since before the fallout reshaped everything we knew. His flames burned brighter as he moved. But I don't want a long drawn-out battle just because you are the living spirit. I have things to do and places to be in an existence to reshape according to my will. Boom. He smiled with the calm confidence of someone who had already decided how this would end. Let's settle this in the next few seconds. Okay. His words were heavy, the declaration of someone telling a legend that their legend would end quickly rather than with the epic struggle such beings usually demanded. The living spirit erupted with ominous power in the next moment, his form solidifying. Further, as he prepared to meet the combined assault, the scythe in his hand blazed with paradoxical light that made reality itself uncertain about what was possible and what was not. Oh, it will be settled. His voice emerged from countless mouths simultaneously, a chorus of spirits all speaking the same words with the same deadly certainty. It will be settled. Boom. Chapter 47:31. All things live and die. Okay, so, fighting against an entity like the living spirit was not an easy task. His power was already constrained in ways that should have made this battle decisively one-sided. From Noah's established thesis, he had no access to the first tongue as his Genesis principles were closed off from the linguistic foundations that powered them. His regeneration of authority was locked out, unable to draw upon the ambient manna that should have been replenishing his reserves with every passing moment. His connection to the very language of reality had been severed, leaving him fighting with reserves that depleted without refilling. His power was also no longer absolute as he stood only at the fundamental depth now, dragged down from the half-step heights he had occupied before the fragment of the axiom of mayhem had done its work. He faced two fundamental depth muspelly lifeforms whose ways burned with the authority of beings who had protected the first tongue since before the fallout. He faced Noah, whose formless depth defied conventional measurement and whose flames billowed with intensity that matched the eternal fires of Muspelheim itself. He faced the infiniverse, whose weight carried the accumulated mass of an ever-expanding realm that was even now devouring the very territory they fought upon. And he faced multiple other the entities from the infiniverse, each one adding their authority to the assault from the periphery in an unrelenting storm of assertions and impositions. And yet, more than 10 seconds passed as this being actually did not fall. 10 seconds. Noah looked at him with an imperious gaze that seemed to ask one simple question: how fucking dare he? 10 seconds might have seemed like nothing to lesser beings, but in a battle between entities of this caliber, 10 seconds was an eternity. They moved in femtoseconds, thought in attoseconds, and exchanged blows at speeds that would have appeared as frozen stillness to anyone observing from outside. 10 seconds meant 10 quadrillion femtoseconds of continuous combat. 10 quadrillion moments where attacks landed and declarations clashed in ways pressed against ways in contests of absolute authority, and the living spirit endured it all. The reason for his unbeatable stance and stature right now was of course his depth, even reduced as it was, and his way of spirit that had been refined over eons beyond counting. But more than either of those, it was the fragment of an axiom he wielded that kept him standing when he should have fallen long ago. The scythe, it hung in his grasp like an extension of his will, its blade curved with promises of endings that transcended normal death and its handle wrapped in chains of spiritual essence that writhed with tortured awareness. The power of the living spirit wrapped around it heavily, merging weapon and wielder into something that was more than either alone. Even Lens of Civilization didn't reveal his status sheet nor the identity of the fragment he carried, the axiom from which it had been taken remaining a mystery. But the effects were clear enough: the living spirit would wave this scythe, and any assertions made by Kor or Arazon or the others from the periphery would simply be nullified as if they had never been spoken. The jaws of hunger that should have devoured his defenses dissolved into nothing. The storms of bone and poison that should have corroded his way scattered like mist before morning sun. The weight of their combined authority, which should have pressed him down into submission, slid off his existence like water off stone. The infiniverse, who swung her legs like imperial primordial hammers with force that could have shattered lesser realms, was pushed back with every exchange. Her weight drained with every strike she landed, the scythe somehow siphoning the very immensity she brought to bear in turning her own power against her. And as Noah formed a new thesis, speaking it into existence with authority that only someone who had claimed the first tongue could muster, it smashed onto the living spirit with impact that would have smashed any normal fundamental depth entity. The thesis hung around him like chains of linguistic law, his heavy depth pressing like an unrelenting hammer that sought to crush him into submission. But the living spirit stood strong. He made grand declarations of his own, his countless mouths speaking words of power. Some of those declarations targeted the forces on the periphery, seeking to one-shot kill Sigrid or Arazon or any of the others whose depths were insufficient to withstand direct attention from someone of his caliber. But Surtra and the other fundamental depth muspelly lifeform brought down their own terrifying immensity in response, their ways interposing between the living spirit's declarations and their intended targets with the practiced coordination of beings who had fought together for eons. Surtra had held back the living spirit even when he was at half-step absolute depth with her unique way, her sandy flames somehow capable of diffusing and redirecting authority that should have overwhelmed her. She was not stronger than him, had never been stronger than him, but her way was perfectly suited to defense and delay in ways that made raw power comparisons irrelevant. Nothing passed past them, and all that was left was a glorious scene with Noah and the infiniverse surrounding the living spirit with their depth and immensity, gradually wearing him down as one singular factor revealed itself at this moment that would become a defining feature many would come to realize in the very near future. As the living spirit took on all these attacks, all these depths, Noah's random thesis constructs and the infiniverse throwing her weight around like a fat primordial realm seeking to crush an insect beneath her mass, he was actually waiting for something. He was waiting for a gap in their attacks. He was waiting for exhaustion to hit them, because they were not only throwing their depths at him with reckless abandon, But his fragment of an axiom was actively nullifying and even draining them of their weight with every exchange. The scythe was designed for exactly this purpose, to turn extended battles into wars of attrition where his opponents expended themselves against his defenses while he conserved and even grew stronger from their efforts. It was a strategy that had worked countless times before, it was a strategy that should have been working now, yet, it didn't seem to be doing anything. They didn't look any more exhausted now than they had 10 seconds ago. Their attacks came with the same ferocity, the same weight, the same relentless pressure that had characterized the opening moments of this battle. In these 10 seconds, they had all attacked and moved in femtoseconds, exchanging quadrillions of blows and declarations and assertions without any visible sign of depletion. They had been attacking for a relatively long fucking time. They had been asserting, imposing, and declaring their ways again and again against his spirit. Hammering at his defenses with authority that should have been diminishing with every exchange but somehow remained constant, as if they held an infinite backing behind them. At this point, the eyes of the living spirit lit up with understanding that had been slow to come but arrived with the force of revelation. His countless gray eyes blinked as he seemed to see something others couldn't, his perception shifting to frequencies that revealed truths hidden from normal observation. He thought he saw faint blue-gold lines extending from the youngest claimer and onto all his people here, threads of connection that pulsed with mana flowing in only one direction. They reached all the others. And through those lines, their depths were being replenished endlessly, infinitely. The living spirit felt like he finally understood what he was facing. Every one of those behind the oldest paradox of existence had something that made them unique, some quality or capability that set them apart from other entities at similar depths. The creature had his connection to existence itself. The living paradox had his mastery of contradiction. The primordial chaos had his inevitability of entropy. Was this the perk behind the youngest claimer, infinity, the ability to provide endless resources to those connected to his way, to replenish their depths faster than any enemy could drain them? To turn every battle of attrition into a guaranteed loss for whoever stood against him? It would explain how he had been able to make the claim over the first tongue, how someone of his apparent youth and relatively modest personal power had accomplished something that no entity in all of existence had ever achieved. The living spirit came to this realization with the calm acceptance of someone who had lived long enough to recognize when circumstances had shifted against him irreversibly. When he felt his own way that continued to deplete, when he noticed his weight and immensity not refilling because he remained locked out from the first tongue by the established thesis, he understood with perfect clarity that this battle was lost. There was no path to victory here, no strategy that would allow him to outlast opponents who could not be outlasted. No technique that would let him overcome enemies who simply did not run out of resources, but he was still calm. After all, this was just his other half-step absolute depth spirit body. In spirit shelter of the loom, another remained. His true existence, or at least a more complete version of it, waited in safety beyond the reach of the youngest claimer and his infinite backing. Even if this body collapsed here, even if this portion of his existence was destroyed and harvested, he would continue. It would be a worthy collapse, he supposed, falling under one of those four. One of those who had laid their claims on aspects of the oldest paradox of existence. There was no shame in being defeated by such an entity, no diminishment of his legend in losing to someone who represented a fundamental truth of reality itself. It was boom, in the midst of his thoughts, in the moment where acceptance had begun to settle into resignation, the scythe in his hands was knocked to the side from the hammer legs of the infiniverse. Her strike came with the force of a realm compressed into a single blow, and even his grip, which had held that weapon through countless battles across eons of existence, could not maintain its hold against such overwhelming impact. The scythe spun away from his grasp, and in front of him, boom, the vibrating body of the youngest claimer squeezed into the gap that the infiniverse strike had created. One of Noah's hands came to clamp down on his hand that had been holding the scythe, fingers burning with blue-gold flames that seared into spiritual essence with heat that transcended normal fire. And his other hand grasped onto his massive gray neck with grip that spoke of finality. Noah held onto the living spirit as he smiled with a devilish light. His eyes burned with immense depth that defied categorization, with the weight of someone who had laid claim to something that belonged to the very foundations of existence. In existence, all things live and die, O spirit. His voice emerged calm and measured, almost gentle, the tone of someone explaining an obvious truth to a child who had somehow failed to understand it. It is time for you to die. A legend gazed at an anomaly calmly even amidst such an unprecedented moment, those countless gray eyes meeting blazing blue gold without fear or desperation. He had lived for eons beyond counting. He had survived the fallout and the chaos that came before it. He had stood at heights that most entities could not even comprehend, and now he faced his ending at the hands of the youngest claimer. The anomaly gazed back, his mouth and nose releasing lava like blue-gold flames with every breath. Fire that was less combustion and more pure expression of authority made manifest. These flames began to dance over the grayish skin of the living spirit, spreading across his form like eager servants consuming a feast that had been long denied to them. Where the flames touched, spiritual essence began to dissolve. Where the flames spread, the accumulated authority of eons began to break down. Where the flames burned, a legend began to end, and Noah held on with grip that would not release, his smile never wavering as he brought an end to a glorious battle that had lasted 10 seconds and 10 quadrillion femtoseconds and would be remembered for far longer than either. Chapter 4732, Harvests. A magnum opus was said to be the greatest work of an artist or craftsman, the singular achievement that defined their existence and stood as testament to everything they had learned and become. But this was a limited view. A magnum opus did not have to be singular. It did not have to be final. The greatest work was not necessarily the last work, nor was it the work that others deemed most impressive by their own limited standards of measurement. Sometimes, a magnum opus was simply the work that felt right in the moment of its creation, the achievement that resonated with the deepest parts of one's being and announced to existence itself that yes, this was what they were capable of. And no, they were not yet finished becoming more. Noah had many moments of glorious defining achievements scattered across his journey from a tiny blue planet to the primordial depths of existence itself, but at this time, holding the neck of the living spirit, an entity who he had only ever heard of in the stories of the earliest folds, this was a moment. Blue-gold flames billowed over his body and washed over the grayish form of the living spirit with hunger that could not be denied, and as he looked at the many cold eyes of this being who gazed at him calmly even as his existence began to break down, Noah sneered in distaste. What a shame. This turns out not to be your main body? His grip tightened, flames intensifying. What a fucking shame. Boom. Yes, the moment he had gotten his hands on the living spirit, he had sought to give him a speedy entry into the infinite Desmotarian, to add a half-step absolute depth legend to his growing collection of imprisoned powers, but the prompt that rose shattered that ambition. Imprisonment failure. The selected target for the infinite Desmotarian is only partially defeated. This manifestation represents a spirit body rather than a complete existence. The complete depth of their existence still remains untouched in another location. Full subjugation of their core existence is required for imprisonment. Until that core is captured and defeated, entry into the infinite Desmotarian is not possible. He couldn't draw this fucker into his prison as the main component that made up their existence was not here, was sitting safely in some spirit shelter within the loom while this expendable body fought and died in his place. It would have been a glorious thing to have a half-step absolute depth entity in his prison, a legend whose authority he could draw upon and whose knowledge he could extract over eons of careful interrogation. If he was ambitious enough, he could make it his goal to find spirit, elemental, concept, and others to lock them all in his prison, building a collection of the living existences that would make even the creature pause. But if this wasn't viable, the civilization I am standing over collapses all it has to me. Boom, the thesis blazed into existence with authority that only someone who had claimed the first tongue could muster, and the body of the living spirit buzzed as cracks began to spread across its surface like fractures appearing in ancient stone, and yet this being showed absolutely no emotion. His many gray eyes focused on Noah with the calm acceptance of someone who had already made peace with this particular ending. Countless gazes studying the entity who had accomplished what should have been impossible. I now know what gives you an edge. His voice emerged from multiple mouths simultaneously. Unhurried despite the cracks spreading through his form, I have many ways to go about things now. We will meet again sooner or later, so be sure to stay alive until then. The cracks deepened, but still he spoke. The creature and the living paradox run rampant as they believe everything shall fall to them. Little guys like us also want a piece of the pie, you know? We also have ambitions. His eyes gleamed with something that might have been camaraderie or might have been manipulation. None of us truly back the creature or the living paradox or even the primordial chaos. All of us are ultimately seeking our own glory. Even those who follow you or back you, they are likely looking for their own glory. Don't believe anyone is truly backing your wadash. Get the fuck out of here, man. Boom. Noah's eyes flashed with tyranny as he interrupted the living spirit's attempt to sow discord with his dying breaths, refusing to let this legend have the final word even as his existence crumbled. In the next moment, the thesis Noah had declared blazed blue gold with intensity. The body of the living spirit shuddered violently, cracks spreading through it like porcelain struck by hammers, and inside Those fractures, unfathomable seas of white-gray light roared with the accumulated authority of eons being forcibly released. Noah opened his mouth like a fiendish beast and devoured it all like a black hole consuming a dying star. If he couldn't imprison it, he would eat it, eating a half-step absolute depth. The living existence was also bound to be nutritious. Huam, harvest of legend, unfathomable effort has been put in by you and many others in facing a half-step absolute depth entity of glorious status. The coordination of fundamental depth muscly lifeforms, the infiniverse, and your assembled forces created conditions where the impossible became merely improbable. Infinite potential is harvested and amplified under the archie of perpetual harvest. All participants gain immensely from this victory. The weight of a half-step absolute depth. The living spirit is being harvested and devoured. An unfathomable harvest. An impossible harvest given your level. And yet it occurred. Your claim over the first tongue is further solidified through this victory. Your way has become even clearer, the path forward illuminated by the authority you have consumed. Alongside the elevation of your weight and immensity, there is more than enough harvest to accomplish your goals of streamlining your existence. The foundation you have been building can now support the transformations you have been planning. Hoam. Capitulo 47:33, Harvests. 2. These prompts rolled down as Noah's figure burned with the glory of someone who had just consumed power that should have been beyond his reach. His outline showed a muscular humanoid entity that looked like a celestial fiend given form and purpose, blue gold flames billowing over his entire body as steam rose off of him with splendor. His skin glinted like reinforced blue gold crystal forged from the fires of the first tongue itself, and his foundation and weight could be felt rising up gloriously as the harvest settled into his existence and became part of him. Near him, the infiniverse burned with her own flames, her body wreathed in blue gold fire made up of phonemes of the first tongue that danced across her bejeweled armor and made her seem less like a realm-given consciousness and more like a fiend of expansion and consumption. Kor floated nearby, her small form surrounded by radiant blue gold flames of mana and hunger that elevated her depth even as her abyssal eyes gleamed. Sigrid, Arezon, Rhea, the first farmer, and all others who had come to support him and fought against the living spirit had radiant blue gold flames surrounding them as their depths elevated from the shared harvest of this impossible victory. At such a time, the massive blue gold monolith in the distance began to vibrate with intensity that drew attention from everyone present. In the next moment, the environment of Muspelheim began to be pulled toward it even more rapidly, the obsidian flames and crystallized mountains and rivers of molten gold all flowing toward that gateway as if reality itself was being funneled through a drain. Sertra, the esteemed whisperer, looked toward this phenomenon with a frown that creased her ancient features, her sandy flames flickering with concern. Sir, what would the meaning of that monolith be? She saw what it was doing, saw how it was consuming her home realm with accelerating hunger, and she had to ask even though part of her knew the answer. Before Noah could even reply, Hoam, neon-colored flames blazed from the distance with brilliance that cut through the obsidian fire of Muspelheim like a beacon of different power entirely. Glorious auras bloomed soon after, and the figure of a radiant golden dog appeared with a unique small entity atop it, both of them moving with speed that defied their apparent depths as they arrived before the assembled forces could even properly register their approach. Galileo and Duke's golden fur gleamed with health and power even as neon flames danced across his coat, his muscular form radiating the intermediate depth authority that seemed perfectly complementary to his rider. Atop him sat Galileo, the small furry muscly lifeform whose diminutive stature belied his fundamental depth power, his large ears twitching as he took in the aftermath of the battle and the impossible sight of the living spirit's essence still being absorbed into the blazing figure before him. Their gazes settled on Noah. In his glorious sensation of power and immensity, Noah had to blink at the new entrance just to make sure he was seeing right. Was that a golden retriever muscly lifeform and a fluffy humanoid hamster neon flaming muscly lifeform? The entities of existence seemed to truly have all sorts of forms as giants was not applicable to every single one of them, and these two proved that diversity extended even to the ancient guardians of the first tongue. They seemed to have arrived here as reinforcements, but they came rather late as the battle had already concluded in spectacular fashion. While the two sides gazed at each other across the burning skies of Muspelheim, the fluffy lifeform atop the dog spoke up first. I was sent here to ensure the safety of the one who laid the claim, but my help does not seem to be required. His voice was surprisingly deep for his small frame, carrying waves that spoke of phonemes mastered over eons. Sertra. He nodded toward the sandy-flamed muscly lifeform who looked forward and nodded back with respect that spoke of long familiarity between them. as if these two had known each other for eons and trusted each other implicitly. Galileo and Duke floated ever closer, the golden dog's tail wagging with barely contained excitement as they came to hover a distance before Noah's blazing form. Galileo looked at Noah up and down with large eyes that sparkled with ancient intelligence, his whiskers twitching as he assessed the entity who had just devoured a legend. "You're a bit different than what I envisioned. A bit smaller, but I sense the first tongue listening to you more than me in this region." His ears flicked forward with curiosity. "I am Galileo, and I have been raising the noble mount of the one who laid the claim. This here is Duke, a glorious product of the first tongue. He is faster than any fundamental depth entity, his speed almost approaching absolutes." He patted Duke's golden fur with obvious pride. "What does the one who laid the claim call himself? And what might that ominous monolith devouring everything about Muspelheim be?" Galileo asked such questions calmly as Noah smiled at these new entrants while looking at the dog named Duke, who had his tongue out, gazing at him with eyes of pure excitement as if he had been waiting his entire existence to meet this moment. A Muspelheim lifeform whose speed approached absolutes, this in itself was a work of wonder. But before addressing any of this, Noah completely devoured every glimmer of traces remaining of the living spirit. Then he floated toward a corner of the skies where an entity was trying to make themselves as small as possible. Galtharak, uniquely, this was actually the last surviving member of the Legion of the Living Spirit, having survived when no others did through a combination of his master's protection and his own desperate cowardice. Noah went toward this being, his blazing form casting blue-gold light across the terrified demon spirit whose 7 eyes darted frantically for any escape route that didn't exist. This fundamental depth entity with his lower depth, who had already kneeled to Noah and could express not even 10% of his power, trembled as the flames approached. Noah waved his hand toward the fearful Galtharak with casual authority. A light flashed, the entity disappeared. There wasn't even resistance or anything to worry about as the terror of chains began to be processed in the prison inside of the organ of civilization, his existence now fuel for Noah's growing power. Rather than a threat to be concerned about, as Noah did this, he replied to Galileo, "I am the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons." Genesis monarch is fine. WAA, Capitulo 4734, Harvests. 3. His voice carried the weight of someone announcing a title that existence itself had acknowledged, and that monolith is the gateway through which Muspelheim is moving as I take it into a domain where beings like the one I just killed will not be capable of entering. As he said all of this, he was already moving and waving his hands as he beckoned toward the fragment of an axiom that the living spirit had been using to fight them, the site that had nullified so many of their attacks now lying abandoned in the burning skies. He also looked toward the fragment that radiated the light of another axiom in the center of the ancient citadel that Surtra had been protecting, the original treasure that had drawn the living spirit here in the first place. There were many potential spoils in the wake of this battle, and a lot more things to get done. After his words, Surtra and Galileo looked at each other silently as if communicating through means that required no words, and Noah calmly continued, "Who is the one who laid the claim on the first tongue to Muspelheim lifeforms?" He asked such a simple question, seeking to understand exactly what his new title meant to these ancient guardians. Surtra and Galileo looked at each other before they answered at the same time, "The leader of Muspelheim." Noah nodded at these words as finally, it seemed time to collect the benefits of laying claim to the first tongue. He turned to them with eyes blazing with purpose. "Then trust in me and my words. There is much to be done and there is little time for everything. Are there any other invaders in other regions of Muspelheim?" At such a question, Galileo nodded with gravity that made his small form seem larger, someone calling themselves the living concept. The battle against him is still ongoing. Noah's eyes shone brightly at this revelation. Concept was also here? How powerful was he compared to spirit? There were many questions buzzing through his mind, but for now, it was time to quantify the boons from everything that had occurred. Noah nodded to the words of Galileo, "Then I'll be quick with what I am currently doing. Give me a second." He turned to the sandy-flamed guardian, "Surtra, can you secure that fragment of an axiom down there?" He spoke casually as if he was a landlord that had inherited Muspelheim and was now claiming everything for himself, but Surtra nodded simply at his words before she descended to collect the fragment. What was the reason they had been protecting it this whole time? They were waiting for him. As she did this, Noah smiled and closed his eyes, his whole body continuing to billow with flames as he listened to the many prompts buzzing before him. The Infinite Desmoterian, status report, A. New prisoner has been processed and integrated into your prison of way of existence. Prisoner, Galtharak, formerly known as the Terror of Chains, original depth, the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty, current depth, the fundamental depth of absolute sovereignty, reduction of fragment of the axiom of mayhem effect now wiped out by you, status, imprisoned. His way is now fuel for your civilization, the infinite desmoterian integration benefits straight face, by imprisoning of the fundamental depth entity, even one currently reduced to intermediate depth. Your prison's authority has expanded significantly. Passive authority generation. Your prison can pull upon the authority equivalent to 25% of Galtharak's peak output continuously. This authority flows directly into your foundation and weight. His entrance has opened the pathway for 25% of the weight of all others imprisoned, with the exception of the warden, Ozymandias, to be freely flowing into your foundation and depth. Knowledge extraction, memories and techniques accumulated over eons of existence are being catalogued. Galtharak will be asked to share everything they know regarding the loom and other matters. Well, not asked as much as commanded, your first fundamental depth prisoner. The warden, Ozymandias, will meet with him soon. Foundation status report. Your weight and immensity have attained a perfect foundation, through the harvest of the living spirit's half-step absolute depth existence. The imprisonment of a fundamental depth entity, and the accumulated gains from collapsing dozens of civilizations, your foundation has reached a critical threshold. Comparative depth assessment straight face. Your immensity now equals the full 100% immensity of entities like the creature or the living paradox when they were at the intermediate depth of absolute sovereignty. Previous comparative weight 70/100 th, current comparative weight 100/100 th. Significance: you have matched the foundation that the greatest entities in existence possessed at your comparative stage. The creature at intermediate depth. The living paradox at intermediate depth. The primordial chaos at intermediate depth. You now stand where they once stood. Your formless depth continues to defy conventional categorization, but in terms of raw weight and immensity, you have achieved what few entities in all of existence have ever achieved at this stage of development. While yes, your way does not care for comparisons, it is also ideal to see where you are objectively. The gap between you and the peaks is still vast, but you're now climbing the same mountain they climbed. Just faster. Much, much faster. Fragment acquisition report. The fragment wielded by the living spirit has been secured. Fragment identified. Fragment of the axiom of attrition. Axiom classification. One of the paradoxical axioms, representing the concept that all things diminish through conflict while the patient observer grows stronger. Fragment capability, nullification and drainage. This fragment allows the wielder to nullify 75% of incoming attacks, regardless of depth, by draining their weight and adding a percentage of it to their own reserves. Extended combat becomes increasingly favorable as opponents expend themselves while the wielder accumulates their spent authority. Usage requirements. Significant immensity required for activation. Most effective when wielder can sustain prolonged engagement. The living spirit WSS nullifying and draining, but as he was draining the authority of the first tongue, which he could not use or access, he got fucking nothing out of it. The prompts were many and they were grand, but Noah looked at all of them as he took in the weight of his achievements, a perfect foundation matching the legends. But he wasn't even content with it. Why match anyone when he could exceed them? Capitulo 47:35, Harvests. For, he could match the foundation of others, but he was not content in merely doing just that. The creature and the primordial chaos had their own foundations in their own time as they reached heights that only they could reach because of the foundations they had built. They had climbed to peaks that seemed unreachable, had achieved things that seemed impossible, had become synonymous with power itself because of what they had accumulated during their ascent. But if Noah proceeded to build something that even they had not built before, his own accomplishments and his own glorious weavings of existence would even come to exceed them. Matching legends was merely the first step, surpassing them was the goal. The logos and philologies of the first tongue all around him vibrated with immensity as they seemed to agree in fervor, the very language of reality resonating with ambitions that it found worthy of acknowledgement. As he was having such thoughts, the figure of the esteemed whisperer floated over with the other fundamental depth muspelly lifeform, their forms burning with sandy and linguistic flames respectively as they brought the glorious object that had been at the center of the citadel of flames they had protected for eons beyond counting. Behind them, the other muspelly lifeforms that had been protected and watching the battle from a distance came forward in what could only be described as a procession of ancient entities. Multiple intermediate depth muspelly giants whose forms burned with variations of obsidian and gold flame. multiple surface depth muscly lifeforms whose bodies ranged from towering humanoids to serpentine creatures of pure fire to beings whose shapes defied easy categorization, they all came forward as if participating in a ceremony that had been rehearsed across eons of waiting. They looked toward Noah with doubt and analysis, as if they were measuring up the entity that many of them had not thought of before today, because what the entity who laid claim to the first tongue represented was something of major importance to most of these giant lifeforms. But only the most powerful ones, the protectors and their closest advisors, truly understood what such a thing meant for existence itself. The rest had only basal rudimentary knowledge, simply knowing the legends of figures like the creature or the primordial chaos eventually finding their way and claiming aspects of existence before returning to Muspelheim to receive acknowledgement. So it looked like a procession of ancient beings that were both examining and elevating the brilliance of the Genesis monarch. Their gazes carrying curiosity and skepticism and hope in equal measure. Noah smiled calmly and took this all in stride as he looked at the object that the esteemed whisperer was bringing, and without him even realizing it, the figure of Galileo and Duke appeared inches away from him with casual ease that spoke of speed beyond normal perception. The small lifeform that was Galileo continued to look at him up and down as if he was still assessing Noah, those large eyes sparkling with intelligence that belied his fluffy appearance. Meanwhile, the figure of Duke sniffed Noah with a wet nose that radiated warmth, and then his tongue lapped out in what could only be described as enthusiastic greeting. The golden dog came forward to nudge him, moving around his body like a neon light of pure excitement, circling and weaving with speed that made tracking his position nearly impossible. Noah's hand reached out to pat this dog, but he couldn't lock onto its position. Every time his fingers approached where Duke had been, the muscly lifeform had already moved to a different location, his speed truly approaching what Galileo had claimed. It was only when Duke chose to stop in front of him with shining flaming neon eyes did the golden retriever bring his head forward with tongue lolling and tail wagging. Noah's hand finally made contact, his fingers sinking into fur that was simultaneously soft and warm and thrumming with ridiculously pure mana. And he scratched behind those golden ears as Duke's tail wagged with even greater intensity. Galileo watched this interaction with satisfaction. He is simple-minded in nature and doesn't have any complex thoughts apart from being told that in the future, his Grand Master would arrive and unlock his true potential. His deep voice carried fondness for his longtime companion. He is supposed to be the mon of the one who laid the claim, as he was born in the fires of Muspelheim and concentrated philologies of the first tongue. His speed is merely the surface of what he could become. Oh, a uniquely mutated simple-minded creature that the one who laid claim to the first tongue could unlock the full potential of? Noah noted this down for later as he smiled at the thought of riding on a dog instead of something that one would routinely think of as a mount. It was unconventional, perhaps even absurd, but he had long since stopped caring about convention. But at this moment, he kept his gaze on the object that the esteemed whisperer brought as around him. The figures of the Infiniverse, Sigrid, Rhea, the first farmer, and others also gathered nearby with shining eyes. Sertra came to a stop before Noah, her sandy flames dimming slightly in deference as she raised her hands to present what she had been protecting, Genesis monarch. Her voice carried the weight of someone fulfilling a duty that had defined her existence for longer than most civilizations had existed. For eons beyond counting, we have protected this fragment. We have fought and bled and watched our kin fall to keep it from those who would misuse it. The living spirit came for it, as others have come before him, and we held them all at bay. Her eyes burned with intensity that made her sandy flames seem cold by comparison. We did this because we knew that one day, the one who laid the claim would come. She extended her hands, and the object rose from her palms. I present to you the fragment of the axiom of differentiated tongue. May it serve you as it was always meant to. The fragment floated toward Noah with the inevitability of something returning home after a long journey. It was a crystalline prism of impossible geometry, its surfaces shifting between states that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Light bent around it in ways that created halos of linguistic meaning, each angle revealing phonemes that danced at the edge of comprehension. Its core burned with a flame that was less fire and more pure expression of the first tongue itself, a concentrated essence of the very language that had defined reality since before differentiation. When it came to hover before Noah, his entire existence pulsed in resonance, every fiber of his being vibrated at frequencies that matched the fragment's emanations, as if recognizing something that had always belonged to him and was only now being returned. His blue-gold flames intensified, the fragment unveiled itself before him, fragment of the axiom of differentiated tongue, classification. one of the absolute axioms representing the foundational nature of the first tongue itself, origin. This fragment embodies the principle that all things in existence can be understood through their linguistic components. Before there was matter or energy or concept, there was language. And language can be broken down into its constituent parts: core capability, phonemic deconstruction. This fragment allows the wielder to break down anything it comes in contact with into its components of phonemes, or what their phonemes would be if they possessed linguistic foundations. Against declarations and thesis, enemy declarations can be deconstructed into their constituent phonemes, rendering them ineffective as the linguistic structure that gives them power is systematically dismantled. Against partial embodiments, physical or conceptual manifestations can be analyzed and reduced to their foundational linguistic components, revealing weaknesses and allowing for targeted disruption. Against ways and civilizations, the underlying phonemic structure of any way can be perceived and potentially restructured, allowing for deep understanding of how others have built their foundations. Secondary capability, structural analysis, beyond combat applications. This fragment provides unprecedented insight into the architecture of existence itself. The wielder can perceive how phonemes combine to create meaning, how meaning combines to create authority, and how authority combines to create reality. This analytical capability allows for optimization of one's own linguistic foundations, identifying inefficiencies and redundancies. Resonance status, perfect. This fragment recognizes you as the one who laid the claim. Its capabilities are fully available to you without restriction. No cost. No limitation. A scary reality is, what does this say if the creature holds a full axiom of existence? Or the primordial chaos holding a full axiom of chaos? Note, you now hold fragments of the axiom of mayhem, the axiom of attrition, and the axiom of differentiated tongue. 3 fragments from 3 different axioms. Noah looked at the vibrant details of the fragment of an axiom that represented his side of the oldest question in existence, the side of differentiation in language and the building blocks from which all meaning emerged. His already radiant figure wreathed in blue-gold flames began to pulse with an intense light as he gazed upon this fragment, with understanding blooming in his mind. When he looked at this fragment, he felt like he had found an answer to a question he had been carrying for the past 2 hours, the streamlining of his existence. The reduction of redundancy, the optimization of everything he had built into something more elegant and more powerful. This fragment could help him achieve all of it. Capitulo 4736, Compression. Celebrations were curious things in the grand weavings of existence. For most beings, celebrations marked achievements both small and grand, moments where they could pause and acknowledge that they had accomplished something worthy of recognition. A battle won. A threshold crossed. An enemy defeated. These were all occasions that warranted raising a glass or singing songs or simply taking a moment to breathe and appreciate what had been done. But for others, for entities like the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons, celebrations were luxuries that could not yet be afforded. How could one celebrate when the peaks still loomed so far above? How could one pause to acknowledge achievement when the creature and the living paradox and the primordial chaos still stood at heights that made current accomplishments seem like the first steps of a long journey? How could one rest when every moment spent resting was a moment that enemies spent growing stronger? For such entities, true celebration could only come when they stood at the apex of existence and gazed down below at the masses. Only then, when there was no one left above them, when every peak had been conquered and every rival surpassed, could they truly pause and acknowledge what they had built. Until then, there was no celebration. There was only much more to be done. A great man once said that the self is an illusion, that one should relax and stop striving and simply realize that they were one with everything already. To relax, fuck that guy. Noah's eyes shone brightly as he did not dwell on the fact that he had just decimated one of the bodies of the living spirit. He continued to forge ahead and strived forward as at this moment, he closed his eyes while grasping the fragment of the axiom of differentiated tongue. The sensation that he had while holding onto this object was a unique one, as if it was a baseball bat or an object that he used to play with when he was young on that tiny blue planet. Of course, he knew that this was just the familiarity of sensation brought about due to the first tongue and this being an object intimately related to it, but its capabilities were ridiculous compared to the fact that they came with absolutely no cost at all, since entities like the creature and the living paradox likely had either completed axioms or multiple fragments. The things they could do were absolutely ridiculous. Noah had to play a lot of catch-up to match what they had accumulated over eons, but at this moment, he was advancing structural analysis. Houm, a brilliant blue-gold light shone from the fragment in his hands as it pulsed and covered his entire figure in radiance that seemed to penetrate every layer of his existence. The light broke down everything that Noah was into its constituent components and laid them bare before his perception with clarity. One of the features of the fragment was activated, and what it showed him was nothing less than the complete architecture of his own existence. Structural analysis complete. Subject: the Genesis monarch of infinite lexicons. The following is a comprehensive breakdown of your existence as perceived through the lens of phonemic deconstruction. The first tongue, core phonemes, original 18 phonemes of the first tongue of fire, water, earth, air, void, light, darkness, life, death, time, space, order, chaos, unity, division, beginning, ending, paradox. These are the foundational linguistic units that existed since before differentiation. You have claimed authority over all of them. The 9 forged phonemes of quintessence, infinity, tyranny, fortune, loot, advantage, cheats, narrative, protagonist, harvest, hunger, potential. These are phonemes of your own creation, linguistic units that did not exist until you spoke them into being. They represent your unique contribution to the first tongue itself. Total phonemic authority, 27 core phonemes. Classification: complete linguistic foundation for a claimer of the first tongue. RCHI, the foundational authorities. Your archi represent the fundamental principles that govern your existence. Straight face: the archie of cheating architect, the engine that drives impossibility into reality. The archie of undifferentiated mana, the fuel that knows no exhaustion. The archie of perpetual harvest, the principle that all effort yields reward. Etc. These archi form foundation upon which everything else rests. The 159 stanchions of infinity. Current status: 159. The stanchions of infinity serve as the pillars supporting your infinite nature. Assessment: redundant, inefficient. Multiple stanchions perform overlapping functions. Streamlining potential: high. The grimoire of infinite lexicons. Status: active. Represents your foundation as a linguistic architect. Function: houses the accumulated knowledge and authority of your way. Integration: deeply woven into your existence at the most fundamental level. The organ of civilization. Status: active and expanding. Contains the infinite desmoterian. Function: generates continuous authority and weight from imprisoned entities while housing the infrastructure of your civilization. Depth and weight. Depth classification: the formless depth defies conventional categorization. Comparative weight: 100/100th. The immensity of the creature or the living. Paradox: at the intermediate depth. Foundation status: perfect. Ready for further elevation. The 9 lexical pillars. First pillar, conceptual lexicon, allows formation of logos embodying pure concepts. Grants ability to speak reality through conceptual authority. Second pillar, outerversal lexicon, enables logos construction transcending. Third pillar, ingenious lexicon, focuses on creative and innovative logos. Fourth pillar, Kuklo's lexicon, specializes in logos involving cycles, repetition, and infinite existential return. Fifth pillar, Megalos lexicon, grants ability to speak words affecting existence across vast distances. Sixth pillar, Singed lexicon, allows formation of logos combining the first tongue with primordial flame. Grants ability to inscribe with fire that cannot be extinguished. Seventh pillar, Paradoxical lexicon, allows speaking truths that should be impossible. Eighth pillar, Eldritch lexicon, grants ability to speak words and thesis defying conventional understanding. Ninth pillar, Veridical lexicon, focuses on logos of absolute truth and certainty. Allows speaking words that cannot be denied or contradicted. Fragments of axioms: fragment of the axiom of mayhem, reduces the depth of targets. Fragment of the axiom of attrition, nullifies and drains incoming attacks. Fragment of the axiom of differentiated tongue, breaks down anything into phonemic components. The edicts of progression. Your way of the mana architect used to follow a 9-stage path. Straight face. Edict 0, the uninitiated, manaless existence with latent potential. Edict 1, the spark, awakening of the mana locus. Edict 2, the reservoir, expansion of mana capacity. Edict 3, the weave, external expression of mana. Edict 4, the glyph, internalization of perfected weaves. Edict 5, the heart, transformation of locus into active engine. Birth of Haki. Edict 6, the aegis, forging of living existential armor. Edict 7, the codex, evolution to living mana codex. Access to arcana glyphs. Edict 8, the principle, transcendence of existence's rules. Creation of personal principles. Edict 9, the mana architect, the classification, assessment. The edicts provide clear progression for followers of your way, but their integration with your other systems shows room for optimization. Noah felt all of this information wash over him with clarity. Chapter 47:37, Compression. 2. He felt every atom within him, every weaving, every connection between systems that he had built over the course of his journey. It was as if someone had handed him a complete blueprint of a machine he had been operating by instinct, and now he could finally see exactly how each component connected to every other component, and more importantly, he could see the inefficiencies, the redundancies, the places where streamlining could transform good into perfect. A moment later, the fragment in his hand shone as it began to radiate waves of additional information. Streamlining proposals. The following are potential optimizations identified through structural analysis. They are listed in order of alignment with your existence's own inclinations. Proposal 1, phonemic convergence, priority, highest. Your own existence was already pondering this path. Current state, 159. The stanchions of infinity support your infinite nature through overlapping and sometimes redundant functions. Proposed state, converge all 159 the stanchions of infinity to fit the 27 core phonemes of the first tongue. The 18 original phonemes and the 9 you designed would each become a pillar of your foundation. Result, each of the 27 phonemes would house multiple stanchions worth of function. Compressed and refined into linguistic perfection. Your entire existence would have its foundation encompassing the first tongue itself. Significance, this would truly make you the claimer of the first tongue in the most literal sense. Your foundation would be the first tongue, and the first tongue would be your foundation. They would be inseparable. Boom. Noah's eyes remained closed as he absorbed this first proposal, and he felt his existence hum with recognition. Yes, this was what he had been sensing since he laid claim to the first tongue. The stanchions were scaffolding that had served their purpose, but now they could become something more elegant, more powerful, more fundamentally aligned with what he represented. 27 pillars instead of 159, each one a phoneme, each one irreducible and essential. His mind turned to the other areas of his power that could benefit from similar treatment, and understanding bloomed with calm ingenuity. The edicts. He murmured to himself. They're decent enough, but they don't fully integrate with the lexical pillars. He could see it now with the clarity that the structural analysis provided. The 9 edicts of progression guided followers through stages of growth, from uninitiated to architect. But the 9 lexical pillars and their connection to the first tongue existed separately. But nearly all of the entities produced in his civilization was due in some form from him teaching them the first tongue. What if each edict corresponded to a lexical pillar? The spark could potentially align with the conceptual lexicon, the awakening of mana being fundamentally a conceptual shift in one's existence. The reservoir could align with the megalos lexicon, expansion of capacity being an expression of tremendous scale. The weave could align with the ingenious lexicon, external expression requiring creative and innovative construction. He could map each edict to a pillar, creating a progression where advancing through the stages of his way automatically deepened one's connection to the first tongue. And the archai. Noah continued, his mind racing with possibilities, the principles of existence, but now grander as they incorporated his 9 new phonemes, the archie of cheating architect, the archie of undifferentiated mana, the archie of perpetual harvest. These and other foundational authorities could be woven into the very fabric of the edicts themselves, so that progressing through each stage automatically deepened one's connection to these principles. Not as separate systems to be learned, but as inherent features of walking the path at all. Someone at Edict 3 would naturally begin experiencing minor expressions of perpetual harvest as their weaves generated returns. Someone at Edict 5 would naturally begin channeling aspects of undifferentiated mana through their awakened heart, their reserves regenerating faster than before. Someone at Edict 7 would naturally begin touching the edges of cheating architect as their codex allowed them to design abilities that bent conventional rules. The archive would be baked into the progression itself. Additional proposal detected. Your processing has identified a streamlining path not initially calculated. Proposal 2, Edict Pillar Integration. Fuse each of the 9 edicts with its corresponding lexical pillar. Practitioners advancing through your way would automatically develop specialized connection with the first tongue early and slowly while aligned with their stage of progression. Proposal 3, Archai Infusion. Weave the archai into the edict progression as inherent features rather than separate systems. Each stage of advancement would deepen connection to cheating architect, undifferentiated mana, perpetual harvest proportionally, combined effect. Your way would become a seamless whole rather than a collection of integrated systems. Followers would not learn multiple frameworks but would walk a single path that naturally encompasses everything. Assessment. This level of integration would create the most elegant and powerful system of cultivation ever designed. Noah opened his eyes, and they blazed with blue gold fire that reflected the magnitude of design. the fragment of the axiom of differentiated tongue had shown him what he could become. 27 phonemes as the pillars of his foundation, 9 edicts fused with 9 lexical pillars, the archai woven into every stage of progression, everything streamlined. Everything elegant. Everything uniquely, irreducibly his. After everything was clear, there wasn't really much to be done except proceed ahead. Noah's eyes blazed with certainty as he spoke words that would reshape his very existence. Proceed with all 3 proposals. Boom, his existence buzzed with an unfathomable sense of glory. 3 proposals. 3 immense changes. The first one was the major transformation that affected him directly, while the other 2 clarified the progression of his way and how his followers could proceed from nothing all the way to the fragment in his hand illuminated with an intense light as Noah floated in the skies of Muspelheim, its crystalline surfaces burning with phonemes that danced at the edge of comprehension, and then, thump, the sound of his heart boomed out like a drum and permeated all around Muspelheim, the concentrated waves of the first tongue buzzing as if even they could sense what was coming. Chapter 47:38, Seals. Every Muspelly lifeform present felt that heartbeat in their own existence, felt it resonating with frequencies of transformation on a scale they had never witnessed. Thump, the beat of his heart was clear, and the changes unfolded within his existence. 27 points of singularities bloomed within him as they represented the skeleton of his foundation. Each one corresponded to a phoneme of the first tongue, burning with concentrated authority that drew the scattered stanchions toward them like gravity wells attracting celestial bodies. The infinity stanchion of infinity, the manadynamic stanchion of infinity, the boundless stanchion of infinity, and multiple others drifted toward the singularity representing the phoneme of infinity. They collapsed into it with force that made reality shudder, their separate authorities merging into something far more concentrated and far more powerful than they had been individually. The protagonist stanchion of infinity, the plot stanchion of infinity, and multiple others drifted toward the singularity representing the phoneme of narrative. They fused together with the inevitability of rivers flowing toward the sea, their narrative authorities becoming one unified expression. The fortune stanchion of infinity, the loot stanchion of infinity, the treasure stanchion of infinity, and multiple others drifted toward the singularity representing the phoneme of fortune, the tyranny stanchion of infinity. The dominion stanchion of infinity, the sovereignty stanchion of infinity merged into the phoneme of tyranny, the cheat stanchion of infinity, the ye collapsed into the phoneme of advantage, the hunger stanchion of infinity, the devouring stanchion of infinity, the consumption stanchion of infinity merged into the phoneme of hunger, the potential stanchion of infinity, the quintessence stanchion of infinity, the harvest, and the original 18 phonemes called to their corresponding stanchions with equal fervor, the fire stanchion of infinity, the singed stanchion of infinity, the combustion stanchion of infinity merged into the phoneme of fire, the water stanchion of infinity. The megalos stanchion of infinity collapsed into the phoneme of water, the earth stanchion of infinity, the foundation stanchion of infinity, fused into the phoneme of earth, the air stanchion of infinity, the void stanchion of infinity, collapsed into the phoneme of void, the light stanchion of infinity, the helios stanchion of infinity, fused into the phoneme of light, the darkness stanchion of infinity. The life stanchion of infinity, the death stanchion of infinity. The time stanchion of infinity, the temporal stanchion of infinity, the relativity stanchion of infinity merged into the phoneme of time, the space stanchion of infinity, the quantum stanchion of infinity. The dimension stanchion of infinity collapsed into the phoneme of space, the order, the chaos, and on and on and on. They could fill up entire pages if every single one was listed, but in totality, 159 stanchions, 27 singularities. Each phoneme now contained multiple stanchions worth of function, compressed and refined into linguistic perfection that had never existed before in all of existence, all concepts that made him, all the stanchions that had stood as the pillars for the Faraday cage. Every single one was taken toward the fitting phoneme as Noah's existence was streamlined into something elegant and terrible and absolutely unprecedented. Phonemic convergence in progress. 159 The stanchions of infinity are being redistributed across 27 core phonemes, original 18 phonemes straightface, the phoneme of fire absorbs, 6 stanchions, the phoneme of water absorbs, 5 stanchions, the phoneme of earth absorbs, 6 stanchions, the phoneme of air absorbs, 5 stanchions, the phoneme of void absorbs, 6 stanchions, the phoneme of light absorbs, 6 stanchions, the phoneme of darkness absorbs, 5 stanchions, the phoneme of life absorbs, 7 stanchions, the phoneme of death absorbs, 6 stanchions, the phoneme of time absorbs, 7 stanchions, the phoneme of space absorbs, 6 stanchions, the phoneme of order absorbs, 5 stanchions. The phoneme of chaos absorbs, 6 stanchions, the phoneme of unity absorbs 5 stanchions, the phoneme of division absorbs 5 stanchions, the phoneme of beginning absorbs 6 stanchions, the phoneme of ending absorbs 5 stanchions, the phoneme of paradox absorbs 7 stanchions, the 9 forged phonemes straightface, the phoneme of quintessence absorbs 6 stanchions, the phoneme of infinity absorbs 8 stanchions, the phoneme of tyranny absorbs 7 stanchions, the phoneme of fortune absorbs 6 stanchions, the phoneme of advantage absorbs 5 stanchions, the phoneme of narrative absorbs 6 stanchions, the phoneme of harvest absorbs 6 stanchions, the phoneme of hunger absorbs 5 stanchions. The phoneme of potential absorbs 7 stanchions, total redistribution 159 stanchions across 27 phonemes. Status complete. Thump, thump, thump. Noah's heart thundered with each phoneme that finalized its absorption, each beat sending shockwaves across Muspelheim that made the obsidian flames dance in patterns they had never formed before. The assembled Muspelly lifeforms watched with eyes wide and flames flickering, witnessing something that their ancestors had only spoken of in whispered legends. The Infiniverse trembled as she felt her connection to Noah shift and deepen. Course abyssal eyes widened with genuine surprise, her ancient perception recognizing that what she was witnessing had never occurred in all the eons she had existed. Sigrid's ordered flames burned brighter in response to the restructuring occurring within the one she loved. Convergence complete. Your existence has been fundamentally restructured. Previous foundation 159. The stanchions of infinity serving as scattered pillars. Current foundation 27 phonemic singularities containing all previous authority in concentrated form. Assessment. Your foundation is the first tongue. They are now inseparable and indistinguishable. You are the first tongue made manifest. The first tongue is you given voice. The moment the convergence completed, Noah's existence ignited, his body burned with blue gold plasma that was less fire and more pure concentrated authority given visible form. His eyes shot beams of light upward into the burning skies of Muspelheim as if his very perception had become too powerful to be contained. His mouth opened and he roared. The sound that emerged was not merely loud. It was linguistic. It carried phonemes that had never been spoken together before, 27 notes of a chord that existence itself had to bend to accommodate. Above him, a radiant grimoire materialized and opened with pages that burned with inscriptions shifting between all 27 phonemes in endless permutation. Chapter 4739, Seals. 2. The grimoire of infinite lexicons had transformed alongside him, and this single grimoire put a heavy strain on the surrounding atmosphere due to how immense it was. Heavy, immense, the air around Noah compressed and distorted as if unable to bear the weight. The obsidian flames of Muspelheim bent toward him. The very fabric of this primordial realm groaned under the pressure of what he had become. Critical threshold exceeded. The weight of your way in civilization has spilled past what the creature or the primordial chaos were able to accomplish at intermediate depth. Previous comparative weight, 100/100th of the creature at intermediate depth. Current comparative weight, 150/100th. Your weight continues to rise far past any established parameters of this stage, seeking a foothold at the fundamental depth in a manner nobody else has taken before. You are becoming heavier through linguistic perfection, through foundational elegance, through becoming something that existence has never had to bear before. Boom. The weight continued to build as something new began to emerge within Noah's restructured existence. Physique emergence detected. Your phonemic convergence has triggered an unforeseen development. When foundation becomes perfect, when every component serves its ideal purpose without redundancy, the result is not merely a stronger existence but a fundamentally different category of existence. You are developing a foundational physique designation, the indestructible lexicon of absolute weight. This is not a physique of flesh and blood. This is a physique of linguistic authority made manifest. Your body has become a vessel for the 27 phonemic singularities, and each singularity carries the concentrated weight of everything it absorbed. The indestructible lexicon of absolute weight. Complete analysis. Core nature straight face. Your physique is composed of 27 phonemic singularities. These singularities are now designated as the 27 seals of absolute tongue, the 18 primordial seals straight face, the seal of fire, the seal of water, the seal of earth, the seal of air, the seal of void, the seal of light, the seal of darkness, the seal of life, the seal of death, the seal of time, the seal of space, the seal of order, the seal of chaos, the seal of unity, the seal of division, the seal of beginning, the seal of ending, the seal of paradox, the 9 forged seals straight face, the seal of quintessence, the seal of infinity, the seal of tyranny, the seal of fortune, the seal of advantage, the seal of narrative, the seal of harvest, the seal of hunger, the seal of potential. Each seal contains straight face, multiple former stanchions compressed into singular expression. Direct connection to its corresponding phoneme of the first tongue. Weight that scales with the totality of what it represents. Physique capabilities. Straight face. First capability, singular expression. You may express any single seal with all its accumulated weight. When you invoke the seal of infinity, you invoke every concept of boundlessness absorbed into it. When you invoke the seal of fortune, you invoke all stanchions within it simultaneously. A single seal carries the weight that once required multiple stanchions to express. Second capability, weighted declarations. Your declarations and thesis constructs can now be geared towards specific seals naturally. A declaration invoking the seal of tyranny carries the combined weight of dominion and sovereignty compressed into linguistic perfection. These weighted declarations are inherently heavier than normal declarations. They press down upon reality with force that conventional authority cannot match. Third capability, the crushing depth. Your formless depth now expresses itself through weight rather than conventional measurements. When you exert your depth, you crush enemies beneath the accumulated heaviness of 27 seals bearing down simultaneously. Everything on your path will be flattened when you choose to exert the full heaviness of the indestructible lexicon of absolute weight. Fourth capability, seal resonance. Multiple seals may be invoked in combination, their weights multiplying rather than merely adding. Invoking the seal of fire alongside the seal of hunger creates pressure that exceeds what either could produce alone. Fifth capability, gravitational presence. Your mere existence now carries passive weight. Lesser beings in your presence will feel the pressure of your physique bearing down upon them. Those with insufficient foundation will find it difficult to stand, to breathe, to maintain coherent thought. This is not an attack. This is simply what you are now. Heavy. Immense. Inescapable. Fat, physique classification, unprecedented. No entity in recorded existence has developed a physique through phonemic convergence. You have developed yours through becoming the first tongue incarnate. Noah floated in the burning skies of Muspelheim as his transformation completed, his body wrapped in blue-gold plasma that distorted space itself. The 27 seals of absolute tongue pulsed within his existence like stars arranged in a constellation that spelled out his name in the oldest language. Heavy, he had become so impossibly heavy. When he breathed, the air compressed around him. When he moved, reality bent to accommodate his passage. When he merely existed, everything nearby felt the weight of what he had become. The grimoire above him burned with light, displaying the 27 seals and arrangements that shifted with each heartbeat. Edict pillar integration, complete. Archai infusion, complete. All three proposals have been successfully implemented. Your way of the mana architect is now a seamless whole. Noah opened his eyes fully, and they blazed with weight that made even the fundamental depth muspelly lifeforms present take involuntary steps backward. He smiled, and even that simple expression carried heaviness that made the obsidian flames around him flatten as if pressed down by invisible hands. There was still no celebration, but there was satisfaction that bordered on joy, and there was still much more to be done because, sheesh. The 27 seals of absolute tongue, Noah felt them pulsing within his existence. Like 27 hearts beating in perfect synchronization, each one carrying weight that pressed against the fabric of reality itself. They were not separate from him. They were him. 27 concentrated expressions of everything he had become. Everything he represented, everything he would continue to build. The seal of fire burned with primordial heat that predated combustion itself. The seal of infinity stretched toward horizons that had no end. The seal of tyranny pressed down with authority that demanded submission from existence. The seal of narrative whispered of stories yet to be written and protagonists yet to rise. Each one was heavy. Each one was profound. Each one was a pillar of his foundation that could now be expressed with concentrated force that his previous scattered stanchions could never have achieved. Noah waved his hand soon after as he focused on one seal in particular, the absolute seal of infinity. Boom, chapter 4740, Seals. 3. The seal bloomed into existence above his palm, and the moment it manifested, Galileo and Sertra were pushed back in astonishment as waves of pressure erupted from its mere presence. Duke whimpered slightly before sitting in the air with eyes of veneration, the golden retriever's tail tucked as he recognized something far beyond his current comprehension. The seal itself was circular in form, perhaps 3 meters in diameter, and it burned with countless intricate blue gold lines that wove patterns of impossible complexity across its surface. The lines and strokes within seemingly gave meaning to the phoneme of infinity while also containing within them the pillars of his foundation that had been absorbed into this singular expression. Where one line ended, another began without interruption. Where one pattern seemed to reach completion, it folded back into itself and continued forever. the very act of looking at this seal conveyed the concept it represented: boundlessness made visible, endlessness given form, infinity compressed into something that could actually be perceived by minds that were not built to comprehend such things. And within those infinite patterns, Noah could sense the stanchions that now resided here. All of them compressed and refined and made more powerful through their merger into this singular seal. The radiant seal of infinity spun above him with slow majesty, and he understood that he could do many things with it. He could use it to attack, unleashing the full weight of infinity upon enemies who would be crushed beneath concepts they could not comprehend. He could use it to defend, wrapping himself in boundlessness that could not be breached. He could make declarations or thesis constructs through it, speaking words of infinity that would carry weight no normal declaration could match. But what struck him most was how heavy the seal felt as it exerted pressure all around that was stifling. Space itself creaked beneath the seal's presence, reality groaning as if it were saying with exhausted desperation, "Bro, you're fucking heavy." The obsidian flames of Muspelheim bent away from the seal as if afraid to touch it. The air compressed into visible distortions. Even the other fundamental depth entities present had to brace themselves against the weight that radiated from this single expression of Noah's foundation. As Noah analyzed this seal with eyes that burned with understanding, harvest threshold achieved. With the establishment of your foundation integrated ever so closer with the first tongue, a new source of infinite potential has become accessible. 30% of the infinite potential generated by the usage of the first tongue across existence, both in the present and the past, has begun to be harvested by the archie of perpetual harvest. Not a single drop of potential will be unaccounted for. Every being that speaks a phoneme, every declaration that invokes the first tongue, every thesis that draws upon linguistic authority. 30% of the potential generated by these actions now flows to you as the one who laid the claim. As control over the first tongue continues to be cemented and your depth rises evermore, all 100% of the infinite potential of the usage of the first tongue will be yours. Contextual assessment straight face, because the creature, the living paradox, and the primordial chaos likely actively enjoy the harvest of their own claims. Consider what they receive straight face: the creature harvests from all those existing and moving across existence. Everything that lives, everything that moves, everything that simply contributes to his power, the living paradox harvests from all paradoxical actions or existences. Every contradiction, every impossibility made real, every truth that should not be true feeds his authority. The primordial chaos harvests from everything chaotic and filled with disorder. Which is fucking everything. Because entropy touches all things eventually, it is maddening to realize how powerful they are and how many boons they have been enjoying for eons. As you get closer to them, you're gonna need to do a lot to get close to them. Big guy. Ruination continued to have fun with her prompts as Noah felt an influx of infinite potential gush down into his existence. It filled his formless depth even more, pouring into the 27 seals and making them burn brighter, making them grow heavier, making his weight continue to become even more imposing with each passing moment. The depth of his civilization skipped past the surface depth and settled far into intermediate depth as his personal weight spilled toward fundamental depth. It was a fucking glorious thing, as he felt all of this, as he basked in the sensation of power flooding into him from sources that would never run dry. This, Galileo's voice emerged with shining eyes of interest and wonder as he looked at the seal spinning above Noah's palm. His large ears were fully erect, his whiskers twitching with excitement that his fundamental depth perception could not fully contain. This feels without a doubt to be a phoneme of the first tongue, and yet it does not match any of the phonemes of the first tongue that I know. His fluffy form practically vibrated with scholarly curiosity as he floated closer, Duke padding through the air beside him with ears perked forward. Fire, water, earth, air, void, light, darkness, life, death, time, space, order, chaos, unity, division, beginning, ending, paradox. These are the 18 phonemes. This is not any of them. His words were grand as toward this observation. Noah looked at the ancient Muspelly lifeform with calm tyranny burning in his gaze. This is just one of the 9 new phonemes I have recently designed. His voice carried weight that matched the seal spinning above him. The first tongue is no longer just made up of 18 phonemes. The words caused an immense silence to descend across the burning skies of Muspelheim. Galileo looked at him with widening eyes that seemed to grow larger with each passing moment, his fluffy features frozen in an expression of absolute disbelief. Surtra trembled in the distance, her sandy flames flickering erratically. The other fundamental depth Muspelly lifeform beside her went still as stone. The intermediate depth giants who had been watching from a respectful distance felt their flames gutter and surge as understanding began to dawn. the surface depth Muspelly lifeforms looked at each other with expressions that ranged from confusion to dawning horror to something that might have been fervor. In the next moment, all the Muspelly lifeforms played his words in their minds again and again, parsing them for any possible misinterpretation, searching for any way that they could have misunderstood what the Genesis monarch had just claimed. But there was no misunderstanding. He forged new letters of the first tongue, which had existed since before differentiation. The first tongue, which had been complete and perfect and unchanging for eons beyond counting. The first tongue, which the Muspelly lifeforms had dedicated their entire existence to protecting and preserving. He had added to it, what the fuck, thunk. Galileo's knees hit a metaphorical floor in the skies of Muspelheim as he knelt toward Noah. Duke immediately following suit by lowering his golden body into a bow. Thunk. Sertra descended to her knees with sandy flames billowing around her in patterns of absolute submission. Thunk. 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 The other Muspelly lifeforms followed, fundamental and intermediate and surface depth alike, all of them kneeling in the burning air as the full weight of what they had just learned settled upon their ancient consciousnesses. He forged new letters of the first tongue. The moment this was affirmed, all that they knew was undeniable. He was not merely the one who laid the claim. He was not merely the leader of Muspelheim by right of linguistic authority. He was someone who had done what no entity in all of existence had ever done before. He had expanded the very language that reality was written in, so at this moment, the Muspelly lifeforms knelt toward the Genesis monarch with reverence. Noah looked at this scene calmly, taking in the sight of ancient beings kneeling themselves before him, and he was about to tell them to stop this, when, urgent notification, with the establishment of your foundation integrated ever so closer with the first tongue, capabilities that were impossible before are becoming possible now. Through your integrated connection, the first tongue senses across the murkiness of the wastes of the fallout. The wastes are filled with chaotic energies that prevent communication absolutely. No signal should pass through. No awareness should penetrate. And yet, the first tongue senses the potential collapse of pillars of your civilization. Little information has been obtained due to your current depth and weight pitted against the absolute rejection of communications and weavings across existence. The murkiness resists. The chaos interferes. But fragments have emerged, information obtained straight face. Olmareth and Lumavara face the weavings of an entity identified as Gilgamesh. At this time, signs of an absolute identified as the weavers have made their descent. These pillars of your civilization are in peril and face a high chance of cessation and collapse. It is unknown where they are. It is unknown if this is slightly in the past, ongoing present, or future. The murkiness obscures temporal positioning as thoroughly as it obscures spatial location. What is known, they need help. And you cannot currently reach them. Noah's expression became heavy as his eyes pulsed with immensity that erupted from him in waves he could not fully control. Multiple the surface depth Muspelly lifeforms fainted from this accidental eruption of his tyrannical pressure, their ancient forms slumping in the air as their consciousnesses simply could not withstand the weight of his sudden surge. Olmareth, Lumavara. His hands clenched into fists as blue-gold flames erupted around him, with intensity that made even the fundamental depth entities present flinch. And the seal of infinity spinning above him pulsed with his weight as 27 seals resonated. Chapter 47-41, Give and Take. Muspelheim continued to steadily be devoured into the blue-gold monolith. Ancient flames that had burned since before differentiation were being unmade piece by piece, compressed into that impossible structure Noah had willed into existence. Rivers of molten authority flowed upward against every natural law, drawn toward something that defied conventional understanding as it all flowed to the infiniverse, and yet there was a heavy, suffocating silence that nobody could explain. All the Muspelly lifeforms present looked toward Noah, who at this moment turned in the direction where Galileo and Duke had come from. His expression shifting into something cold and calculating. The living concept was out there. Assaulting. Killing. Treating Muspelly lifeforms like obstacles to be swept aside with casual indifference. But that wasn't what made his blood blaze the most. Lumavara and Olmareth were somewhere in the wastes of the fallout. He didn't know where. Couldn't sense them through the corrupted mess that separated different regions of post-fallout existence, and an absolute bore down upon them. The Weaver, not a half-step embarrassment like the living spirit. A genuine, categorical absolute operating at the absolute depth of existence itself. Noah's mind raced. He had one body here in Muspelheim, another in the early veiled shore of the creature, a third moving through the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap to retrieve Ian's disciple as part of their tenuous arrangement. Existence post-fallout was heavily resistant to clones. The corrupted fabric of reality itself seemed to reject the multiplication of singular existences, as if the laws governing identity had been rewritten specifically to be a pain in the ass. But Noah continued to defy restrictions. He should be able to deploy another body to the wastes of the fallout. Should be able to seek the location of Lumavara and Olmareth despite barriers that would have stopped anyone else cold. His eyes blazed with tyranny. The newly forged seals threatened to spill out with his immense weight, each one pulsing beneath his skin like caged beasts demanding release. 27 concentrated expressions of everything he had become, everything he represented, everything he would continue to build. And what was unique here, what set him apart from any reasonable existence facing such circumstances, was that he knew an absolute was bearing down on his people, and he was still planning to go there anyway, not fearful or hesitant. Fear was for those who had something to lose and no way to protect it. Noah had everything to lose and the absolute conviction that he'd find a way regardless, but he had to have a plan. It was great and all not to be fearful. Tyranny demanded nothing less than absolute confidence in the face of impossible odds. But if he simply threw a body into an absolute's hands without preparation, without strategy, without understanding what he was actually facing, how catastrophic would the results be? And yet Olmareth and Lumavara couldn't be collapsed. Olmareth had given him knowledge of the first tongue that fundamentally transformed his understanding of existence itself. Lumavara, that little fox, also could not die. They were pillars of his civilization. He would not allow them to fall, so he had to come up with a solution against an absolute. Blue-gold plasma began bleeding from his form, swirling around him like the corona of an angry star. His hair lifted. His robes rippled in winds that existed only for him. The 27 seals pulsed with barely contained tyranny within him as space itself compressed around his figure. He looked like an angered celestial fiend whose wrath could unmake countless folds. He felt like one too. Utilize the full Moirai thread, HUUM. The words resonated through existence with weight that made nearby muscly lifeforms take involuntary steps backward, above Noah's existence. Reality itself seemed to part like curtains being drawn aside by invisible hands. A massive golden thread bloomed into manifestation. This wasn't the single fragment he'd used before. This wasn't the partial glimpse into potential futures that had shown him the secret of Ian and the dangers of the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap. This was the combined thread from 9 fragments, woven together into something that pulsed with the authority of fate itself. The thread was thick as a river of liquid gold. Each pattern represented a different branch of the infinite tree of potential futures, a different answer to questions that hadn't yet been asked. It descended toward Noah with the inevitability of destiny accepting a challenge. Full Moirai thread activation initiated. 9 fragments have been combined into a complete thread. This represents the maximum possible extraction from the existential paradox loop without direct interface, capability, complete simulation of potential futures until point of collapse or death. Unlike partial simulation, full simulation provides straight-face, comprehensive detail rather than fragmentary glimpses, extended temporal range of observable futures, ability to explore branching decision points with your own inputs, full sensory and cognitive immersion in simulated events. Warning: full simulation is not reality. Events observed may not occur exactly as shown. Decisions made in simulation do not bind future actions, however, information gathered represents highest probability outcomes based on current trajectory. Initiating full simulation of the existential paradox loop, the golden thread shot forward and pierced Noah's chest. His entire existence shuddered as the thread wrapped around his heart with pressure that made his previous partial experience feel like a gentle caress. His consciousness expanded outward in directions that had no names, perceiving possibilities that hadn't yet crystallized into actualities. His eyes glazed completely gold. Full simulation active, current objective detected. Finding solution to stand against the Weaver, an absolute of the living paradox. Simulation will explore decision branches related to this objective. Beginning primary sequence. Timeline analysis, primary branch, seeking additional resources and information before direct confrontation. Your consciousness extends across your multiple deployed bodies simultaneously. One body remains in Muspelheim overseeing consumption. One body remains in the early Veiled Shore maintaining civilization operations. One body moves through the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap. Potential decision point. Leverage existing alliance with the secret of Ian for assistance against absolute class threat. Executing decision branch. Chapter 47-42, Give and Take. 2. The simulation crystallized around Noah's perception with perfect clarity. He found himself in the stoa of Dogmata, the endless colonnade of ancient pillars stretching in all directions. Their surfaces still burned with inscriptions of dogmata from eras that predated differentiation itself, and there, exactly where she'd been during their previous encounters, sat the secret of Ian. Her small, delicate form remained composed upon the obsidian ground. Dark hair with rivers of gold caught light that seemed to come from nowhere. Her white-blue robe draped across her shoulders with elegant simplicity. Those dark eyes held depths that could swallow entire civilizations without noticing. She didn't turn as his simulated body approached. "You have returned quickly, Scalebreaker." Her voice emerged measured and unhurried. "I find myself wondering how you have so much time on your hands to play around." Noah moved to take position near her, maintaining the distance their previous interactions had established. I collapsed the half-step absolute depth body of the living spirit. The secret of Ian received this news with the same composure she showed toward everything. Her head inclined slightly in acknowledgement, a fraction of movement that somehow conveyed complete understanding of what such an achievement represented. "You are one of the four from the oldest paradox of existence," she said, her voice carrying neither surprise nor particular interest. "The first tongue, existence, paradox, and chaos. The pillars upon which that ancient conflict was built." Her gaze remained fixed on the distant expanse ahead. "If you weren't even able to find a way to handle spirit while holding a fragment of an axiom, you would truly be far too weak. You would not measure up to the others who share your classification among the four." The faintest hint of contempt touched her words. Noah absorbed these words while formulating his next approach. "In Muspelheim, the living concept is also present. They seem to have been sent by Paradox specifically to that location." The secret of Ian nodded with nonchalant dismissal. "Picking off primordial realms of others and whatever fragments of axioms they may contain is natural." Her tone suggested she was discussing weather patterns rather than systematic destruction. Muspelheim held treasures from before the fallout reshaped existence, from before the infinite unfurling. Of course, Paradox would send agents to claim what could be claimed. Noah observed that this information produced absolutely no interest in Ian. Her attention remained fixed on whatever she perceived in the distant depths of the Stoa. Her composure was unbroken, so he shifted approaches entirely. "In the wastes of the fallout, an absolute is making a move against members of my civilization." "Nothing, the Weaver," Noah continued. "One of Paradox's instruments operating at the absolute depth. They bear down upon pillars of my foundation." He let those words settle before delivering his request. "Since they're an absolute, they're one of your targets. What of those who need to die according to the objectives you pursue?" His gaze met hers directly despite the warnings his existence screamed about prolonged eye contact. "I'm asking if you can make a move to end the Weaver." The secret of Ian pondered his words briefly, then she turned to look at him fully. The weight of her attention settled upon Noah like the pressure of deep oceans. Her dark eyes studied him with intensity that felt like being weighed on scales older than existence itself. She looked him over slowly, deliberately, up and down as if assessing him anew despite their previous interactions. Small in stature, almost delicate in appearance, with features that held an ageless quality that made it impossible to determine if she was young or ancient beyond measure. When she finally spoke, her words came with patient finality. "Scalebreaker, we are not friends." The statement was delivered without malice, without particular emphasis. "Just fact being established. I care very little if anyone from your civilization dies. Failure to protect your people is failure of your way. I can do one nice thing like giving you a fragment when you mention Muspelheim, but I am not obligated to do anything else for this little alliance." Her dark eyes held his without wavering. "By the way, return my fragment if you're done with it." She paused, and when she continued, her voice carried notes of casual dismissal. "When it comes to the Weavers, they rank fairly weak amongst absolutes. But they innately have 3 bodies. So it's akin to facing 3 little tiny weak absolutes." Her head tilted with consideration. "But they are still absolutes. You would likely be crushed." Her gaze grew more distant. "I could move against them, yes. But Paradox is not my target right now. Chaos is. Killing one of Paradox's absolutes will cause deviations in my plans, and I don't particularly feel the need to accommodate that at this moment." She turned back to face the distant expanse of the Stoa. "So you, Scalebreaker, are on your own. As you should be. As all absolutes are. Find your own solution against that absolute." Her voice carried edges that hadn't been present before. "You need to have one thing abundantly clear between us. Our relationship is that of give and take. I have been more than giving so far. You cannot simply take. If you have something to give, give. Noah found his eyes pulsing with dangerous light within the simulation. Her words were calm and cold, delivered with the patient certainty of someone who had no need to justify their position to anyone. The secretive Ian observed his reaction and smiled. While remaining seated with her legs crossed, she placed her chin upon her hand with casual elegance. Her dark eyes sparkled with something that might have been amusement or anticipation. Oh? Her voice carried dangerous undertones wrapped in silk. I sense you've gotten a bit more weight on you since our last meeting. Your power isn't subtle, scale breaker. Her smile widened. Are you feeling like rebelling? Itchy? You want to try and go against me as your first real absolute? Boom. The question wasn't a threat, it was an invitation. Chapter 47-43, Give and Take. 3. Noah's response came after a moment of deliberate control. Rather than answering with words or foolish aggression, he waved his hand with calculated precision. Two objects materialized before him. The first was a fragment that pulsed with chaotic energy barely contained within its crystalline structure. Patterns of mayhem and destruction swirled within its depths. The fragment of the axiom of mayhem that Ian had lent him. The second fragment burned with different authority entirely. Where the first spoke of active destruction, this one whispered of gradual wearing, of persistent erosion, of patient victory through endurance. The fragment of the axiom of attrition. A fragment I obtained from the living spirit, Noah said calmly. It's yours if you make a move against the Weaver. The secretive Ian observed the offered fragments with expression unchanged, then she yawned. The gesture was small, delicate, and absolutely devastating in its dismissal. Her hand reached out and casually reclaimed the fragment of the axiom of mayhem, the treasure she'd lent him returning to her possession with the inevitability of property recognizing its true owner. She glanced at the remaining fragment, the axiom of attrition that Noah had won through his defeat of the living spirit. Then she shook her head. Not enough. The words were delivered without negotiation. Without room for counteroffer, 3 more fragments of similar quality, or something of genuinely equivalent value, might convince me to shift my plans and move against the Weaver. Her dark eyes met his with absolute finality. Until then, focus your other body on retrieving my disciple as previously agreed upon. That arrangement remains in effect regardless of whatever additional requests you wish to make. Simulation continues, unable to leverage the secretive Ian for direct intervention. Decision point. Alternative approaches required. Executing next branch. You take the fragment of the axiom of attrition with you. The secretive Ian has reclaimed the fragment of the axiom of mayhem. You depart the corrupted vault of Jinungagap. Destination, the wastes of the fallout. Objective, locate Lumavara and Ulmareth. Secondary objective, develop solution for confronting absolute class threat without external assistance. You manifest in the grey desolation of the wastes. The corrupted landscape stretches endlessly in all directions. Ashen clouds swirl overhead, vibrant with energies that would destroy lesser beings. The ground beneath your feet shifts with uncertainty, reality itself confused about its own configuration. You begin conjuring your absolute existential seals. The 27 seals of absolute tongue manifest around your form, each one pulses with concentrated weight. Enhancing your perception, extending your reach, amplifying your authority, you attune yourself as deeply as possible to the first tongue. The 18 core phonemes resonate within your existence. Your 9 unique phonemes pulse with readiness. Through linguistic authority, you attempt to pierce the interference that blankets these wastes, seeking any trace of Lumavara's distinctive signature. Seeking any echo of Ulmaretha's ancient presence. Progress, minimal. The wastes actively resist such detection. Corruption interferes with even the first tongue's authority. You persist regardless. Simultaneously, you process the tactical reality of your situation. The Weaver operates at the absolute depth. This is not half-step classification like the living spirit, this is genuine absolute authority. Categorical superiority over your current state, analysis of potential countermeasures. Straight face. The fragment of the axiom of mayhem could theoretically reduce an opponent's effective depth. However, the secretive Ian has reclaimed that fragment. The fragment of the axiom of attrition remains in your possession. Its authority involves gradual erosion, persistent wearing, patient victory through endurance. Assessment, insufficient against genuine absolute in direct confrontation. Further analysis. Straight face. The living spirit was a half-step absolute. A pale shadow of true absolutes. A trash bum cosplaying is something greater than he actually was. The fragment of the axiom of mayhem was effective against him because his foundation was incomplete. His depth was not genuine. His claim to absolute classification was hollow. The Weavers, are different, genuine absolute. Complete foundation. Real claim to the absolute depth. Even if you still possessed the fragment of the axiom of mayhem, its effect would be minimal. Reducing a genuine absolute's effective depth by a fraction would still leave them categorically superior to your current state. You require alternative solutions, solutions that do not rely on matching power with power. Solutions that leverage your unique capabilities rather than attempting to bridge unbridgeable gaps. Contemplation continues as you search the wastes. The golden light of the full Moirai thread pulsed around Noah's form as the simulation continued processing potential futures. In Muspelheim, his physical body remained motionless. Blue gold plasma still swirled around him like the corona of an angry star. The Muspelly lifeforms watched with mixture of awe and concern, none daring to interrupt whatever profound process had claimed their unlikely allies' attention. Within the simulation, Noah's consciousness grappled with the fundamental problem that had defined his entire existence since awakening to infinite mana. How did one who hadn't yet reached the apex stand against those who already resided there? How did a scale breaker break scales that existed beyond his current reach? It was a heavy question to ponder on at this moment, but as Noah grappled with this, he also paid close attention to the workings of the full simulation itself, because it actually had many benefits. He learned what would happen from small, simple things in these interactions. Like what happened if he shared news of his victory with Ian. The answer was clear now. He needed to not tell her about collapsing the living spirit. The moment he did, she'd ask for her fragment back. He could keep that for as long as possible. And the simulation remained a simulation. Nothing that happened within it was real. He inherently did not offer his newly found fragment of the axiom of differentiated tongue in actual existence, but was there any harm in doing so in a simulation just to see if it could move Ian? The answer was no. His eyes shone brightly as he discovered a key point in these simulations. Chapter 47-44, Skull. He could make choices he would normally never make just for the sake of information gathering and exploring other possibilities. He could go back to Ian and see if a different future could unfold if he offered things he wouldn't offer otherwise in existence. Test what leverage actually worked. Discover her true price without paying it, and even gain without losing anything since it was a simulation. But before that, he made another decision. There was still the matter of finding Lumavara and Ulmareth in these vast wastes. Still the matter of developing solutions against an absolute that didn't rely on Ian's intervention. Because while reliance on others was a form of power, the power of others was not always reliant. The simulation could explore multiple branches simultaneously. Simulation resuming. Decision point. Continue exploration of the wastes while seeking alternative solutions. Your seals of absolute tongue continue to expand across the corrupted landscape. The 27 seals pulse outward, triggering resonance with the first tongue wherever traces of it exist. While searching, a secondary consideration emerges. You recall information obtained earlier regarding the Muspelly lifeform designated as Duke. Galileo's words echo in your memory. Duke, a unique anomaly born in the fires of the first tongue, speed exceeding any fundamental depth entity. Velocity approaching absolute classification despite lacking the depth to match. Galileo mentioned that Duke's full potential could be unleashed by you specifically. The connection to the first tongue that birthed this creature resonates with your claim over that same linguistic foundation. Decision point. Investigate Duke's latent potential while continuing search operations. Executing branch. In Muspelheim, your body turns attention toward Duke. The golden retriever sits nearby with tongue lolling out, seemingly oblivious to the significance of events unfolding around him. You place your hand upon his head. You attempt to utilize the first tongue to initiate whatever transformation might be possible. Initial findings, no obvious oddities detected. You study the makeup of this unique lifeform more carefully. Biology of Duke, analysis straight face, physical form appears to be standard canine configuration adapted to Muspelheim's primordial environment. Fur composed of crystallized flame particles that shift through neon spectrums, musculature optimized for explosive acceleration rather than sustained output, and logos and philologies of the first tongue. Nervous system operates at frequencies that exceed normal temporal limitations. Core finding: Duke's speed is not a product of raw power. It is a product of fundamental resonance with something deeper. The first tongue left unique anomalous traces in this creature's very existence when it was born. Those traces remain dormant, waiting. Unactivated, you proceed carefully. You wish to continue your search while experimenting with the method to unlock whatever latent potential Duke possesses. Solution: bring Duke to the wastes. Combine objectives. Executing. The simulation shifted as Noah made his decision, and the scene that unfolded was something: a man jumping onto the back of a golden retriever and using him as a mount. not exactly the image of cosmic dignity that the Genesis monarch typically projected. But fuck it. Practicality trumped aesthetics. Noah settled atop Duke's broad back, his legs finding natural positions along the creature's flanks. The golden fur beneath him radiated warmth that pulsed with neon light, and Duke's muscles tensed with eager anticipation. The wastes of the fallout stretched endlessly in all directions around them, gray desolation as far as perception could reach. Ashen clouds swirling overhead. Corrupted reality shifting and reforming with each passing moment. Pockets of frozen time. Zones where distance meant nothing. Regions where existence itself seemed uncertain of its own configuration, and in the middle of it all, a man seated atop a very good boy. As much as that didn't sound right, it was a glorious scene. Noah patted Duke's head calmly, his hand running through fur that felt like captured starfire. All right. Let's see what you can do. Duke's expression shifted into something that could only be described as pure, unbridled joy. His eyes shone with excitement that transcended species barriers. His tail wagged with enthusiasm that generated small reality distortions. His entire body language screamed one thing: he understood the assignment. FWOM. In the next instant, Duke's body became covered in neon flames. The fire wasn't destructive. It was kinetic. Pure velocity made manifest, wrapping around the golden retriever's form like a second skin of crystallized speed. The flames extended outward to encompass Noah as well, coating him in protective luminescence that hummed with barely contained acceleration, and then they moved. Whoosh, the two of them shot out across the wastes of the fallout like glimmers of neon light streaking through gray desolation. Noah's eyes shone brightly in the simulation as he witnessed space itself disappearing around him at rates that defied comprehension. The wastes blurred into indistinct smears of gray and ash. Landmarks that should have taken minutes to reach vanished behind them in heartbeats. Entire regions of corrupted reality were crossed in moments that felt like fractions of moments, fast, so impossibly fast. Duke moved with velocity that made Noah's previous methods of travel look like crawling through mud. The golden retriever's paws didn't even seem to touch the ground. He simply existed in one location, then another, the transition so rapid that the concept of movement became almost meaningless. This wasn't running, this was something else entirely. Simulation continues. You begin to cover and map out vast distances of the wastes with Duke as your mount. Speed assessment, unprecedented for non-absolute classification, areas covered in minutes that would have required hours through conventional travel. Your impression of Duke's capabilities continues to grow. This creature represents genuine tactical value. You select Duke as another potential solution to the current problem. If Lumavara and Ulmareth can be located, Duke's speed could enable rapid extraction. If the Weaver must be evaded rather than confronted, Duke's velocity might provide the necessary advantage, but questions remained. Galileo mentioned that Duke's full potential could be unleashed by you. Current performance, while impressive, may not represent that full potential. Decision point: attempt to unlock Duke's latent capabilities through direct application of your authority. Your eyes shine with brilliance as you make your choice. You proceed to flood the body of Duke not with mere phonemes of the first tongue. You release your seals of absolute tongue into the body of this unique creature. Beginning transfer. The 18 primordial seals enter Duke's existence: the seal of fire, the seal of water, the seal of earth, the seal of air, the seal of void, the seal of light, the seal of darkness, the seal of life, the seal of death, the seal of time, the seal of space, the seal of order, the seal of chaos, the seal of unity, the seal of division, the seal of beginning, the seal of ending, the seal of paradox. Duke stops and trembles. The neon light around him buzzes with instability. His form flickers between states of existence as the primordial seals integrate with whatever dormant potential lies within him. But no grand changes occur. The 18 seals settle into his existence without triggering transformation. Something is missing. You continue. Your 9 original seals enter Duke's body: the seal of quintessence, the seal of infinity, the seal of tyranny, the seal of fortune, the seal of advantage, the seal of narrative, the seal of harvest, the seal of hunger, the seal of potential. Duke stops completely. He becomes utterly still, and then, boom, the wastes around you begin to shudder. Everything in every direction becomes covered with neon brilliance. The gray desolation is painted over with light that pulses in rhythms matching the heartbeat of existence itself. In the eyes of Duke, something unprecedented manifests. An incandescent neon sun appears in one eye. An incandescent neon moon appears in the other. His depth surges, intermediate, approaching fundamental. His existence reacts to your seals and the breadth of the first tongue they represent. This was the key. The 18 primordial phonemes alone were insufficient. But combined with the 9 phonemes you forged yourself, the complete first tongue, original and expanded, flowing through a creature born from that same linguistic foundation, transformation becomes inevitable, awakening detected, designation update straightface, former, Duke, Muspelly lifeform, current, Skull, the herald of the tongue, the steed of mana, core nature straightface. Skull moves at the speed that mana moves to keep up the very fabric of existence. This is not conventional velocity. This is fundamental velocity. Mana permeates all things. Mana connects all things. Mana is the fabric that holds existence together, and mana moves constantly, endlessly, to maintain that fabric's integrity. Skull now moves at that speed, the speed of existential maintenance. The speed of existential continuity. The speed of reality staying real, capability straightface, first, absolute evasion. No entity below the absolute depth can perceive or intercept Skull's movement. Second, mana trails. Where Skull travels, mana concentration increases exponentially, leaving paths of enhanced existential stability. Third, tongue resonance. As the herald of the tongue, Skull amplifies the authority of any first tongue user in his presence. Fourth, speed transfer. Skull can temporarily grant his velocity to writers or allies, loyalty, absolute to the Genesis monarch, the one who awakened him. Noah's eyes shone sharply at these prompts. In the simulation, he sat atop a transformed being whose power now approached classifications that should have been impossible for a creature that had been a simple golden retriever moments ago. But since he was viewing all of this simulation in Muspelheim, his gaze briefly flashed over to the innocent-looking Duke near him. The golden retriever had his tongue out. His tail wagged slowly. He looked toward Noah with eyes full of simple canine devotion, completely oblivious to the potential sleeping within his fluffy form. Duke tilted his head slightly, as if wondering why the Genesis monarch was staring at him so intensely. Woof. Chapter 47-45, Simulation and Reality Collide. Noah returned his gaze to the ongoing simulation. He mentally noted that the first thing to be done after this ended was Duke's transformation, because right now, the memories of the simulation showed the glorious transformed figure of Duke in the form of Skull, and what a figure it was. The golden retriever's form had undergone changes that elevated him from adorable companion to something genuinely majestic. A lion-like mane now wrapped around his neck and shoulders, composed of crystallized neon flames that flickered with colors that had no names. His vibrant golden fur carried traces of blue woven throughout, as if the authority of mana itself had bled into every strand. His form still remained that of a dog, but majestic. Regal. Carrying himself with the dignity of something that knew exactly what it had become, and those eyes, an incandescent neon sun burned in one pupil. An incandescent neon moon glowed in the other. Day and night. Beginning and ending. The eternal cycle of existence captured in the gaze of a very good boy who had transcended his original limitations. His entire body emanated waves of the fundamental depth, not approaching it, not adjacent to it, genuinely radiating it in pulses that made the corrupted wastes around them stabilize wherever he stood. Noah stroked his fur while seated atop him, feeling the warmth of captured starfire beneath his palm. Let's go. As fast as you can. Skull's response was immediate and terrifying. The transformed Duke entirely disappeared alongside Noah, not moved, not accelerated. Simply gone. Even the radiant glimmer of neon light that had surrounded them moments before was no longer visible. No trail. No afterimage. No indication that anything had been there at all. Imperceptible. This wasn't speed that could be tracked or followed. This was speed that existed outside the framework of normal observation entirely. Simulation continues. With the advancement of Skull, you proceed to test his capabilities. Results: astonishing. Speed assessment straightface. Previous coverage rate with conventional travel, hours per major region. Previous coverage rate with base Duke, minutes per major region. Current coverage rate with Skull, seconds per major region. You cover endless regions of the wastes in a single second. Distances that would have required hours before are crossed in the time it takes to blink. The corrupted landscape blurs into meaningless smears of gray and ash. You cover vast regions of the wastes of the fallout systematically. Encounters straight face, multiple scorched entities detected and engaged. Surface depth. Intermediate depth. Creatures of flame and hunger and desperate survival. Multiple emerged entities detected and engaged. None of them are what you're looking for. No trace of Lumavara. No echo of Olmareth. No signature of the Weaver. But the encounters are not wasted. Skull proves to be an eager participant in combat. Being the good boy he is, he swallows surface-depth entities in single gulps. His neon flames consume their existence and convert it into fuel for his own advancement. You collapse others personally. Some transform into additional fragments of moirai threads through your perpetual harvest. Others have their depths devoured to continue elevating your own immensity. Your search continues. 1 minute passes. Vast territories have been covered. Over a dozen enemies have been eliminated. Your power has grown incrementally through constant harvest. But still no trace of your targets, and then, your intuition begins to buzz. Something is wrong. The sensation is not logical. It is not based on evidence or observation. It is simply a feeling that rises from the depths of your existence with urgent insistence. For Lumavara and Ulmareth, time is running out. Your efforts in the wastes are not paying off quickly enough. Decision point. Alternative approach required. You backtrack across the wastes. Destination, the corrupted vault of Ginnungagap once more. You enter the Stoa of Dogmata once more. The secret of Ian sits exactly where she was before. This time, she doesn't even glance your way. Noah fully immersed himself into the simulation as the scene played out in front of him. The prompts faded away, replaced by direct experience of the simulated future. He stood in the Stoa of Dogmata with Skull beside him, the transformed Duke's neon flames casting strange shadows across the ancient pillars as he looked around. Ian remained seated with her legs crossed, her dark eyes fixed on the distant expanse ahead, completely ignoring his arrival. Noah calmly brought out 2 objects, the fragment of the axiom of attrition pulsed with authority that spoke of gradual erosion and patient victory, the fragment of the axiom of differentiated tongue burned with power that resonated with the very foundations of linguistic authority. The light of 2 axioms drew the attention of Ian. She looked over, and for the first time since his arrival, her dark eyes held something other than dismissive disinterest. Both of these are yours, Noah said calmly, if you can track down where the weavers are and simply make a move to remove my people from there. Ian looked at the 2 fragments, her composed features shifted into something that might have been a smile. For these, we can make a transaction. Her voice remained measured, each word placed with precision that spoke of Ian spent choosing exactly what to say. But their worth is enough for me to look for the signature of absolutes in the wastes. I can track down the weavers. Her head tilted slightly. That alone uses up what you're giving. My intervention would require more. So I won't intervene, but I can drop you off in that location as soon as I find them. Noah's eyes were sharp as he looked at Ian. Man, she fucking sucked sometimes. But this was progress. From Ian, he should be able to learn where Lumavara and Ulmareth were. The exact location that his own searches had failed to uncover despite covering vast territories with Skull's impossible speed, and since this was a simulation, he wouldn't lose anything. The fragments he offered here remained safely in his possession in actual existence. He could test what leverage worked, discover her true price, and gain without losing anything. As he was thinking all this, Ian's gaze drifted away from the fragments, her dark eyes settled on the burning visage of Skull. Chapter 47-46, Simulation and Reality Collide. 2. You seem to also have an interesting creature here. Her voice carried notes of genuine curiosity that hadn't been present before as this terrifying being turned her gaze towards Duke. In exchange for it, I could put in the effort to save your people. Boom. The weight of her words pressed against Noah's existence. His eyes became sharp. She wanted Duke? He turned to look at the much more majestic dog who still held the same innocent qualities despite his transformation. Skull's tail wagged slightly at Noah's attention, the neon sun and moon in his eyes shining with simple devotion that transcended his elevated classification. A dog that even an absolute wanted. That was how unique Duke was. How valuable. How unprecedented. And even though Noah could make the choice to give him away in this simulation, the choice of giving him away in real existence was not possible. Such a choice in the simulation would only lead to a fantasy that wasn't achievable externally. He wouldn't dwell in fantasies, and he wouldn't sacrifice one life for another. So, my dog isn't part of the deal. His voice came calm and steady, brooking no negotiation on this point. And I don't want you to drop me off wherever they are. I want for us to go from outside this corrupted vault of Ginnungagap to that location. Yes, if Ian used her terrifying power to deny the very environment of the fallout that stated no teleportation, Noah wouldn't gain anything from it. What he needed was the route, how to get there from the areas he'd already mapped out with Skull. The path that his own capabilities could actually traverse without relying on an absolute's reality-defying authority. After he said such words, Ian smiled. She nodded with the patience of someone who found his reasoning unique but acceptable. Then she closed her eyes. In the simulation, Noah focused on what happened next. From her body, boom, he felt existence being squeezed in a terrifying manner. The sensation lasted for less than a nanosecond. A fraction of a moment. But in that infinitesimal window, Noah felt pressure that made his own considerable weight feel like nothing. Authority that bent reality itself to extract information that should have been impossible to obtain. The signature of the weavers, hidden somewhere in the vast corrupted expanse of the wastes, identified and located through sheer overwhelming power. And then it was over. Ian opened her eyes calmly and rose from her seated position. Her small, delicate form unfolded with grace that spoke of movements refined across eons. All right. Found them. Let's go. Noah's eyes flashed sharply. The power of an absolute was displayed for barely a fraction of a nanosecond, and it was fucking heavy. She had done in that instant what he had been unable to do in minutes of searching with Skull's impossible speed. What his 27 seals of absolute tongue couldn't accomplish despite their weight and authority, the gap between his current state and genuine absolutes remained categorical, but he was learning. Gathering information. Understanding exactly what he was dealing with a calm gaze, Ian looked toward him. Step on the platform here, and we can get going. She waved her hand, and a clear white platform emerged from nowhere. It pulsed with the civilizational authority that made Noah's senses tingle with recognition of power far beyond his current classification. He shook his head. You go, and I will follow. Ian smiled. Oh, her gaze went to Skull, the transformed duke upon whom Noah was seated. The neon sun and moon in his eyes met her dark depths without flinching. Keep up. With such words, boom, she disappeared. No trail. No warning. No gradual acceleration. Simply present one moment and gone the next, moving toward the location of the weavers with speed that defied conventional understanding. Noah held onto Skull, and Skull disappeared right behind her. He wanted to know just how obscene was the speed of Duke compared to a real absolute. Knowing this was critical. If the plan to run away from the weavers was going to be viable, he needed to understand exactly what Skull could do against entities operating at the absolute depth. Could they escape if confrontation proved impossible? Could they extract Lumavara and Olmareth before the weavers could respond? The simulation would tell him, and the simulation would not lie. As Noah began to follow the secret of Ian atop Skull, racing through the corrupted expanses of the wastes, the simulation flickered, just briefly. A momentary distortion in the otherwise seamless immersion that made Noah's eyes narrow with sharp attention. Warning: simulation integrity compromised. The full Moirai thread utilizing the progression of a potential the existential paradox loop is discovering irregularities, core issue straightface, interactions with an absolute, and the continued display of simulation that portrays their weavings of existence as draining the capability of the Moirai thread at an exponential rate. Previous drain rate 0.3% per minute of simulation, current drain rate 4.7% per minute while actively simulating. Absolute class entity, projected consequence straightface, early termination of simulation may occur before eventual collapse depending on continued interactions with absolutes. Definition of early termination straightface: the point at which the integrity of the simulation can no longer be maintained while accurately portraying absolutes and their actions. Critical concern straightface, ensuring that information and memories of the simulation do not feed back to the absolutes being simulated. Absolutes operate at a scale of existence where their perception extends into domains that should be inaccessible. Even simulated versions of them carry echoes of this capability, the longer an absolute is portrayed. Within the simulation, the higher the risk that the real absolute may gain awareness of being simulated. Assessment straightface: absolutes are too powerful. Their very nature strains the boundaries of what the Moirai thread can safely model. Recommendation straightface: minimize direct interaction with simulated absolutes, gather essential information quickly, prepare for potential early termination. Current simulation integrity 41%, Chapter 4747, Simulation and Reality Collide. 3. Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he received this warning. After all, what he was doing right now was considered a tremendously ridiculous thing: simulating a future reality, obtaining information he should have no access to, learning and interacting with an absolute in such a simulation. Their power of the absolute depth was so overwhelming that even for things they did not know about, they could know about. The very act of simulating them risked drawing their actual attention. Their real selves might sense echoes of being observed, being modeled, being used as pawns in someone else's information gathering. And he was getting another glimpse of this terrifying truth as he focused on following Ian while committing the regions of the wastes of the fallout to memory. Everything around them felt like a haze, but Noah was seeing everything. Every distorted landmark. Every corrupted zone. Every twisted region of reality that had been reshaped by the fallout's catastrophic energies, ahead of them, Ian seemed to be taking light steps, just casual, unhurried movements that looked almost lazy, yet she moved at speeds that Noah in Muspelheim in real existence would never be able to follow. As she moved, she turned her head back languidly to look at Skoll and his burning neon flames. The transformed Duke had his tongue out, flapping on the side as if he was having the time of his life chasing after her, such a good boy. Even when pursuing an absolute across corrupted wastelands, he found joy in the simple act of running. Ian's eyes twisted into utterly deadly crescents of amusement. Man, I want to abandon my principles and rob you right now of that little dog, Scalebreaker. Boom, her voice carried notes of genuine temptation beneath the casual delivery. But I'm one of the last good ones left. I'll stick to my principles. She sighed with exaggerated regret. When you want to trade that cute doggy, let me know. For now, let's see how quickly it can really go. She waved her hand toward Skoll as if playing a game. Little doggy, come on. Get. Skoll's response was immediate and enthusiastic. He surged forward with excitement, his neon flames blazing brighter as he accepted what he perceived as an invitation to play, and shockingly, Ian accelerated to match. Noah's entire existence buzzed with immensity as his seals of absolute tongue flowed into his eyes. He barely continued to grasp the surrounding landscape as Skoll and Ian pushed faster and faster. The wastes blurred into meaningless smears, landmarks disappeared before they could be properly observed. But he still observed them. Reality itself seemed to protest the speeds being achieved within its corrupted boundaries, and this continued for only a little while before Ian seemed to take it as a genuine challenge. She went even faster, and shockingly, she began to surge forward and disappear from their perception entirely. One moment she was there, a small figure in white-blue robes taking casual steps through corrupted reality. The next moment, she was simply gone. Skoll howled out. The sound was glorious and majestic, carrying across the wastes with authority that made nearby corruption stabilize in response. Neon plasma flames raged around his transformed body, blazing with intensity that exceeded anything he'd displayed before. His limbs churned with speed and power that defied comprehension, each stride seeming to glide on the first tongue itself rather than the corrupted ground beneath them, and yet, Ian only got further and further away. They almost lost her entirely. Noah's expression became heavy. Slow down. Ian began to reappear before them soon after. The wastes around them constantly changed as she decelerated, regions shifting and reforming as their perception caught up to where she now waited. Her dark eyes twisted into a smile as she looked at Noah with the patience of someone who had just proven a very important point. His speed is good. Her voice came measured and unhurried. Each word placed with precision can be considered to touch a fraction of absolute. But absolute is far too grand, and far too varied. She tilted her head slightly. In front of the creature or me, the speed of that very good boy can only be considered acute. Oh, he's a little fast. The dismissal in her tone was gentle but absolute. If your plan on saving your people from the Weavers involves speeding away with them with little doggy here, I can tell you now that you will fail. Her dark eyes held his without wavering. Even a weak absolute like the Weavers will catch you in time. That initial burst of surprise of that speed will give you a lead, but they will catch you soon enough. You will be caught, Scalebreaker. She glanced at Skoll with something that might have been genuine concern, and this poor little doggy that you could give to me right now would also be caught by something as cruel as the Weavers. What a shame that would be, Scalebreaker. Her smile widened. Do you want to change your choice now? Her words were heavy, but Noah remained calm. Once we near their position, just let me know which direction to go towards without the Weavers finding out about your existence. I will take the rest from there. He wanted it to be as authentic as possible. Ian would not be with them when this simulation ended. He would be alone with Skoll in actual existence. Facing the Weavers without an absolute backing him up, the aura of Ian would affect how things played out in the simulation, and he had to minimize discrepancies between what happened here and what would happen in reality. As for her words and warning that his plan may fail, Noah now knew this very well after observing her ridiculous speed, but still, he had other cards up his sleeve. There were still many things he could do. Or really, two things that he was planning out in his mind at this moment, contingencies upon contingencies, plans within plans, because tyranny did not accept failure as an option. Ian laughed. The sound was light and almost musical, carrying across the corrupted wastes with ease that spoke of someone genuinely entertained. Don't worry, Scalebreaker. I will take you exactly where you need to be. Her smile held secrets that he couldn't begin to fathom. If you don't want me to be perceivable to the Weavers, I don't have to stay away to make that happen. I can make it so that you see and perceive me, while a weak absolute like the Weavers, she paused, I can make it so that they cannot even perceive I am here. Boom. Chapter 47-48, Simulation and Reality Collide. For terrifying words that almost stopped everything echoed out, the secret of Ian. Every time she spoke, he had to re-evaluate her power again. Such a thing was just obscene. She could make it so that even another absolute could not perceive her. Did this not mean that if Noah wasn't careful enough, an absolute like her could entirely hide from his perception while following him around? He had to be very careful about this. He had to make sure that he didn't have a body around an absolute that made any trips to the infiniverse or other important locations, because even without knowing it, there could have been an absolute watching him this entire time. As he had such thoughts, the simulation continued, simulation resuming. While contemplating the implications of absolute class concealment capabilities, you and Skull follow Ian across the wastes. You plan for multiple contingencies on how you will navigate this situation once the simulation ends. Mental planning in progress. All contingencies carry significant risk against genuine absolute opposition. Warning: straight face. The integrity of this simulation continues to deteriorate with the continued revelation of the weavings of an absolute. Current simulation integrity, 24%. In preparation for the eventual expected meeting with another absolute soon, resources are being allocated to maintain viable simulation integrity for slightly more time after the introduction of the weavers. Estimated additional simulation time after absolute contact, 1 minute before critical integrity failure. Use this time wisely. Navigation progress: straight face. You continue mapping out the regions of the wastes. Even with the speed of Ian, an absolute, it takes a total of 30 seconds to cross the relevant portions of the wastes, 30 seconds at absolute velocity. The scale of observable existence post-fallout is staggering. This allows you to get a glimpse of just how far and how complex observable existence has become. What you now understand and know is just a fraction of everything. The territories you mapped with Skull earlier represent a tiny corner of what exists out here. Humbling. Terrifying. Motivating. Approaching target location, Ian slowed down. The corrupted landscape around them began to stabilize into something more recognizable as they approached whatever destination her absolute perception had identified. She smiled. Oh, her voice carried notes of genuine surprise. Those carrying traces of your way actually already managed to enter half-step absolute depth? She glanced back at Noah with eyes that sparkled with renewed interest. What a unique thing. Scale breaker. Your pillars are more impressive than I assumed. As Ian said this, Noah sensed the immense weavings of existence ahead. He could sense glimmers of the first tongue as if she was talking about half-step absolute depth. This should be Almarath? Up ahead, he sensed everything. Auras of utter majesty bloomed across his perception. He felt the maddening glimmer of absolute pressing down over everything. A weight that made his own considerable heaviness feel insignificant. Authority that crushed the very air and bent reality into shapes that served purposes he couldn't comprehend. And yet, Skull's speed was only barely affected. The transformed Duke could still cross through such a region of oppression. His neon flames flickered against the absolute pressure but did not dim. His stride remained sure even as reality itself groaned beneath the weight bearing down upon it. Good boy. Such a good boy. Ian smiled calmly. Well, we are here, Scalebreaker. She turned to face him fully, her small form somehow seeming larger than the forces pressing down around them. I've kept up my end of the bargain. Her dark eyes held something that might have been respect. Or pity. Or simply the patient observation of someone watching events unfold according to patterns she had seen countless times before. Good luck. With such words, Ian disappeared from his perception entirely. No warning. No transition. Simply present one moment and gone the next, her absolute concealment rendering her invisible even to the senses of the weavers who dominated this region, and Noah arrived at the point he had been seeking this entire time. His perception finally observed the glorious hairy entity that was Ulmareth. The ancient Geno lifeform stood valiantly, his obsidian gold hair flowing with defiance that refused to bow even before absolute pressure. His massive form was positioned protectively, placing himself between the threats ahead and Lumavara. She was heavily injured, her brilliant form flickered with instability, her weavings damaged in ways that made Noah's heart clench with fury. She had fought. She had resisted. And she had paid the price for standing against forces that exceeded her classification, but she was alive. They were both alive, for now. Far ahead of them, a legion of the entities watched on with the patient hunger of predators who knew their prey had nowhere left to run. At the forefront stood the glorious first leader, Gilgamesh. His presence radiated authority that exceeded anything Noah had encountered among the fundamental depth entities. A being of genuine power and absolute loyalty to the living paradox, and above all of them, 3 shrouded figures floated grandly with a glorious air of absolute. Robes and hoods covered their forms entirely, concealing whatever lay beneath in shadows that seemed deeper than mere fabric should allow. Their might pressed down like sharp blades hovering over Olmareth and Lumavara, ready to fall at any moment. The weavers, 3 of them. Not one absolute, but 3. Noah had found them, but what would be the cost? How would this perilous situation be navigated? Simulation integrity, 18%. The clock is ticking. Master, what will you do? What would he do in this situation? The answer was both difficult and easy. A great man once said that in the face of hardship, the best way out is always through. So Noah would simply charge through. He knew the simulation would progressively have its integrity eroded, especially with the simulation of another absolute and what their capabilities were. The clock was ticking. Every second spent observing was a second wasted, so when he went forward, he went in with a bang. Boom. Chapter 47-49, Simulation and Reality Collide. With glorious speed. Skull surged toward the confrontation ahead, as if things were playing out in slow motion. Noah saw the eyes of the weavers land on him and his mount. Everything around them solidified and became unfathomably heavy. The air itself compressed. Reality groaned beneath the attention of 3 absolutes focusing their perception on a single point, and an instant later, he appeared in front of Olmareth and Lumavara. He gazed up toward the weavers gloriously, his expression imperious and utterly without fear. You have been looking for me, Hum. His entrance was fast and unfathomably rapid. It carried with it the glimmer of power, of velocity that only an absolute would have. The very fact that he had crossed such distance under their suppressive authority suggested capabilities that exceeded what his classification should allow. Behind him, Olmareth and Lumavara were astonished, but before they could even say anything or react, Noah sent them both a mental message: move quickly. No time to explain. Send me the memories of the entire path you have taken since the belly of existence was torn open until you arrived here. Now, he did this for a critical reason. If one of his 2 plans was forced to come to fruition, if he was forced to utilize the existential paradox loop and reverse time to an anchor point, he could find Lumavara and Olmareth across the wastes even before they came across Gilgamesh and the weavers. Prevention rather than rescue. Both Lumavara and Olmareth did not delay. Vast swaths of memories flooded into Noah's perception. The wastes they had crossed. The landmarks they had passed. The route they had taken through corrupted reality after the belly of existence was torn open. Everything. While they did this, Noah also gave the command to Skull, speed transfer to Olmareth and Lumavara. Now, the transformed Duke's capabilities flowed outward, granting his impossible velocity to the 2 beings Noah had come to rescue. He did all of this in the span of an instant, and then he gazed up at the weavers. Oh, they were a horrid wonder to observe. 3 figures floated above everything, their robes and hoods finally parting enough for their faces to become visible beneath the shadowed fabric. Ancient, decrepit, withered beyond what any mortal existence should endure and still function. Their skin was papyrus thin and gray, stretched over bones that seemed too prominent, too sharp, too angular to belong to anything that had ever been young. Deep wrinkles carved canyons across their features, each line representing eons of existence that had worn away everything soft and left only hardened purpose behind. Their mouths were thin slashes that curved into expressions that might have been smiles or might have been the natural configuration of lips that had forgotten how to do anything else, and their eyes, shockingly, those ancient orbs swirled with golden light. Not the warm gold of dawn or the rich gold of treasure. This was the cold, calculating gold of fate itself, of threads being measured and cut, of destinies being woven and unraveled according to designs that predated the beings whose lives they manipulated, the weavers, entities who had existed since before Wen, who had woven the very fabric of the loom, who now served the living paradox with the patient certainty of entities who believed they already knew how every story ended. The more Noah locked his gaze with them, the more he felt their attention pressing against his existence like blades seeking weak points. So he spoke, grandly, tyrannically, "You were looking for me, but you had not expected me to reach absolute so quickly?" His voice carried weight that made the surrounding reality compress further. "How does it feel that my mere presence here is already locking away access to the first tongue for all of you?" He spoke such words grandly. The thesis he had utilized against the living spirit and his forces was not contested in Muspelheim. He could apply it anywhere. So he began applying it freely and grandly, his authority as the one who laid the claim extending outward to restrict access to the first tongue for all who opposed him. Around him, he began to move on to his next phase of planning. After claiming to be an absolute, he would bluff as if a terrifying showdown was about to unfold. And then, he would run with Olmareth and Lumavara, a moment of surprise that would decide everything. They would run with the speed of an absolute, and a chase would ensue. But even then, he had a plan for this. Reversing time was currently the last resort as it affected too many things, but just as he was about to continue, BZZT, the immersive simulation flickered, not gently. Not gradually. The entire constructed reality around him shuddered with instability that spoke of imminent collapse. Critical warning, a horrid discovery has been made. Additional designations of the Weavers identified straight face, the Moirai, the Daughters of the Night, the Spinners of Fate. Core capability straight face, they hold unfathomable control over fates and potentialities. They perceive the threads of possibility that connect some futures to some pasts. They sense when those threads are being manipulated by outside forces. Current status straight face, they are about to discover that this is a simulation. They are about to perceive that another entity is encroaching upon their absolute domain of fate and potential futures. If this discovery is completed, your identity and location will be exposed to genuine absolutes. Emergency protocol initiated straight face, to prevent discovery, to protect your anonymity, to preserve the element of surprise that represents your only advantage. The Moirai thread you utilized has snapped itself prematurely. Simulation terminated. All gathered information has been preserved. Your existence remains hidden from the Weaver's perception. For now, golden brilliance erupted all around, the immersive illusion shattered like glass being struck by a hammer. Fragments of simulated reality dissolving into streams of golden light that flowed back into Noah's existence. He found himself fully back in Muspelheim. The Infiniverse floated nearby, its blue-gold radiance pulsing with patient attention. Galileo watched with ears fully erect, his fluffy form practically vibrating with questions he knew better than to ask at this moment. Duke sat with his tongue out, looking toward Noah with innocent eyes that had no idea what potential slept within his fluffy form. Surtra and the other Muspelly lifeforms gazed at him with expressions ranging from awe to concern, and in the distance, he could sense Sigrid, Arizon, Rhea, the first farmer, Titano, Protos, and multiple others who had witnessed his motionless form surrounded by golden light for however long the simulation had lasted. Noah's expression became heavier, his eyes flickered brilliantly as he processed everything he had learned. Chapter 4750, Simulation and Reality Collide. 6. The Weavers were the Moirai. Fate manipulators who could sense when their domain was being encroached upon. The simulation had nearly exposed him to genuine absolutes who would have then known exactly where to look for the one who dared to peer into futures they controlled. But he had what he needed, the route through the wastes, the knowledge of Duke's transformation, the understanding of what he faced and what his limitations were. He turned toward the Infiniverse. I will go and get Lumavara and Olmareth back. Ruination will bring my body that she controls here to Muspelheim. Focus on doing a partial simulation with it focused on the living concept first. He gave such orders rapidly, the Infiniverse pulsed with acknowledgement, and Noah could sense Ruination's presence already shifting to comply with his commands. Right after, he looked toward Galileo and Surtra. We will get to catch up after. For now, there is much to be done. His gaze turned to the golden retriever who perked up excitedly at the attention. Duke. The dog's tail wagged with enthusiasm that transcended species barriers. His eyes shone with simple devotion that had no idea it was about to be transformed into something glorious. Let's go. Duke blazed with brilliant neon light. Noah seamlessly proceeded to sit on Duke's back, his body settling into position with the familiarity of someone who had already done this many times in a simulation that no longer existed, and they disappeared. The burst of speed was explosive. Immediate. Neon light streaked across the burning skies of Muspelheim for a fraction of a second before vanishing entirely, leaving behind astonished Muspelly lifeforms and even Sigrid, Arizon, Rhea, the first farmer, Titano, Protos, and multiple others. They would be filled in time, but time was exactly what Noah didn't have currently, in the wastes of the fallout. Noah appeared in the chaotic and grandiose wastes as all the events that had played out in the simulation buzzed in his mind. Gray desolation stretched endlessly in all directions. Ashen clouds swirled overhead with energies that would destroy lesser beings. Corrupted reality shifted and reformed with each passing moment. In the simulation, he had lost all the fragments of the axioms to Ian. But he currently held all three: the fragment of the axiom of mayhem, the fragment of the axiom of attrition, the fragment of the axiom of differentiated tongue. In turn, he had waves of information and a terrifying, dangerous future, but his eyes still blazed with possibility. It would be difficult, yes, but not impossible. For him, impossibility would always ever be. A suggestion. So, the first thing to be done at this moment was the transformation Duke had undergone in the simulation, but for real, he turned his gaze on Duke, who had not yet transformed into Skull. The golden retriever sat on the corrupted ground with his tongue out, tail wagging slowly, completely oblivious to what was about to happen. Noah's existence buzzed, his glorious seals began to be released, the 18 primordial seals of absolute tongue flowed from his existence and into Duke's body: fire, water, earth, air, void, light, darkness, life, death, time, space, order, chaos, unity, division, beginning, ending, paradox. Duke trembled as the seals integrated with his existence, the neon light around him buzzed with instability, his form flickering between states as primordial authority settled into whatever dormant potential lay within him, but no grand changes occurred, not yet. Noah continued, his 9 original seals entered Duke's body. Quintessence, infinity, tyranny, fortune, advantage, narrative, harvest, hunger, potential. Duke stopped completely, he became utterly still, and then, boom, the wastes around them began to shudder, everything in every direction became covered with neon brilliance. The gray desolation was painted over with light that pulsed in rhythms matching the heartbeat of existence itself. Awakening confirmed, as foreseen through the usage of the Moirai thread, the transformation has manifested in actual existence. The dormant potential within Duke has been unlocked through exposure to the complete first tongue. 18 primordial phonemes alone were insufficient. Combined with the 9 forged phonemes created by the Genesis monarch, transformation became inevitable. Former designation: Duke, Muspelly lifeform, anomalous speed entity. Current designation: Skull, the herald of the tongue, the steed of mana. Classification: awakened absolute adjacent entity. Core nature: moves at the speed that mana moves to keep up the very fabric of existence. The prophecy of simulation has become the reality of now. Skull has been born. Before Noah, the transformed Duke stood in all his glory, a lion-like mane now wrapped around his neck and shoulders, composed of crystallized neon flames that flickered with colors that had no names. His vibrant golden fur carried traces of blue woven throughout, as if the authority of mana itself had bled into every strand. His form still remained that of a dog, but majestic and regal. An incandescent neon sun burned in one pupil, an incandescent neon moon glowed in the other. His entire body emanated waves of the fundamental depth. Noah breathed calmly, he reached out and stroked the fur of Skull, feeling warmth that pulsed with captured fold fire beneath his palm. The transformed Duke's eyes shone with glorious vibrancy, but beneath all that existential power, the same innocent devotion remained. Such a good boy, even as the herald of the tongue, he was still a very good boy. Alright. Let's do things for real now. Noah's voice came steady and sure. It will be dangerous, but danger and struggles go hand in hand. In the end, there should be glory as long as the difficulty is past. He met Skull's glowing eyes directly. Ready? He said such words knowing exactly what was coming. The Weavers, the Moirai, 3 genuine absolutes who controlled fates and potentialities, who would sense any disturbance in the threads of destiny they wove. But Skull only blinked happily, his expression remained innocent despite his transformation. Woof. Noah patted Skull again. And just like the simulation, let's go. As fast as you can. Both of their bodies began to be covered by neon light that blazed brighter with each passing moment. The corrupted wastes around them bent away from their combined radiance. Reality itself recognizing that something unprecedented was about to move through its damaged fabric. The first plan of a chase would be carried out, and Noah had an idea of exactly where this chase would go. Eventually, he could not outrun an absolute. The simulation had proven that definitively. Even Skull's impossible speed could only touch a fraction of what genuine absolutes could achieve. The Weavers would catch them in time, but where he planned to run toward, the tools to bypass this difficulty would appear, and this one wouldn't even necessarily be reliant on the secret of Ian. They disappeared. Neon light streaked across the wastes of the fallout, carrying the Genesis monarch and the herald of the tongue toward a confrontation that would determine whether his pillars survived or fell.